there is a possibility that this engine will go into a compressor stall. And what is that extremity of the design envelope? Negative G. So it's very clear the moment the pilot decides to do that negative G maneuver like it happened in Dubai yesterday, then there is a possibility that this compressor stall will get initiated and with a loud bang. And this is known to happen. And secondly, this engine has got a thrust of 85 kilonewtons and it is quite capable of taking the aircraft up and the pilot up, provided there is sufficient height from the ground. In this case, as from the videos, it is very clear that he mushed into the ground, straight actually hitting the ground, during this maneuver. So there is a possibility that the engine compressor stall has been initiated because of, operating this aircraft in the extremities of its design envelope, number one. Number two, now we are talking about the fly-by-wire system. Now the fly-by-wire system was designed by Aeronautical Development Agency, and we all know, in fact, I distinctly remember Dr. Kota had the best possible design for the FPW. He came and studied the Mira 2000 at Gwalior, and then they improved upon it, and it became extremely advanced digital quadruplex redundant with ultimate backup system FPW system, a fly-by-wire system for this aircraft. So the possibility of the FPW system failing at this aircraft looks remote and doesn't appear to be really realistic. Now, as far as the maneuver is concerned, now today a question has suddenly come about. In fact, there have been many comments by USAF pilots from United States. They say that when an aircraft is doing such low-level, extreme maneuvers in an air show, why did you not profile the maneuvers, and why did you not actually take all precautions, keeping the safety in mind? Why did you allow the pilot to do the maneuvers,
right.
This extremely unsafe maneuvers without even profiling the maneuvers? In fact, this is a comment by a USAF pilot yesterday evening. Now, let us assume that all this has been done by experts at Dubai, because this Dubai air show, this is not happening. This has happened multiple times, and we have taken part in so many times.
Right,
and this is the 40th anniversary of the Emirates, a very big show, and obviously let us assume that all these things have happened. But in spite of all this, for Tejas to crash in this particular air show is very unfortunate. In fact, we have also heard that people from far and wide came to see the solo aerobatics of the Tejas aircraft in the Dubai air show, and there is no denying the fact that this was a showstopper. But in spite of all this, a tragic accident and loss of life of a very, very skilled pilot, it's very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate, indeed. Many thanks, Air Vice Marshal Murali, for joining us with your reading of the situation as we closely tracking this story. Just to, before we shift our focus to other story, we'll just break down the strength, Commodore Behel, of the Indian Air Force. The force is currently operating with 29 fighter squadrons after the final MiG-21 retired in September 2025. With only 2 squadrons of the indigenous Tejas jets in service so far, Air Force remains 13 squadrons short of the 42 required. The Sukhoi 30 Mach 1 continues to shoulder the bulk with 12 squadrons and backed by 6 Jaguars, 3 each of Mirage 2000 and MiG-29, and 2 cutting-edge Rafale squadrons, very, very important, as we saw in Operation Sindoor. Mega deals lined up. 180 advanced Tejas Mach 1A fighters are set to join the fleet from the next year, gradually pushing squadron numbers towards 35 for the mid-2030s. But I think, Commodore Behel, it will be too early to say, just judge Tejas, on this, but we have to right now move on to the other big story that we are tracking on our Defense Today viewers. This is a game changer. It's a game changer that has been called near the LAC as we talk about the Nyoma Air Base, just 30 kilometers away from the line of actual control. India commissioned the Mud Nyoma Air Base in Ladakh, that is just near the LAC in eastern Ladakh. And This is now operational. Now the world's highest fighter-capable airfield at 13,700 feet. Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh marked this inauguration by landing a C-130J aircraft, indicating that the runway is ready for both transport aircraft and frontline fighter operations. Built by the Border Roads Organization at a cost of over 200 crore, the base includes 2.7 kilometers concrete runway, hardened shelters, fuel storage, and advanced radar systems designed for extreme high altitudes. The primary purpose of the base is to speed up deployment of troops and equipment to forward positions. We'll just tell you where this is. We'll just play out a map for you where we will tell you how it's barely 30 to 50 kilometers from the line of control. I'll just request Commander Syal to explain to our viewers why it is so important to give an edge.
This base is extremely important, and Rachita has so well explained to you the characteristics of this base at high altitudes with temperatures ranging anywhere from freezing or minus 40 degrees right up to plus 30 degrees centigrade. It's about 25 to 35 kilometers from the line of actual control. And it is also extremely important, if you remember, Galwan Valley incident took place very close from there, and our Pangongso Lake is also further towards the north. If the army has to deploy quickly, then we need our C-130s and C-17s to land here, which it is now very capable to land. And these aircraft can move the army formations and provide the critical support, especially when we are moving them inter-theater, which means from the side of Assam, we move them Arunachal Pradesh to this border, eastern Ladakh. But I must also tell you that there are a number of Chinese airfields that they are upgrading in Tibetan Autonomous Region. The closest to this is Nagaru Gunsa. That airfield is just about 180 kilometers from here. And that our fighters can be based here because we have hardened aircraft shelters that protect them, and we can have our aircraft such as the LCA, such as the Sukhoi 30 MKI MiG-19s that can be based at this place. From here, we can cover not just Nagaru Gunsa, which is somewhere over here, which is so close to our border, and we can rapidly deploy for combat air patrol in this entire area so as to cover the other airfields of China, which are located in the vicinity. And so we are looking at two very important things. One, rapid deployment and redeployment of troops, equipment, weapon systems. And second thing we are looking at is the air defense aircraft, as well as protection for this area through the strike aircraft, which can utilize this as an interim airfield because of the number of airfields that are located close by from China.
Right. In fact, we will, as very well it was explained by Commodore Syal, let's quickly help our viewers understand what really has been the significance of this air base in further depth from now. So it's just 35 kilometers, as Commodore Syal told us, from the fighters can scramble in minutes. This is what he was just telling us. It's located near sensitive regions like Pangong and Depsang, Demchok, where disengagement has also happened right now. But of course, India remains very cautious. Rapid operations, the Su-30s, Sukhoi 30s, the Rafales, they all can be launched instant intercepts. Heavy lift is ready, C-17s, the Chinooks can rush the troops and the supplies as well. So this is the Nyoma Air Base, the highest airstrip that is functional post Galwan build, signals India's tougher mountain posture. That, of course, India keeps an eye on China despite the talks, despite, we are in a, sort of a precautionary reset with China. So it's part of a Ladakh air grid that boosts the ISR and the strike capability. That is the Sky Fortress. So that is all about the Nyoma Air Base right now. Thank you so much, Commodore Syal, for joining us on Republic and giving us an in-depth understanding of our top stories. Meanwhile, viewers, exercise Mitra Shakti has entered its final phase at the foreign training node in Belagavi, where India and Sri Lankan troops are putting the cutting-edge technology through its paces in a major leap for the 11-year-old series. Live drone reconnaissance, counter-drone systems, robotic mules for room clearance, light specialist all-terrain vehicles for rapid insertion, and advanced IED render-safe kits are all making their debut in the joint drills for the first time in the Mitra Shakti. Alongside high-intensity fitness, heli-borne slithering, battles obstacle courses, and Sri Lanka's real-world lessons from Operation Indrasera. The 170 Indian Rajput Regiment and 135 Sri Lankan Gajaba Regiment soldiers are mastering the urban combat casualty evacuation and small team tactics in semi-urban environments. Viewers, take a look.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
का राजा आरती मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
According to the officials, Imam
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. Your You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning into Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Aishwarya, and we continue our focus on the Al-Falah University. Now, the parents of the students enrolled at the university are worried as the college is continuing to face regulatory and also security scrutiny. We'll get you all the updates on that and much more. Here are the headlines first that we're tracking for you. Jamaat Ulema-e-Hind President Arshad Madani sparks massive row amid Delhi plus probe, says government ensuring that Muslims never raise their heads. BJP criticizes Madani's remark alleging discrimination against Muslims in India, terms his statement confusing and misleading. Mortal remains of Wing Commander Syal, who died during the Dubai Air Show, will reach Himachal Pradesh's Kangra today to be cremated with full state honours. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar finds himself in controversy again, threatens to withhold funds if people don't vote in local body elections. Karnataka Chief Minister Sabarimala meets Mallikarjun Kharge, says there was no discussion about the cabinet reshuffle. And Donald Trump warns Zelensky ahead of peace talks, says Zelensky can continue fight with his little heart out if he does not accept the peace plan. We have breaking news coming in from Karnataka amid the power tussle happening in the state. Now, Chief Minister Siddharamaiah met Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge at his Bengaluru residence yesterday. The two leaders held discussions on key political developments and ongoing administrative matters. So, Chief Minister of Karnataka meeting Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge. Remember, this coming in as there are increasing talks of a cabinet reshuffle.
I mean that I have discussed with Khargeji for more than an hour. It doesn't mean that I should discuss only this aspect. Whenever they called me, I will go. See, my clarity is whatever decision taken by the High Command, I will follow it. ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ತಾಲೂಕು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಗರ ಪಾಲಿಕೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಗರ ಪಾಲಿಕೆ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕರ್ಟಸಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕರ್ಟಸಿ ಕಾಲ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ಲಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಏನು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವರು ಏನು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಲೀಡರ್ಗಳು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು
We have more breaking news coming in. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar again has stirred a controversy. Now, he again has threatened to withhold funds if people don't vote in the local body elections. He said, and I quote him now, "You ensure I win 18 candidates in the Malegaon Nagar Panchayat. I will fulfill all my promises and demands. But if you cut them, I will also cut them. You have the votes, I have the funds. Now let's see what to do." Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar threatened voters during his speech at the launch of the Nagar Panchayat election campaign in Malegaon.
तुम्ही मला 18च्या 18 उमेदवार निवडून दिले ना मी तुम्हाला सांगितलेलं सगळं द्यायला तयार आहे, पण तुम्ही तिथं काट मारली का मी पण काट मारणार. तुमच्या हातात मत द्यायचंय, माझ्या हातात निधी द्यायचंय. मग बघा काय ते. तुम्ही मला 18च्या 18 उमेदवार निवडून दिले ना, मी तुम्हाला सांगितलेलं सगळं द्यायला तयार आहे, पण तुम्ही तिथं काट. तुम्ही मला 18च्या 18 उमेदवार निवडून दिले ना, मी तुम्हाला सांगितलेलं सगळं द्यायला तयार आहे, पण तुम्ही तिथं काट मारली का मी पण काट मारणार. तुमच्या हातात मत द्यायचंय, माझ्या हातात निधी द्यायचंय. मग बघा काय ते.
धमकी है ये कुछ वोट को जो विकास निधि देते हैं और विकास निधि और वोट, इसका एक प्रकार से समर्थन करना ही गलत है. वोट देना नहीं देना, विकास करे ना करे ये स्वतंत्र बात है, लेकिन अजीत दादा जिस प्रकार धमकी दे रहे हैं कि वो विकास निधि का इनके घर का है क्या अजीत दादा के, ये तो जनता का पैसा है. इसलिए इस प्रकार की बातें करना, इलेक्शन कमीशन ने इसके तरफ ध्यान देने की जरूरत है.
And viewers, now let's take a quick look at what else is happening across the nation. Here is Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The Delhi government has issued an advisory for private offices in the national capital to operate at 50% on-site workforce capacity, with the remaining staff continuing to work from home. The step has been taken as a precautionary measure in accordance with the latest directions from the Commission for Air Quality Management. Delhi Environment Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa emphasized that the government was proactively implementing pollution control measures. Prime Minister Narendra Modi met several world leaders on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Johannesburg. On a social media post, he stated that the meetings reaffirmed their shared commitment to global progress and prosperity. PM Modi met his counterparts from Britain, Malaysia, France, Germany, South Korea and Brazil, and United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. India, Australia and Canada announced a new trilateral technology and innovation framework, the Australia-Canada-India Technology and Innovation Partnership. The agreement was made on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Johannesburg. Under the agreements, the three countries will enhance cooperation on critical and emerging technologies, complementing existing bilateral initiatives. And viewers, the Indian Army continues its efforts towards nation building as part of the Nation First movement. From ground operations to continually supporting the community, training excellence to unmatched dedication. Here's a quick report.
भारतीय सेना जहां राष्ट्र रक्षा के अटूट संकल्प से प्रेरित है, वहीं जन जन की उन्नति और विकास के लिए भी समर्पित है. दुर्गम क्षेत्रों में जहां साधनों की कमी है, सेना की उपस्थिति आशा की किरण बनकर खड़ी है. यह भारतीय सेना का दृढ़ निश्चय है, न केवल सरहद की सुरक्षा, बल्कि विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए प्रतिबद्धता. सेना ने परिवर्तन का मार्ग चुनते हुए देश में समृद्धि का पथ नियोजित किया है. अपने व्यावसायिक प्रशिक्षण केंद्रों के माध्यम से वे युवा शक्ति को व्यावसायिक कौशल प्रदान करते हैं, जिनसे भविष्य को नया आयाम मिलता है. उपयोगी तकनीक और आधुनिक कौशलों से सुसज्जित कर इन युवाओं को राष्ट्रीय विकास की मुख्य धारा से सहजता से जोड़ा जाता है. केवल आर्थिक विकास ही नहीं, बल्कि चरित्र निर्माण भी सेना का उद्देश्य है. युवा केंद्र आज की युवा पीढ़ी के लिए संपूर्ण व्यक्तित्व के विकास की आधारशिला बन गए. शिक्षा और अनुशासन की इस पाठशाला में नेतृत्व के बीज बोए जाते हैं. ये केंद्र युवा ऊर्जा को सकारात्मक दिशा देने का एक अद्भुत माध्यम है. सेना ने दुर्गम इलाकों में आर्थिक उन्नति और प्रकृति के संरक्षण को एक सूत्र में पिरोने के लिए कई कदम उठाए हैं. सुदूर इलाकों में बनाए गए सेना समर्थित कैफे, स्थानीय उत्पाद केंद्र और पर्यावरण अनुकूल पहले। ये सुविधाएं केवल नवीनता का प्रतीक नहीं, बल्कि आपसी विश्वास की मजबूत नींव है। तू न थकेगा कभी, तू न थमेगा कभी, तू न मुड़ेगा कभी। कर शपथ, कर शपथ, कर शपथ। यही है सेना का संकल्प, राष्ट्र निर्माण को समर्पित।
And viewers, Quick Heal Technologies Limited has launched Quick Heal Total Security version 26, an industry-first security suite that merges a predictive AI, advanced privacy protection, and real-time fraud prevention into one unified solution. As the company marks 30 years of safeguarding millions of users, version 26 arrives at a crucial moment for India, where 85% of citizens' personal data stands exposed online, and cyber criminals inflict losses of over 1 lakh rupees every minute.
What we have done is we have observed how cyber security or cyber threats has evolved in last 3 decades. With that, we have made sure that we use the latest technology of AI, and we have been using that since almost a decade, and we have created a complete automated malware detection engine with the help of GoDeep.ai, and that GoDeep.ai powers all our Quick Heal range of products. And with this new change in version 26, what we are doing is we have also included anti-fraud features into Quick Heal. This is V26 launch is all about anti-fraud, protecting users' digital identity, not only on your PCs, but making sure we track all your security sensitive information like Aadhaar, passport or PAN card on dark web. So that's what the key feature is. Monitoring your digital identity across the dark web and giving you timely alerts, protecting you from all kinds of scams and frauds. And also we have launched a new version, new feature in this version, which is all about SIA, that is Security Intelligence Assistant. That is an AI agent that sits, that goes along with Quick Heal, which helps all our users in any kind of technological or cybersecurity related challenges they may face with our product or operating system, or any kind of threat they may face. They can just ask the question and SIA is ready, answers them with simple steps that user can take immediately after that actually. So this is all about V26, go digital fearlessly.
Viewers, we have breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu. An FIR has been filed against DMK functionary Bhaskaran for sexual harassment. BJP and AIADMK have slammed the Stalin government in the state. So political controversy unfolding in Tamil Nadu. This is now after an FIR has been filed against DMK functionary T. Bhaskaran, and this is for charges related to rape and sexual assault. So the victim alleges that Bhaskaran sexually harassed her, shot the entire sequence on his phone, and then later used that clip to blackmail her. This entire issue has triggered sharp criticism from the opposition parties, AIADMK and the BJP, accusing the DMK government of failure in law and order and providing political protection to its functionaries. Remember, these are developments coming in even as the state prepares for assembly elections, which are expected in 2026. And viewers, a massive crackdown continues in the 10th of November Delhi blast case. And at the center of this widening probe is Faridabad's Al-Falah University. Yesterday, the parents confronted the management on campus, even as the agencies uncovered layers of fraud, false accreditation, foreign handlers, and also stolen chemicals from labs and links to transnational terror network. Here are all the details.
Faridabad's Al-Falah University witnessed some truly dramatic scenes as parents arrived on campus yesterday, confronting the management over allegations of fraud, false accreditation, and duping the students of crores.
Today, Vice Chancellor was not available. She has been called for investigation. But since Information College had that parents would be coming, they have deputed some senior faculty members. उन्होंने बोला है कि they are taking steps to protect the future of our children. And उन्होंने बताया ये कि NMC के कुछ official भी recently थे. They are also taking step and everything will be done to protect the future of our students.
It's a matter of concern for for all the students who are studying here. The fact that this Al-Falah University was carrying out a huge terror module, who was involved in that terror blast. As a parent, how worried are you?
Ma'am, that is the reason we are here. Now the question is, there are few people who were involved for which authorities are doing investigation. They will certainly come out with their steps in accordance with law. We can't comment anything on that and we don't want to comment anything on that.
It is all normal, no problem is there.
What they actually assured you exactly?
Everything is, yes, and they are saying everything is normal, no need to worry about.
So there is no issues inside?
Yes, no worries there.
आपकी फैमिली आई थी, आपके पेरेंट्स आए थे?
अभी ड्राइवर आए हुए, उनके साथ आया हूँ। हाँ, पता नहीं मैम, अभी तो मैं हॉस्टल से सीधा आया हूँ।
यूनिवर्सिटी के
आप लोग के ऊपर भी कुछ इम्पैक्ट पड़ा है? आप लोग
नहीं, कुछ नहीं अंदर, नॉर्मल है।
क्या बोला गया आप लोगों को?
कुछ नहीं, अपना पढ़ाई नॉर्मल से करो, क्लासेस लग रही हैं 8 to 4 सारी, अंदर कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
The Enforcement Directorate said that the university made huge profits by showing fake accreditation, collecting full fees despite not being authorized. Investigators, in fact, claimed the institution to have generated over rupees 415 crores in 7 years through forged documents and fraudulent approvals. This is how things unfolded when Republic confronted the management.
We are joined in by one of the professor from Al-Falah University. Let's just speak to him. इतने सारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, अब क्या एग्जैक्टली क्या बात हुई है?
परिवार वाले पहुंचे थे आज।
भाई प्लीज आप बीच में क्यों?
परिवार वाले पहुंचे थे, हम कमेंट
क्या डिस्कशन हुई है?
थोड़ा सा बता दीजिए, परिवार वालों से क्या बात हुई है? सर क्या बता दीजिए, परिवार वालों से क्या बात हुई?
वालों को हमने अश्योरेंस दे दिया है। परिवार वालों को अश्योरेंस दे दिया है हमने। पेरेंट्स को अश्योरेंस दे दिया है। पेरेंट्स को अश्योरेंस दे दिया है।
क्या एश्योरेंस दिया है? क्या
कॉलेज बंद नहीं होगा।
डिग्री को लेकर
नहीं, नैक का कोई नैक जरूरी चीज नहीं होती है मेडिकल कॉलेज के लिए।
और यूजीसी रिकॉग्निशन भी नहीं है, बताइए।
भी है, नहीं यूजीसी
नहीं, ईडी ने बताया।
बता दिया, जानकारी दीजिए क्या हुआ है सर, क्या है?
This comes after the National Assessment and Accreditation Council issued a show cause notice to Al-Falah for displaying absolutely wrong and misleading accreditation claims on its website. The university replied, blaming the false claims on oversight and website design errors, and promptly took down the pages. Further details are emerging as yet on the activities of key accused. In a major revelation, investigators accuse Omar Muzammil and Shaheen of stealing chemicals from the university lab under the guise of teaching and student projects. When the NIA examined the lab, they found that glassware, ammonium nitrate, and multiple testing kits did not match the inventory records. Several kits and equipment had been taken out of the lab without any entry, smuggled out in bags and vehicle trunks in small quantities. NIA then went on to probe who selected the chemicals and whether foreign handlers guided the suspects on using each chemical to produce large quantities of explosives. Meanwhile, the money trail shows the module pooled over rupees 26 lakhs in cash to buy materials for bomb making. With that money, they allegedly purchased 26 quintals of NPK fertilizers from suppliers across Gurugram and nearby towns. Investigators also allege Muzammil to have purchased an AK-47 rifle for rupees 6.5 lakh, which was later recovered from co-accused Adil's locker. From stolen chemicals and fake accreditation to foreign handlers and organized funding, the Alfala network seems deeper and wider than initially believed. Search operations, seizures and questioning continue as agencies piece together what they call one of the most complex terror modules uncovered in recent years.
And the Indian Army's West Ram Division, part of the Karga Corps under the Western Command, conducted exercise Ram Prahar, a major integrated all-arms and services maneuver, reaffirming Army's evolution into a modern, adaptive, agile and technology-enabled fighting force. The exercise underscored the Indian Army's focus on operational agility, multi-domain capability and real-time decision-making across land, air and cyber domains, reflecting a posture of preparedness, deterrence and strategic assurance in the current fragile regional security environment. Take a look.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan
constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
We are now beginning with the inaugural session. May I now request the inaugural speakers to please join us on stage, starting with Ms. Rachna Jindal, Regional Director, CI Northern Region. May I now request Ms. Rachna Jindal to please deliver the welcome remarks.
Good morning and a very, very warm welcome to all present here. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you all at the 21st edition of CI Reality, one of the most enduring and influential platforms shaping the discourse around the future of Indian real estates. It's a gathering of visionaries, developers, policymakers, investors, and thought leaders who are redefining how India builds, lives, and grows. Today's theme, Real Estate in Amritkal, Building India's Growth Corridors for Vision 2047, resonates deeply with the country's development trajectory. As India moves steadily towards becoming a developed nation by 2047, the real estate sector is poised to play a defining role, not merely as a contributor to GDP or employment, but as a driver of quality of life, sustainability, and inclusivity. At CII, we have always believed that nation building is a collective effort, one where industry, government, and society move in unity. CII's Northern Region has been at the forefront of enabling this transformation across diverse sectors, from manufacturing infrastructure, logistics, and mobility to real estate sustainability.
Thank you, Rachna ma'am. May I now request Mr. Ashwinder R. Singh to please set the context for the conference.
Good morning everyone. You know, there are moments in history when a nation must rise and answer its destiny, when time stops being an observer and becomes a summon. India today stands at that moment today. Between the greatness of her past and the brilliance of her future, the dreamers, the builders, the creators of her space do not today stand as spectators but are the architects of this nation. Real estate at Amrit Kal, building India's growth corridor for Vision 2047. Today our industry size is, some reports say $300 billion, some reports say $400 billion, some reports say $482 billion. However, we are very clear that the industry is going to be a $1 trillion by 2030. Two things that have made the industry grow are urbanization and focus on infrastructure. Today, real estate contributes 7% of the GDP, which is going to be 13% by 2030, and it is also the second highest employer with almost 5 crore people working in the real estate sector.
Thank you, Chairman. May I now request Mr. Akshay Sethi, Managing Director, Stellar Group of Companies, to please deliver his address.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all the delegates who have come here today. You know, when India will celebrate its 100th year of independence, it'll be celebrated not in terms of the trillions of dollars of GDP or the thousands and kilometers of expressway that hopefully we would have built. I hope it will be built based on the quality of life we have provided the people who are living in the 100th year of its independence. Today's agenda, CI has curated really deep dive into across the various things that are going to be required, including financing of the real estate sector. I mean, I truly believe we've been privately held because I think, you cannot deliver a quarterly performance in real estate. How can we get land funding back in the conversation? Why are you making it so expensive for us to build with a pure equity cost? So we need these sort of decisions to be made soon, honestly, if we want to talk about the sort of scale that we're talking about for 2047. And friends, I just want to close by saying we're gathered here together to learn from each other. And so with the amazing agenda that CII has curated, I hope that you will all come out with better peer learnings and more partnerships.
Thank you, Mr. Sethi. We are now going to release the CII Collier's knowledge paper on building India's future growth corridors. May I now request the guest of honor to please do the honors along with the dignitaries on the dais. May I now request the guest of honor, Ms. Harleen Kaur, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Road, Transport and Highways, Government of India, to please deliver the address to the delegates. Please, ma'am, the stage is all yours.
Good morning to all. It is a privilege to be here today at 21st edition of CII flagship Real Estate Conference, Reality 2025. I've closely worked in urban governance and I'm presently working with Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. India today stands at a very defining moment in its developmental journey. As we enter the Amrit Kal, we are witnessing the vast infrastructural expansion, transformational reforms, and related interventions to build a sustainable, globally competitive, future-ready India by 2047. In this journey, real estate and infrastructure sectors stand right at the core. As India marches towards becoming multi-trillion-dollar economy, the demand for world-class urban centers integrated logistic hubs, industrial corridors, and resilient mobility system continues to grow exponentially. It is only understandable that in the era of information, it is the aspiration of every citizen that is creating the demand. And that demand is for the quality life. It is not difficult to deduce that real estate and infrastructure sectors will shape the urban revolution in the present and future times.
Thank you so much, ma'am. May I now request the conference chairman, Mr. Ashwinder R. Singh, to please felicitate the guest of honor, Ms. Harleen Kaur. Thank you so much to all the speakers on the dais. May I request you to please pose for a group photograph. Thank you so much to all the speakers. We'll be now heading to the first panel discussion, Residential Reality 2.0, Bharat Boom and Beyond. The distinguished panelists include Dr. Geeta Rathi Singh, Mr. Malana Sasalu, Mr. Mohit Arora, Mr. Sunil Parekh, Mr. Srinivasan Gopalan, Mr. Abhay Garg, Mr. Subhakar Rao Supraneni, and Mr. Jatul Anand. Over to you, Mr. Amin.
Thank you so much. And as we know, India's real estate sector itself is at a defining juncture. As what we call the Amrit Kal, brings together policy reform, it brings together tech, it brings together capital confidence above all. The day we discussed also the pre-call that we did, I mean, my specific focus was to ask you about the Pradhan Mantri scheme, Awas Yojana, which has been a cornerstone for affordable housing. From your perspective, where has it succeeded and what structural improvements can we still make in that?
We went about doing it in such a way that there are public-private partnerships. The policy was written by the ministry, and as per the policy, there was a methodology called annuity model method, wherein as investors and executors that we invest money on construction, and the land will be provided by the government, and also government decides who should be the recipients of those housing. And also the plan was to establish a housing finance corporation apart from the unit holders who bring 10% of the money and 2.67 lakhs rupees of credit-linked subsidy scheme which Government of India had announced. And the money that is required, we fund it through the Housing Finance Corporation, so that the grand plan was, as a business, we exist to make profit. The profit comes from the margin on the construction and also the arbitrage that we find in the Housing Finance Corporation. So we went about doing this one, and we signed MOU with Government of Jharkhand for 40,000 units. We also signed an agreement with the Government of Andhra Pradesh. We also made a concession agreement for the first time in the country in the affordable housing sector.
Do you see AI, IoT, digital twins having the deepest impact on residential development efficiency? If you have any examples also, would be great to hear from you.
Sure. Thanks once again. So yes, we are looking at a range of technologies, what I call from pre-land to post-construction, post-launch. We are seeing, we are seeing it across asset classes, not just residential, but let me use some examples. I think the underlying theme that we are seeing as far as technology and adoption is concerned is 4 objectives: cleaner, safer, faster, and cheaper. I'll repeat: cleaner, safer, faster, and cheaper. How can technology and intervention achieve at least 2 or 3 out of these 4 objectives?
From the RERA perspective, I would say that with the development of the infrastructure that has taken place across the country, and if we take into perspective the North India, it's phenomenon. The highways we're saying, the road which are penetrating inside the state. So, I mean, the entire North Indian state, if we see the major state, whether it is Uttar Pradesh, whether it is Haryana or Rajasthan or UP for that matter, all the cities are expanding, which in a way is a very pleasant change that is happening, because it is in a way going to reduce the burden upon the city of Delhi and the NCR, and it is going to ensure a very uniform development that would happen in the periphery. So with that development happening, now probably the role of RERA, that is the Real Estate Regulation and Development Act, we say, and the focus have always been on the regulation of the sector. Now the focus also have to be equally on the development of the sector as well.
So the housing finance remains the backbone, of course. How is the demand evolving in non-metro cities, the Bharat part of it?
First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity. See, to my mind, the demand is huge. The opportunity is huge and expanding, but it is more than lending. Actually, it's not restricted to lending. When especially you talk about non-metros, tier 2, tier 3 cities, it is about exploring new markets, creating awareness, building trust, understanding people, profiles, the sources of income, the methods of how incomes are recognized, and then appraising the customers and giving loans.
So it's been few years that we've been also evaluating tech, and honestly, it's nice to read in newspapers or portals that we have adopted tech, AI layered it, and it created some magic. It's yet to happen. I have spent some time, last 3-4 years on this, yet to happen. In fact, when we started evaluating tech, we first said, what is the tech we are using? Surprisingly, the biggest tech real estate industry was using was Excel. Right? Excel, WhatsApp, maybe Teams or Slack, right? Max. And I said, okay, there's a long way to go. And it's not easy. I may give you a crore check or a 2 crore check saying go deploy tech, you can't. You'll be confused what to do. There's so many options available, so many claims available, but how many proof of concepts, how many pilots have been successful? Slowly, gradually happening.
So I'll leave us with 4, the same digit, but in a different context, 5, 5, 5, and 5. Next 5 years, 500 IPOs in India, 50 coming from Pop Tech, and 5 coming from Earth Fund. So we're going to be all billionaires in this room.
Thank you once again for taking out time and sharing your thoughts. Maybe we can have a round of applause for them.
Thank you to all the speakers, and I request you to please pose for a group photograph. I request the speakers to join us on stage. The session moderator, Mr. Gaurav Kumar. The panelists, Mr. Suresh Kumar, Mr. Manik Malik, Mr. Nishit Saran, Mr. Pradeep Misra, Mr. Asim Kohli, Mr. Bhavin Jain, Mr. Manish Agarwal, and Mr. Salil Kumar.
When you come to India, do you see an increasing depth, especially on the debt market side, right? I think on the equity side, we have a lot of depth now with 5-6 REITs and pure private equity investors, development core, there's so much there. But on the debt side, there's still a fair degree of shallowness.
Biggest thing which foreign investors face when they invest in India is the concept of relative value. So, we are global funds, and we generally have, benchmark rates of what similar risk categorized deals would earn in, say, a North American geography. And if we translate that to India, then obviously the pipeline in India becomes quite shallow for people like us, and then that essentially means that we can, do only select deals with good operators and look at some special situations or maybe some performing credit or growth capital which, justifies the cost at both ends.
Currently, real estate has come out of a very bad recession, and, if you look at it, the growth during the 14 to 21 cycle was very painful for all real estate developers as well as all the foreign funds. So, and then 22 we start seeing the bull run. So it's like reverse of supply being more than demand, and now the supply is getting gradually eroded.
I think one of the biggest asks for our sector always have been
categorization of real estate as infra, moving away from, because we believe that the risk and the capital outlay required across period is quite similar. So it's good to note that there's finally a draft framework wherein such recognitions the authorities have started to recognize. We do hope that it gets matured to also movement purely from ECB into bank side as well. But still, I think said that, we are still watching it, and largely I think we continue to raise debt through existing established structures only.
You know, real estate is one sector which has had its own ups and downs, and a lot of investors, some investors have had good experience and some investors have had bad experience. And you know, a regulatory framework also keeps evolving. So I think, you know, a few transactions will need to happen, and because all these loans will be dollar denominated, and you know, for whatever reason, Indian currency has not really, you know, it has just weakened compared to the other emerging countries with the dollar. So, so it's not an easy answer, honestly, and right now we are also in the wait and watch mode, and we follow our group's mantra, where, you know, we are never the first movers in any space. We are always the second. We always enter, you know, a second, and then when we do it better than the first one. I mean, traditionally, that's what HDFC has always done.
If you see 2005 wave and 2025 current, in 20 years, if you say, so property has definitely appreciated on the good A-grade city by at least 10 times compared to. I repeat my sentence, in 20 years, 10 times we have achieved by and large, whether it is Gurgaon or whether it is Noida, where large developments are coming. Now Noida, being the most sophisticated infrastructure, is definitely going to rise by leaps and bounds. So we welcome, definitely we need financing in different projects.
Industry is largely dominated by the government agencies. DDA and other housing bodies are the main organization who are supplying the properties in the market. From 2005 onward, after the national housing policy announced, the government take the back seat. It become the policy provider, handholder, and the private sector started doing the large activities, the development activities.
Our strategy is very clear to our investors. We will be doing self-liquidating assets only, which means you sell, you collect cash flows, you build, you exit, and give money to the investors. So that is the cycle in which we are, and that is the mandate what we have gotten from our investors. Secondly, from a pricing perspective, see, pricing has gone down. I mean, overall, during COVID, post-COVID, whatever deals we're doing, which were in late, early teens or early 20s, they have definitely gone down by 100 bips to 200 bips point.
On an average, if you look at it, will be midway somewhere between office asset, which is 8 to 9%, between residential, which is 2 to 4%, right? In terms of getting a structured and like an alternate capital, which is what generally typically like fund like us provide, that is high cost funding, and either it has to be, let's say, stacked in between, because for example hospital, right, or any managed space, the capital requirement is huge. Now in that capital requirement, there is some capital which major chunk has to come from either bank. Right now, obviously, this is being replaced by customer because they are doing strata sales majorly. Whatever managed space or people are managing, everything is strata sold. So that is coming from housing capital, which is cheaper, 8-9%.
That we'll conclude our session. Thank you everyone for your time. It was lovely having everyone on board, and this is like a really big packed panel. So I don't know if we were able to get everyone to speak, but thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you to all the speakers. May I now request you to please pose for a group photograph. Over to you, Mr. Kulkarni.
Thank you very much.
If we talk about luxury housing, Gurgaon is primarily the hub. Mumbai is definitely the hub. What are some of the other cities? ऐसे कौन-कौन से शहर है जहाँ पे luxury housing के लिए hubs और opportunities develop हो रहे हैं from investor point of view as well as from a realtor point of view?
देखिए, जो हमारे खास जो आज की डेट में 8 मेट्रो सिटीज़ जिसके अंदर मेट्रो सिटीज़ लाइक बेंगलोर, हैदराबाद, ये सभी पुणे, सभी मेट्रो सिटीज़ ही बन गए हैं. बॉम्बे, दिल्ली, कलकत्ता, चेन्नई तो हैं ही. इन सब के अंदर आज बहुत ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी है, नॉट फॉर लग्जरी हाउसिंग ओनली, ऑल द सेगमेंट, ऑल अक्रॉस द सेगमेंट, इवन मिड इनकम हाउसिंग, क्योंकि इट्स बेस्ड ऑन टिकट साइज कि आप क्या टिकट साइज लॉन्च कर रहे हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अगर आप हैदराबाद में हैं तो आपका टिकट साइज अगर लगभग 1 करोड़ से 1.5 करोड़ के बीच में है तो इट्स ए हॉट कैप, आप कभी भी उसे बेच सकते हैं. थोड़ा सा गुरुग्राम के अगर एरिया में आप हैं तो लगभग 2 करोड़ से 3 करोड़ का टिकट साइज ऐसा है जिसे आप यानी एनी हाउस सेल कर सकते हैं, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. एंड मुंबई तो आप जानते हैं वो तो एक ऐसा एरिया है जहाँ पे घर मिलना थोड़ा मुश्किल काम है, तो वहाँ मुझे लगता है टिकट साइज़ थोड़ा बड़ा भी है कि आप जब 3 से 5 करोड़ रुपए के टिकट साइज़ लेकर आते हैं तो आपको एक कहीं ना कहीं अच्छा वहाँ से रिस्पॉन्स आता है. अगर आप गुरुग्राम की बात करें, क्योंकि फोकसली मेरा काम गुरुग्राम में रहा है, तो मैंने लास्ट कुछ टाइम में देखा है यहाँ पर कि ऐसे लोगों का जो देखने का तरीका है कि ब्रांडेड जो प्लेयर हैं उनसे अगर एक रिजनेबल टिकट साइज़ का घर उन्हें अगर मिलता है तो उनको अगर कुछ प्रीमियम भी देना पड़े कंपैरेटिवली जो टियर 2 डेवलपर्स हैं तो वो देना पसंद करते हैं. इस बेसिस के ऊपर जो कमिटमेंट ये डेवलपर कर रहा है, जैसा इसका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड रहा है, जैसा इसने कमिटमेंट किया है, वो ज़रूर ये फुलफिल कर देगा.
Joining him are the panelists, Mr. Shri Vallabh Goyal, Chief Executive Officer and Whole-Time Director, Model Economic Township Limited, Reliance Industries Limited, Mr. Sumit Gera, CEO, India Business Park, Capital Land Investment Limited, Mr. Ravi Ahuja, CEO, Raiskaran, Mr. Rahul Parekh, Head of Treasury Embassy REIT, and Mr. Deepak Dureja, Founder and CEO, Propical Technologies. Over to you, Mr. Kulkarni.
I just want to ask, Deepak, what is it that you are doing in terms of Propical, if I have to ask you, what is your role in real estate in terms of a tech developer? What is the role that you're playing?
So what we do, Pranav, is we are Propical Technologies, and we come with abundance of experience into real estate development and sales and all. And we found there is a lot of potential and a gap as far as right PropTech solutions are concerned for real estate developers.
We've also seen a structural kind of a shift in the demand segments. Initially, it used to be IT park versus non-IT park type of commercial in office, if I'm allowed to talk about office right now, IT park versus non-IT park. And then there was a period when the government gave huge tax exemptions of 10 years, SEZ versus non-SEZ type of demand. And currently we are segmented ourselves as GCC, what we call global contact centers, and non-GCC type of demand.
Can you tell us more about MET? What is the concept? How is it different from SEZs or the parks that we've seen so far?
जितने भी अभी तक कंट्रीज़ हैं जो विकसित हैं, जापान, कोरिया, चाइना, सिंगापुर, इसके USA, इनका जब आप उठा के देखते हैं हिस्ट्री, तो इन द पीक ऑफ द ईयर दे अचीव्ड बिटवीन 27 to 32% शेयर इन द GDP of manufacturing. So therefore we thought of in our prudence that manufacturing development will only lead to the industrial development and the Viksit Bharat concept.
From Capital Land perspective, I think we'll wait for Goyal Saab to develop the township, and we'll make sure that it has the best IT parks in there, data centers if they allow, and also logistics warehouse facilities. So we're a company headquartered in Singapore, 51% owned by Temasek. We've been in India for over 30 years, and our business is to create real assets, and our investors include private fund investors. We have a REIT listed in Singapore, and we've been contributing to developing India for the last 31 years. So I'll just keep that brief.
So I'll tell you our journey. Embassy REIT was the first REIT in the country. When we got listed, we had only 2,000 retail investors who subscribed in the IPO because it was an unknown concept in India. And today, as we speak, we have 110,000 retail investors who participated in India, right? So for a brand new product which SEBI came out with, and all credit to SEBI in terms of promoting the product as well, right? We've gone to different cities and done road shows along with SEBI to promote the product. So if I take the entire unique database of shareholders across all 5 REITs in the country, today it crosses about 2.5 lakh shareholders.
We have seen in the last 20 years the talk of tier 2 and 3 cities. Before 2008 financial crisis, I remember during those days in my role with Cushman and Wakefield, when we used to visit developers, they used to give us a long list of 16 cities, 16, 18 cities. They wanted to land bank, they wanted to go to all these tier 3, 4 towns. DLF had done a huge land bank valuation and got listed prior to 2008. But post that, the tier 2, 3 cities never took off the way they were supposed to. I think it's come a full circle. At the moment, the hub and spoke model is playing out.
Okay, thank you very much. I've been told to wind up the session and we conclude. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for giving us time.
Thank you so much to all the speakers. Can we have a huge round of applause? May I now request all the speakers to please pose for a group photograph? I would humbly request you again to please stay seated. We have a concluding fireside chat with the conference chairperson as well as Pranav Kulkarni.
What are the few key takeaways that you witnessed today? What are some of the things, the discussions that emerged today?
See, one of the things in the capital markets is very clear that, Asim is there. And first of all, I want to thank each and every speaker who has traveled from Mumbai, Bangalore, and participated, because this conference is only a conference because of all of you. I'm truly grateful on behalf of CII, and I want a round of applause for all of you for really participating and making this conference what it is. Thank you to you, Pranav, for moderating 3 such wonderful panels, and you've done such a fabulous job that we are very grateful on behalf of CII. So we had Republic, for example, as our media partner. We had Realty Plus as our publishing partner, both market leaders in their own sphere. So that is the credibility we bring. Coming back to your answer, yes, we need depth in the debt market. India needs to have a deeper debt market is what I could take away from all the other things that we were discussing, because that's the key point. On the housing side, it is very clear affordability is going to become a big problem over the next 4 or 5 years. The way things are, people are saying that even new people who get into jobs might not be able to buy an apartment. So multi-office is one thing that came out very well in the capital markets thing, that developers will create projects like what you have in Dubai, Golden Sands, Silver Sands. They build and then they rent, and they operate on rental yields, which means rental yields have to go up.
Wonderful.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. Thank you.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, you're watching Republic TV. I am Riyanka Chaudhary. Our focus continues to be on the Al-Falah University, that is the center of the terror attack that took place in the national capital, and Madani supporting and defending the probe against Al-Falah University for the fact that he's saying that the Muslims in India cannot rise. We get to the details, but first up the headlines. Jamaat-e-Ulema-e-Hind President Arshad Madani sparks massive row amid Delhi blast probe, says government ensuring that Muslims never rise their heads. BJP criticizes Madani's remark alleging discrimination against Muslims in India, terms his statement confusing and misleading. Mortal remains of Wing Commander Syal, who died during the Dubai Air Show, will reach Himachal's Kangra today to be cremated with full state honours. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar finds himself in controversy again, threatens to withhold funds if people don't vote in the local body elections. Karnataka Chief Minister Sabarimala meets Mallikarjun Kharge, says there was no discussion about the cabinet reshuffle. Donald Trump warns Zelensky ahead of the peace talks, says Zelensky can continue fight with his little heart out if he does not accept the peace plan. Breaking news coming in: a major political row has erupted after Jamiat-Ulema-e-Hind President Arshad Madani made remarks during the ongoing Delhi blast probe. He said that the Muslims in India can never rise. In fact, the BJP has hit back, accusing Madani of doing politics in the name of Muslims. We'll also listen into that soundbite coming in from Madani.
मुसलमान अपाहज हो गया, खत्म हो गया, बांझ हो गया। मैं नहीं समझता हूं ये बात। क्या बात है कि आज दुनिया का मुसलमान एक आदमी न्यूयॉर्क का मेयर बन सकता है, ममदानी लंदन के अंदर मेयर बन सकता है, एक खान हिंदुस्तान के अंदर किसी मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी का कोई आदमी वाइस चांसलर नहीं बन सकता, और अगर बनेगा तो आजम खां की तरह जेल के अंदर जाएगा। आज देख लीजिए अल-फलाह का क्या हो रहा है। गवर्नमेंट मुल्क की आजादी के बाद इस पर लगी हुई है कि मुसलमान को सर नहीं उठाने देना है।
देखो, सबसे पहले तो मैं एक बात बता दूं कि दुनिया में मुसलमानों के लिए, खास करके भारतीय मुसलमान के लिए, भारत से बेहतर कोई देश हो ही नहीं सकता, और हिंदू से बेहतर कोई इंसान हिंदुस्तान में बड़े भाई की तरह कोई हो ही नहीं सकता। अरशद मदनी साहब के बयान में कन्फ्यूजन था। वो एक तरफ तो कह रहे थे कि मुसलमान पूरे दुनिया में पस्त हो चुका है, दूसरी तरफ वो ज़ोरान ममदानी की बात कर रहे थे कि वो न्यूयॉर्क में मेयर बन गए, और दो लोगों के उन्होंने नाम उसमें लिए हैं। एक नाम लिया आज़म खान का और दूसरा नाम अल्फला यूनिवर्सिटी का लिया। अल्फला यूनिवर्सिटी का जो ओनर है वो बचपन से अपराधी प्रवृत्ति का रहा है।
वोट बैंक के नाम पर, तुष्टीकरण के नाम पर आतंकी बचाओ जमात एक बार फिर से काम पर। पहले ये बारूदी बुद्धिजीवी जो है, जो आतंक के डॉक्टर है, उनको कवर फायर देने का काम पी चिदम्बरम, महबूबा मुफ्ती, इल्तिजा मुफ्ती, इमरान मसूद, हुसैन दलवाई, अबू आजमी जैसे नेताओं ने किया। कहा ये निर्दोष है, इस्लामोफोबिया हो रहा है, सरकमस्टेंसेस से आतंकी बन रहे हैं, इन्होंने कोई गुनाह नहीं किया, इनकी जो प्रताड़ना की गई इसलिए आतंकी बने। अब वो स्पिन डॉक्टर ऑफ इकोसिस्टम जो है, वो इकोसिस्टम फैल चुका है और अब जमात के एक और व्यक्ति सामने आए हैं और वो कवर फायर दे रहे हैं और कहते हैं कि कोई यूनिवर्सिटी का वाइस चांसलर भी नहीं बन सकता। यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर का देश में तो राष्ट्रपति भी मुसलमान बने हैं, परंतु आतंक की यूनिवर्सिटी का जस्टिफिकेशन और जायजीकरण नहीं किया जा सकता। अगर कोई आतंकवाद करता है तो उसके ऊपर कानूनी कार्रवाई होगी, परंतु जो लोग कहते हैं कि आतंकवाद का कोई मजहब नहीं होता, वो मजहब के नाम पर केवल आतंकी और आतंकियों के समर्थक को क्यों पैरवी करते हैं, क्यों वो हमेशा खड़े हो जाते हैं। अफजल को सजा होती है तो कहते हैं अफजल मासूम है, याकूब को सजा होती है बोलते याकूब मासूम है। जब बाटला हाउस एनकाउंटर में टेररिस्ट मारे जाते हैं तो ये मोहन चंद शर्मा जी के साथ नहीं, एनकाउंटर किए गए टेररिस्ट के साथ खड़े हो जाते हैं, सिमी के साथ खड़े हो जाते हैं, पीएफआई के साथ खड़े हो जाते हैं, हमास तक के साथ खड़े हो जाते हैं। तो ये रिश्ता क्या कहलाता है?
Because meanwhile, the Congress has backed Madani's remark, saying that someone has terrorist activities in the Al-Falah University, but the university should not be targeted.
हाँ, मैं सपोर्ट करता हूँ। मैं मानता हूँ कि कोई गया गुप्त रूप से टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटीज किया है, उसको क्षमा नहीं करना चाहिए, टेररिज्म को क्षमा नहीं करना चाहिए, लेकिन पूरी यूनिवर्सिटी को टारगेट नहीं कर सकते ना, बंद कर दे यूनिवर्सिटी, ये नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन अब जब मुस्लिम होता है तो इस तरह से हमला होता है, बुलडोजर मुसलमानों के घर पर ही चलता है। तो ये तो अमेरिका और यहाँ की तुलना नहीं। अमेरिका इज ए ग्रेट बिकॉज अमेरिका में डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं है, यहाँ धर्म के नाम पर, जाति के नाम पर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन है।
And viewers, with that, it's time we get you a roundup of news we are tracking from across the nation in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Amid growing concern over frequent leopard sightings in Manjariwadi village, the Forest Department has installed AI-enabled cameras and automated siren system to alert residents of any leopard movement in the area as part of precautionary measures. Officials have also set up a cage to trap the animal in Pune rural. Firozpur Anti-Narcotics Task Force arrested a drug smuggler and recovered 50 kg of heroin. He was bringing the drugs from the Jalalabad area, which he had to deliver to another district. Moving on, viewers, Union Minister of Commerce and Industry Piyush Goyal has wrapped up a key part of his visit to Jerusalem, highlighting major steps to bolster bilateral trade. In a detailed discussion with Israel, Piyush Goyal said that both sides expressed great satisfaction over recent high-level business delegation talks.
मंत्री श्री नीर बरकत जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय व्यापार देखते हैं, उनके साथ कल भी मेरी बहुत लंबी बातचीत रही, जिसमें हमने काफ़ी विस्तार से आर्थिक संबंध बढ़ाने के लिए आगे के क्या क्या कदम उठाए जाएंगे दोनों तरफ से, उसके बारे में चर्चा की। और उन्होंने बड़ी संतुष्टि व्यक्त की कि जब इजराइल के लोग भारत आए थे, बड़ी डेलीगेशन, बिजनेस डेलीगेशन लेके, और अब भारत की जो डेलीगेशन मिशन, बिजनेस मिशन अब इजराइल आया, दोनों के सफलता पर उन्होंने बहुत संतुष्टि व्यक्त की। कल मेरी मीटिंग है उच्च स्तरीय नेताओं के साथ इजराइल के, जिसकी जानकारी मैं कल आपको दूंगा मीटिंग के बाद। परंतु हर प्रकार से एक बहुत ही सफल विजिट रही। 20 साल बाद कोई वाणिज्य मंत्री यहाँ पे आए हैं और मुझे उम्मीद है कि इस दौरे के बाद इजराइल और भारत के बीच में व्यापार, द्विपक्षीय व्यापार बढ़ेगा, इनोवेशन, रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट में हमारा आपसी संबंध में सुधार आएगा और आगे चल के दोनों देशों के बीच में निवेश में भी एक बड़ा उछाल आएगा।
Breaking news coming in an exclusive interaction with Republic Gujarat ATS SP K. Siddharth revealed significant findings in the ongoing probe involving the terror-accused individuals Syed, Azad and Suhail, all arrested in separate operations but suspected to share a common radical ideological line. There's a major revelation coming in rising plot probe where the Gujarat ATS has exclusively given important details to Republic. Let's listen in.
Right now there are some updates as in ATS has revealed some CCTV footage regarding all of three. So let us talk with Gujarat ATS. Siddharth sir, we have Siddharth sir with us. Sir, please tell us whatever CCTV footages are revealed or the incriminating materials that have been found from their phones. Please tell us about that.
We have found a few, first things first, Syed Mohyuddin's display picture in his social media reveals a flag which is affiliated to ISIS. This is first thing. The second one is we have found a PDF in his mobile which is titled and which contains the contents of how to stay anonymous. Basically, it again suggests he was trying to stay anonymous in the cyberspace, which again reveals that he was trying to stay in touch with many radical entities from Pakistan, Afghanistan. This clearly shows that he was trying to cover his trail, whatever he was trying to interact with them. These two clearly established that he was trying to do something nefarious and he was trying to gather information through his illicit contacts. Other than that, as you mentioned, we found some CCTV footage on the day of him being captured by Gujarat ATS. It clearly establishes the timeline in which he was coming into the hotel and moving out of the hotel to get the package, which clearly establishes the story as of now. And other than that, one of the other accused, Suhail, we have found a flag from his home. We have seized a flag which is again affiliated to ISIS. This clearly establishes that the three of the accused whom we've caught in this case have affiliation to the radical ISIS organization, which again proves that they have been planning something due to their extremist ideology.
Right, sir. Sir, there's a speculation that one of the terror accused from UP, Azad, incriminating materials like a text were found from his place. So is it correct, or what are the other facts we have found from the interrogation?
Generally seized material which was affiliated to ISIS. Other than that, how is it related to the crime and how is it related to the mindset is still under interrogation and investigation.
So we are talking about a PDF that talks about how to stay anonymous on social media. Is it correct that that was provided by his handler called Abu Khadija from Afghanistan? And if so, was he trained or just text was being forwarded?
We have retrieved it from his mobile. Exactly how was the PDF found in his mobile is again part of how we get the data from FSL.
Sir, till now we have been talking that the major accused Syed is highly radicalized and he's very smart in nature. About that, or during interrogations or when he's questioned, what has he said in front of court of law? And on the other hand, has he revealed any more plans or how he was going to plan future attacks? Anything about that?
Nothing as of that sort. What was his future plan with the poison which he was planning to prepare, or any other attack he was planning to unleash in the country with his handler. That is not yet revealed, but we are trying to cross-question with the amount of evidence we are trying to quantify. Based on that, if we find something else which is concrete, then we will definitely let you know.
So till now we were talking that the two who belongs to Uttar Pradesh and Syed who belongs to Hyderabad are not interlinked, but now is it very definite that they belong to same radical ideology, ISIS or ISKP for that matter?
See, their ideology seems to be oriented in that sense, but we are still yet to ascertain if they were in touch with each other prior to the this particular module being busted. Yeah.
Sir, and any link being established, because as we have been talking that Suhail and Azad had received the parcel of weapons and cash from Hanumangarh, which falls in Rajasthan on Pakistan border. They received the parcel from there and dead dropped it near Ahmedabad area from where Syed was supposed to receive it. So any information on their handlers and what was the link between Abu Khadija and their Azad and Suhail's handlers?
As the entities are not placed within the country, it is a little difficult for us, but we are definitely trying in that part itself. We are trying to interact with the agencies in the sense that the companies which can provide details, which can clearly give us any concrete evidence if they are linked or not.
Moving on, we get to you a roundup of news from across the nation. Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Delhi government has issued an advisory for private offices in the national capital to operate at 50% on-site workforce capacity, with the remaining staff continuing to work from home. The step has been taken as a precautionary measure in accordance with the latest directions from the Commission for Air Quality Management. Delhi Environment Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa emphasized that the government was proactively implementing pollution control measures. PM Modi met several world leaders on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Johannesburg. In a social media post, he stated that the meetings reaffirmed their shared commitment to global progress and prosperity. PM met his counterparts from Britain, Malaysia, France, Germany, South Korea and Brazil, and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. India, Australia and Canada announced a new trilateral technology and innovation framework, the Australia-India-Canada Tech and Innovation Partnership. The agreement was made on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Johannesburg. Under the agreement, the three countries will enhance cooperation on critical and emerging tech, complementing existing bilateral initiatives. Moving on, viewers, India has sent a strong warning to Pakistan as the Army's Western Command wrapped up exercise Ram Prahar, a major integrated maneuver focused on multi-domain warfare. Senior Army leadership says the drills are designed for river crossing, offensive operations and capturing enemy territory. If required, citing the success of Operation Sindoor, the Western Command has made it clear any misdeed or misadventure by the enemy will be met with a response far stronger than before.
The Indian Army has conducted exercise Ram Prahar, a major integrated all-arms maneuver under the Western Command. The exercise highlighted operational agility, multi-domain capability and real-time decision-making across land, air and cyber domains. Lieutenant General Manoj Kumar Katiyar told that the exercise was designed with an operational task in mind, stressing that the border with Pakistan is surrounded by Chenab, Ravi and Satluj, and any offensive would involve river crossings and capturing the enemy territory.
जो हमारी वेस्टर्न कमांड की ऑफेंसिव फॉर्मेशन है खड़गा कोर, उसका एक हिस्सा है। यानी इस डिवीजन का मेन मकसद पाकिस्तान के इलाके में घुसकर वहाँ पर दुश्मन को बर्बाद कर और वहाँ पर ऑब्जेक्टिव्स पर कब्जा करना है। तो ये पूरी ट्रेनिंग और ये पूरी एक्सरसाइज उस ऑब्जेक्टिव को हासिल करने के लिए है।
He also mentioned that the army reminds that India inflicted significant damage on the enemy in Operation Sindoor and warns that if the enemy commits any misdeed or dares to do anything, the response will be much more severe than before.
और यहाँ पर जो एक्सरसाइज हो रही है, जो आपने देखा, वो उसी का एक हिस्सा है कि किस तरीके से हम जो हमारी कैपेबिलिटी है उसको अपनी ट्रेनिंग के जरिए और बढ़ा सकें, और जो टास्क हमें मिला है, और ये टास्क बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। आप सब लोग जानते हैं कि ऑप सिंदूर में हमने दुश्मन को बहुत क्षति पहुंचाई थी, बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया था, पर हम ये भी जानते हैं कि दुश्मन शायद अपनी हरकतों से बाज ना आए और दोबारा कोई ऐसा काम करे कि हमें फिर ऑपरेशन करने की जरूरत पड़े।
Manoj Kumar Katiyar also said that if Pakistan still does something, this time India will have to do even more than what was done in Operation Sindoor.
अगर दुश्मन हमारे इस अभ्यास को देख करके, हमारी तैयारी को देख करके, हमारी क्षमता को देख करके अगर कोई सबक लेता है और दोबारा कोई दुस्साहस नहीं करता है, तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत अच्छा है। यानी अगर हम दुश्मन को अपनी ताकत से डिटर कर पाते हैं तो ये सबसे अच्छी बात। पर अगर वो उसके बावजूद भी अगर कुछ करता है, तो फिर जैसा आपने कहा कि इस बार हमको जो हमने ऑप सिंदूर में किया उससे कहीं बढ़ करके काम करना पड़ेगा।
With exercise Ram Prahar complete, the army says its preparations and readiness continues, keeping focus firmly on the evolving security challenges along the western border.
Moving on, the Indian Army's Ram Division, a part of the Kharga Corps under Western Command, conducted exercise Ram Prahar, a major integrated all-arms and services maneuver, reaffirming Army's evolution into a modern, adapted, agile and technology-enabled fighting force. Take a look.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी। दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा प्योर मसाला।
So in the past we would see
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature.
We have traveled the length and breadth of India, charting the fields where excellence is forged. From the tracks that breed Olympians to the pitches that cultivate football's new dynasty. R for Sports, the campaign of the Republic Media Network, has tracked the relentless investment in Indian ambition. But today, our pursuit takes us to a different kind of arena. We leave behind the dust and the grass, journeying to the foothills of the Himalayas. To the frozen heart of Uttarakhand. we seek a challenge that demands not just power, but perfect balance. Not just endurance, but absolute grace. We arrive in Dehradun. This is the only Olympic-sized ice rink in all of South Asia.
One of the biggest ice rink in this area. In South Asia, this is the only complete ice rink on which ice hockey can be played.
It is our immense pride that Arfo Sports is the only voice bringing you this exclusive, necessary look at the true infrastructure of Indian ice hockey.
स्केटिंग करना वैसे जो अगर चाहे स्केटिंग करना तो वो बेसिकली स्केटिंग कर सकता है, इतना हार्ड भी नहीं है, इतना वो भी नहीं है। तो नॉर्मली स्केट बेसिक सीखने में 4 से 6 दिन, 7 दिन, 8 दिन बेसिक सीखने में लगता है। फिर धीरे धीरे इंसान ग्रिप बनाना या चलना इस पर सीख जाता है। फिर 2-3 महीने में तो अगर अच्छे से कोचिंग मिले अच्छे से तो थोड़ा ठीक ठाक बेसिक जो सीखना है वो सीख जाता है, स्किल वगैरह सीख जाता है। और फिर यहाँ पे बहुत सारे इवेंट होते हैं। अभी जब से ये रिंग खुला है तब से तो बैक टू बैक इवेंट हो ही रहे। कभी स्केटिंग का फिगर स्केटिंग होता है, कभी स्पीड स्केटिंग होता है, कभी वैंडी के गेम होते हैं, कभी स्लॉट बुकिंग होता है। पर्सनली भी लोग स्लॉट बुकिंग करते हैं, कैंप होते हैं। और अभी यहाँ पे जो सबसे पहले जो नेशनल हुआ था वो आइस हॉकी का नेशनल हुआ था, उसमें हमारी इंडिया टीम की लड़कियाँ ब्रॉन्ज मेडल लेके आई थी दुबई से। मतलब यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा, पहले 12 साल पहले ये रिंग खुला हुआ था तो 12 साल के बाद ये रिंग बंद हो गया था। फिर अभी हमारे जो नेशनल गेम हुए थे उसके बाद स्पोर्ट्स सेक्रेटरी सिन्हा सर और हमारी कंपनी ने इसको दोबारा शुरू किया। तो अब धीरे धीरे आइस पे लोगों को इंटरेस्ट आ रहा है। बहुत सारे लोगों को तो अभी भी नहीं पता है, पर धीरे धीरे बढ़ रहा है ये।
In a nation defined by its tropical climate, the creation and maintenance of this facility is an act of pure will. This is not a luxury. It is a necessity that demands specialized vision and committed governance. You cannot train an ice skater or a hockey player on concrete. You need the precision, the temperature, and the unforgiving canvas of pure ice.
Earlier, there used to be only normal fields and very basic level of games. But now, with the advent of various types of national games and national championships, the infra has grown multifold. And infra has grown, and people have started pouring in. Athletes have started pouring in. And as far as Uttarakhand is concerned, I have seen athletes even at the remotest places in the hills, and they are so much into sports that you give them any sports like combat sport, team sport, long distance running sport. I mean, these games, it's like you have to scrape on the top. They are somewhere hidden below. They are there. They have not yet been identified. They have not yet been picked by the federations. So it's the reason could be infra would be one reason, obviously yes, but there are other reasons like the apathy of federation and somehow to some extent bureaucracy also. although bureaucracy directly, they don't intervene in the development of the sports or the talent hunting of the sports, but indirectly, everything is being done by the bureaucracy. So, apathy of federation is one thing where I feel that transparency has to be there. Like in national game, what we did that during the trials we put cameras, so that helped us a lot. We could muster 103 medals, and we could. Earlier we were on the 25th rank, where this times in the national game we stood at 7th.
Guiding this infrastructure into an era of excellence is a visionary commitment from the state. Under the leadership of Amit Kumar Sinha, Special Principal Secretary for Sports and Youth Welfare Department, Uttarakhand. This infrastructure is not just surviving, it is being perfected.
I'm loving it.
This is the crucial link. Realizing that national sporting success begins with political will and unwavering investment.
This ice rink was earlier started in 2012. We had a match of South Asian Federation Games here, and it was started for that purpose only. And teams from Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, they all came. They played here, but after 2-3 months, it got shut down because of. I've heard that's what maybe because of the electricity bill, because it was humongous. So at that time, this running of the whole ice rink requires a huge amount of electricity. So during the national game, what we proposed, that since it was shut for almost 12 years, so during the national game, we installed 1 megawatt of solar panel on the roof. And then this time when we started it, the machines were quite old, so we repaired it with lots of energy from. In fact, we got some spare part from eBay, from places where, because they were so old equipments, so that was the issue. Reviving was a challenge, but since it is revived, so now then we can actually attracting people all around the country, and as of now, many people from around even places like Singapore and neighboring countries, they are also sending people to practice here. And this is one of the, as you've seen, one of the biggest ice rink in this area. I think in South Asia, this is the only complete ice rink on which ice hockey can be played. There are smaller ice rinks also, but this is the largest one. Here we have a few coaches who earlier used to play for the Indian team, and he's heading this ice rink as a main trainer. And there are other players also who have played earlier. What happened that earlier the Indian team used to go to places like Singapore and Thailand to play ice hockey for the international championships. So now the best part is that for whole year, they can play here. Earlier, during 2-3 months of winter's ice in Ladakh, they used to play ice hockey. So now, even figure skaters are very happy that they have got some place in India where they can do regular practices. Speed skating, in fact, we had our Asian Speed Skating Championship this year. We had National Bandy Championship. We had National Ice Hockey Championship. So almost all the ice games as of now, except I think curling they also would be joining us in a month or so.
The facility itself is the ultimate teacher. It demands respect. Every drill is a session in control. Every movement is a calculated risk.
जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था आइस को जमाना, तो धीरे धीरे हमने फ्लडिंग करते हैं. इसके नीचे क्या अपना पूरा रेफ्रिजरेशन सिस्टम टाइप का लगा हुआ है, पूरा पाइपिंग सिस्टम है, ऊपर से फ्लोरिंग है, और हमारा प्लांट अकॉर्डिंग टू टेम्परेचर हम सेट करके रखते हैं. जिस टाइप मान लो फिगर स्केटिंग का गेम चल रहा है तो उसका टेम्परेचर अलग होगा, स्पीड का गेम चल रहा है तो उसका टेम्परेचर आइस का अलग होगा, हॉकी का मैच चल रहा है तो हॉकी का टेम्परेचर आइस का अलग होगा. तो हमने इस आइस को धीरे धीरे 10 से 12 लेयर पहले स्प्रे किया, वाटर स्प्रे करके, उसके बाद फिर पेंट की स्प्रे की, फिर उसके बाद हमने मार्किंग की इसके ऊपर, फिर उन सबको लॉक कर दिया वाटर स्प्रे करके. उसके बाद फिर हम लेयर बाय लेयर करते रहे, उसको लगभग 1.5 से 2 इंच के आसपास हम रखते हैं मेंटेन।
This environment breeds a unique champion, one who is both powerful and impossibly graceful.
जब यहाँ पे कोई मैच ख़त्म हो जाता है तो उस आइस को रीसरफेसिंग करने के लिए एक मशीन है जिसका नाम है जम्बोनी। वो आइस क्या करती है, उसमें आप उस आइस को उठा लेती है और पीछे से वाटर फ्लडिंग होती रहती है, साथ के साथ टेम्परेचर के अकॉर्डिंग वाटर जमता रहता है, तो उस आइस को उठा के हम बाहर डंप कर देते हैं।
This frozen canvas is home to India's most dedicated warriors, the Indian ice hockey team. Their commitment is absolute. Their struggle immense. They train in an environment that is rare for their homeland, preparing to conquer rivals from nations where ice is a way of life.
Cricket has reached a level where actually what you're saying is right, that it's almost on the pinnacle. No one can beat cricket and we don't want even to. But how it happened should be learned by other games also. First would be the involvement of corporate sector. The type of sponsorships, the type of CSR money pouring in, the type of advertisement which they get, that also should go to other sports. So the popularity is it's like a virtuous circle. You deliberately create interest in one game, then the corporate comes in and they start pouring money into it, and in turn again the interest increases. So it's like a circle which builds. For that building of circle you require initial push by the government. Obviously we have done it. We have started giving jobs to those who have won national games medals. We have started giving huge amount of monies to those who have won medals in national games. So these things are there.
They master a complex fusion of gravity, friction and velocity. Whether it is the dazzling speed of the puck, the intricate stick work or the sudden necessary aggression, every player here knows the cost of the cold.
मेरे को इंटरेस्ट लगता है, मतलब बहुत अच्छा लगता है। एक होता है ना, नॉर्मल शूज़ से हम चलते हैं, चलते मतलब चल लेते हैं नॉर्मल शूज़ से, पर एक ब्लेड के साथ चलने में, और बाहर से लोग देखते तो लोगों को इजी लगता है बहुत अंदर आने के लिए, कि वो सोचते हैं हाँ ईज़िली हो जाएगा। जब वो अंदर आते तो वो पैर भी नहीं रख पाते, वो मतलब गिरते हैं और लगता है, फिर वो बोलते हैं हम तो बाहर से लग रहा था बहुत ईजी है, पर एक ब्लेड के साथ चलना बहुत मुश्किल है।
They are pioneers, mastering a sport where the difference between glory and failure is measured in thin edge of a blade. Their dedication ensures that the tricolour will be represented with grit and honour on the global ice.
जो इंसान अगर गेम पे आ जाता है, किसी भी गेम को सीखने का इच्छुक रहता है, तो वो अचीवमेंट के लिए सोचता ही है। मैं भी अगर अच्छा सीख गई, अच्छा प्रैक्टिस करूँगी, अच्छा खेलूँगी, तो मैं भी क्या पता इंडिया टीम के साथ खेलूँ कभी। इंडिया टीम की लड़कियाँ बहुत अच्छा खेलती हैं, बहुत अच्छा प्रैक्टिस करती हैं। हमारा जब यहाँ पर रिंग नहीं था, वो स्पीति में प्रैक्टिस करती थी, वहाँ लद्दाख में प्रैक्टिस करती थी, वहाँ पर एक नेचुरल आइस रिंग है, वहाँ पर प्रैक्टिस करती थी। तो अब जब से यहाँ रिंग खुला है, तो वो आर्मी टीम भी और ITBP का भी, गर्ल्स बॉयज़ दोनों यहीं पर आते हैं।
For decades, winter sports were a whispered dream, an inaccessible domain. But that era is over. The establishment of this world-class facility, driven by dedicated officials and fueled by these athletes, signals a national intent.
और फिगर स्केट्स के बारे में अगर मैं बताना चाहूँ तो इसमें एलिमेंट्स होते हैं, जैसे हम स्पिन करते हैं, आपने देखा ही होगा भी, हम स्पिन करते हैं, जंप्स करते हैं, और भी काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें होती है, उसमें एलिमेंट्स होते हैं, तो हम वही एलिमेंट करते हैं और हमें एलिमेंट्स के उसमें पॉइंट्स मिलते हैं कि अगर हमने कोई एलिमेंट अच्छे से करा तो हमें उसके अच्छे पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे। स्पीड स्केटिंग के बारे में अगर मैं आपको बताना चाहूँ तो स्पीड स्केटिंग होता है, उसमें लंबे ब्लेड्स होते हैं, जैसे हमारे में थोड़ा टॉपिक होता है, उसमें एकदम लंबे ब्लेड होते हैं और उसमें सिर्फ स्पीड करते हैं। 500 होती है, 1000 होती है, 1500 की रेस होती है। और एक है हॉकी, आइस हॉकी। आइस हॉकी में हम हॉकी और पक होता है, जैसे बाहर फील्ड हॉकी में बॉल होती है, आइस हॉकी में पक होता है, तो वैसे ही हम उसको खेलते हैं, जैसे फील्ड हॉकी में होता है वैसे आइस हॉकी में होता है।
It is an investment in a future where India competes not just in the summer games, but conquers the cold.
What hits the kids by and large is the glamour. How you are recognized in the system. I've seen kids, whenever they do some sport, they want some other people to look at that kid and appreciate that kid, and the medals in his initial stages, that medal gives him or her that boost in energy which no one else can give. It's like because in initial days, if I say that I'm giving money to the winners or I'm giving job to the winners, it doesn't make any sense to the kids. So for kids to motivate them to play would be like, firstly, they are by default playful. They want to do some play. Why they don't play? Because the parents, they stop them from play. So for the parents, these two things like job and money is a good assurance. But for kids, to make them come to an arena, to FOP to play, would be like, for that, you have to reach out to the kids. I mean, we have to reach out to the kids. We should not blame others. It is our mistake. The federations, the governments, officials, the coaches, the administrators, their mistake.
This is the unyielding reflection of a nation, chasing every medal, on every surface, in every climate.
I must say that kids should go to whatever game they wish to play, and then from there they can come to know about the best facilities which we have in Uttarakhand, in Dehradun, in which we have hosted the national games, and all equipments are of the international standards. So all kids should know this. I can only say through you that kids should come and they can come to this place if they want to play some game or want to participate in some international level activity. We have all equipments available here at the time.
The ice rink Dehradun is more than just cold concrete and chilling air. It is the proof that India will leave no field of excellence untouched. It is our frozen frontier, and its champions are ready.
इंडिया 140 करोड़ की आबादी है, मतलब लोग 1 करोड़ की आबादी में 100 आइस रिंक होते हैं। हमारे तो 140 करोड़ में हमारा एक आइस रिंक लद्दाख में भी होना चाहिए। मैं तो कहता हूँ द्वारका में भी एक बन रहा है, वहाँ भी होना चाहिए। ऐसे पूरे कंट्री में आइस रिंक भरे होने चाहिए। हर तरह का FOP होना चाहिए, ऑल टाइप ऑफ गेम्स। आई मीन किड्स शुड हैव गेम्स ऑन देयर प्लेटर. They can choose games. Yes, I want to play this game. I think I'm good in this game. I should go for this.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
So in the past we would see most of the
Republic Jack Oliver studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी। दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese
Thank you for joining us on the long form story. I'm Niranjan. This Saturday evening on the show, we bring you 5 deep investigations, long form reports of stories that have dominated the news cycle all of last week. We'll look at them in great detail in the course of the next 60 minutes. 5 stories, each different, each urgent of the week that's gone by, but all connected by one undeniable truth, that India is being tested on multiple fronts. Stakes have never been higher. First up, our first story on the show this evening, from the dark corridors of radicalization networks putting a nation on high alert post the Delhi Red Fort blast. And then, connected to the second story on the show this evening, the Al-Falah mystery, the chilling puzzle of Al-Falah and the unanswered questions surrounding its rise and how it loved its campus become a Jaish-e-Mohammed den. Next up, the Bangladeshis are flocking to the borders immediately after the Bihar elections. What's the truth? What's going on? Fourth on the show, shocking tale of how they stole from God. They didn't even spare God inside Sabarimala's sacred temple. And the left is guilty in Sabarimala. We'll tell you why. Links are out. And finally, to Asia's new flashpoint, Japan, breathing fire as the China-Japan fault line deepens this week, pulling the region to the brink over the issue of Taiwan. That and more on the long-form story tonight. Tonight on the show, we bring you a spine-chilling investigation, which we've looked at into great detail all of last week. A pattern that's been building for years, quietly and dangerously. A pattern that links an ISIS recruiter from Hyderabad, a mother possibly in Kerala, accused of forcing her own son watch jihadi videos, and the mastermind who lit the match that turned Delhi into almost a war zone. 3 cases, 3 different states, 3 different triggers, but the same blueprint of radicalization. In 2017, Republic exposed the ISIS module that openly spoke of Khilafat and Jihad. In 2020, India saw streets burn just weeks after speeches were made calling for Muslim mobilization. And now in 2025, a 16-year-old boy is allegedly being pushed down the same path. What you will see now is a continuum, a pipeline of radicalization that runs from living rooms to madrasas in some cases, to university campuses, to WhatsApp groups. This is the blueprint of radicalization on the long-form story.
I'm waging a wild jihad on you. I should come to you and I should give you 4 options. That man, please accept Islam and know that Allah is one. And
that is the first option.
Second, if you cannot give it, then give me jizya. Jizya like tax. Give me tax. Third, you should leave your whole country and run. Run for your life.
Islamic radicalization is a well-oiled machinery that has engulfed the nation one layer at a time. In 2017, 8 years before the Red Fort blast, Republic exposed India's most dangerous ISIS module.
The media that is showing about ISIS is totally wrong. I said you personally have been in contact with guys. I know how good they are. Yeah.
You mean to say ISIS guys
Personally. Personally. 2014 ISIS. Okay. In हर एक मुसलमान जो ये समझे कि खिलाफत नहीं है, then he is out of the folds of Islam. He's a non-Muslim.
So what do you mean by khilafat?
Khilafat basically a thing. There is no kingdom. There is no racism. There is no gender bias. There is no poor rich. Like in India. It's a democratic country, democracy. And I don't
so basically an Islamic state.
Islamic state.
Like
not this Islamic state.
Enforcement of Sharia.
Yeah, basically. Sharia. Totally. Not only for Muslims, for all Christians, even if non-Muslim, this is good. And I say, and if I get a chance to say on a platform, I definitely I'll say that Hindus or Dalits or anyone, they will be more happy under Islamic state than India.
Abdullah Basit admitted on camera that he was radicalizing Indian youth.
किसी को जाना है तो फिर कैसे जाएगा?
मुश्किल अब मैं ये बताऊँ आपको, बहुत बहुत अच्छे सवाल पूछा, क्योंकि जाने का रास्ता बंद हो गया और आदमी फ्रस्ट्रेट हो जाता। तो ये जो परसों जो पकड़े गए बच्चा ऐसे के हैदराबाद में वो मिलने वाला है, वो वही होगा क्या? हर रास्ता बंद हो गया, रूम के बाहर निकलना है, कुछ नहीं मिला तो क्या करूँगा भाई, रूम के अंदर ही स्टार्ट कर दूंगा।
परसों क्या हुआ था?
आईसीस के जो बच्चे पकड़े गए थे अटैकिंग प्लान्स इन इंडिया इन हैदराबाद मॉल्स।
व्हेन?
नहीं, जब पूछताछ करने हैं हमको
परसों नहीं ना, अभी से बोले
मैम यू आर न्यू टू हैदराबाद।
या
इन हैदराबाद परसों इज अराउंड 1 year ago। ये कौन सा ये मंथ, रमजान मेरे नहीं का भाई, जुलाई 2016 7-8 लोग, इब्राहिम यजदानी, इलियास यजदानी, हु इज प्रेजेंट इन चंद्रगढ़ जेल, क्या करे वो लोग? दे गिव अलायंस लाइक पेपर पे लिखे हैं और दिस थिंग, व्हाई? बिकॉज़ दे डिडंट हैव एनी वे टू गो देयर।
So when people are frustrated and they don't have any way, then what happens?
This happens.
What? They plan terror attacks in
bomb blast
in the country.
Basically, करेंगे।
A chilling insight into a mind fully consumed by jihadist doctrine.
What about the democracy?
According to me, democracy is kufr.
Is?
Kufr. Kufr is another big word, which means that if you do praying along with Allah, it's kufr. You're out of Islam. And insulting the Prophet Muhammad if you do, then you're out of Islam. The same way, if you believe in democracy, then you're out of Islam, because you are giving the choice of deciding the law to the people.
So you don't believe in democracy?
I reject democracy. It's not about believing, I reject democracy. Yeah, I am using it. I reject democracy.
And that's what explains why India, the largest democracy in the world, is not acceptable to these radicalized ideologues.
Implementation of Sharia in India, in the whole world, everywhere.
Whole world.
So what happens when people?
Doing in India is a greater deed.
So what if people didn't want that implementation? So what has to be done to those people?
Basically, we will give them dawa. I'll show you the rules of jihad. I'll show you the
give them what?
Dawa.
Like
please accept Islam. Like when you're going to jihad, I'm waging a war jihad on you. I should come to you and I should give you 4 options. That man, please accept Islam and know that Allah is one. And
that is the first option.
Second, if you cannot give it, then give me jizya. Jizya like tax. Give me tax. Third, you should leave your whole country and run. Run for your life. Fourth, fight with us.
Fight with us?
Yeah, basically.
Basically get killed.
Maybe kill or kill. Maro ya maro.
He was arrested a year later, but only after Republic's expose forced agencies to act. Fast forward to 2025. On your screen is Fida, the woman accused of forcing her 16-year-old son to watch ISIS propaganda.
The mother and the stepfather are accused of forcing their 16-year-old son for joining IS. The boy was also compelled to move to Syria to meet several IS leaders to join the IS community. And as part of the state police constituted a special investigation team, and Fida, the mother of the 16-year-old boy, was supposed to appear before the prop team today. But she did not turn up due to some reason. But now we are standing right in front of the house of Fida, where she is inside the house. We can see her footwears and other items outside the house. Even her vehicle is there inside. Vehicle is parked outside the house. But citing some personal reasons, she did not turn up before the prop team.
She was asked to appear before investigators yesterday, but she did not show up. Instead, she handed a handwritten note to Republic, blaming it all on marital dispute. She claims her husband manipulated the child and insists she will speak only to the police. The Venjaramudu police has filed a UAPA case, naming the mother and her partner's brother Ansar Aslam a key accused.
पहले भी शायद दर्ज कर चुका हूँ। अगर 5 लाख लोग हमारे पास हो ऑर्गेनाइज्ड तो हम हिंदुस्तान और नॉर्थ ईस्ट को परमानेंटली कट कर सकते हैं। परमानेंटली नहीं तो कम से कम 1-8 महीने के लिए तो कट कर ही सकते हैं। मतलब इतना मवाद डालो पटरियों पर, रोड पे, कि उनको हटाने में 1 महीना लगे, ठीक ही नहीं। यहाँ एयरफोर्स से असम को काटना हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। असम और इंडिया कट के अलग हो जाए। जितने भी जो भी यहाँ से सप्लाई जा रहा है बंद करो, और वो बंद कर सकते हैं क्योंकि चिकन नेक्स्ट मुसलमानों का है। वो जो चीज पे इत्मीनान रख लें कि हमला मुसलमानों पर, ठीक है, इस बात पे पहले इत्मीनान कर लेंगे कि हमला संविधान पे नहीं है। संविधान तो बदलता रहता है, कल को इसी को संविधान बना देंगे। आप क्या कीजिएगा, क्या कर लीजिएगा? कोर्ट ने क्या किया बाबरी मस्जिद के साथ आपको पता है ना? कोर्ट ने कश्मीर में क्या किया आपको पता है? इस चीज को याद रखें कि अभी बहुत अर्जेंट मामला है, बहुत अर्जेंट मामला है। हमारे पास 4 हफ्ते 28 दिन है अगला जो हियरिंग है। अगले हियरिंग तक सरकार को छोड़ो, कोर्ट को इसकी लाइन याद आ जाए। ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी, कोर्ट किसी का नहीं है। आपको लगता है कोर्ट आपका हमदर्द है? आपको ऐसा लगता है? बताइए, ट्रिपल तलाक में क्या किया इन लोगों ने? मुसलमान मर्दों को जेल भेजने का सामान किया है कि नहीं? बाबरी मस्जिद में क्या किया? आपकी जमीन छीन के किसी और को दे दी। ये कोर्ट आपका हमदर्द नहीं है। ये कोर्ट सीए में भी आपसे हमदर्दी नहीं जताएगा।
In 2020, Sharjeel Imam, the mastermind who weaponized the anger of thousands, delivered speech after speech, city after city, laying the architecture of mobilization.
जहां हम महफूज हैं, दिल्ली की खास बात क्या थी कि इंटरनेशनल मीडिया को आने में 5 मिनट लगते हैं, 5 मिनट। वहां अगर ये गोली चलाए तो वो वीडियो पे आ जाएगा। दिल्ली में वैसे भी दिल्ली को ये कश्मीर बना नहीं सकते, आपको भी पता है। इन्हीं की जलालत होगी, हमारी नहीं होगी। अगर ये दिल्ली में गोली चलवाए, आर्मी लगवाए, तो जलालत किसकी है? मुसलमानों की नहीं, सरकार की जलालत। सरकार की को जलील होना पड़ेगा। ये दिल्ली है भाई, ये फ्लाईओवर गिरे जरा, पूरी दुनिया को खबर हो, समझ रहे हैं ना? और तीसरी चीज, भैया लाठी खाने से न डरे। बिल्कुल। अगर किसी का हाथ टूटा है तो अलग बात है, किसी का पैर टूटा है तो अलग बात है। लाठी खाने से न डरे। एयर गैस से किसी को एलर्जी हो सकती है तो भागे, सही बात है। लाठी से एलर्जी ना समझे, लाठी 2-4 तो पड़ेगी। लाठी खाने की कला भी सीख लें, समझ रहे हैं ना? इस तरह कम चोट पड़े, इम्पैक्ट कम हो, पहन के क्या आना चाहिए, समझ रहे हैं? एक पट्टा हो बीच में, जब तक ये सब नहीं करेंगे हाँ भाई, जब तक ये सब नहीं करेंगे ये सारा बेअसर रहेगा। ये चिंगारी कहाँ जाएगी? आग कैसे लगेगी? आग लगाने के लिए 2 काम करना होगा, लाठी खाने के लिए तैयार रहना होगा। अव्वल दो जो स्टेप्स हैं उनको क्लियर रखना चाहिए। एक है कि सेंसिटाइजेशन, अवेयरनेस, व्हाटएवर, और दूसरा है प्लान ऑफ एक्शन। प्लान ऑफ एक्शन किसी के पास नहीं, सब सेंसिटाइजेशन की ही बात करते हैं। सेंसिटाइजेशन तो यकीनी तौर पे करना है हमें, लेकिन प्लान ऑफ एक्शन भी पैरेलल में होना चाहिए कि अगर हमारे पास क्रिटिकल मास जमा हो चुका है लोगों का तो उनसे क्या किया जाए, क्या करवाया जाए, क्या कुछ कर सकते हैं। अगर हमारे पास जामिया में 10,000 जवान लड़के हैं तो वो क्या कर सकते हैं? पहले भी शायद दर्ज कर चुका हूँ। 5 लाख लोग।
Exactly 30 days after his Chandbagh and Jamia speeches, Delhi was set on fire. Organized mobs, lathis, rods, guns, flooding streets from Chandbagh's bylanes. Some even used the Tiranga as camouflage, flag in one hand, weapon in the other. They spotted cameras and disabled them. Multiple cameras were disconnected between 12:15 and 12:19 p.m., all on Gully 12 of Chandbagh. And then the killing. Constable Ratan Lal was shot dead. Multiple bullet injuries. In 2017, Republic warned India. In 2020, Delhi saw the consequences. In 2025, a child was almost radicalized. This is the new face of radicalization. From ISIS tapes to Chandbagh riots to Kerala homes. The threat is evolving. And unless India acts decisively and ruthlessly, the next radicalized teenager, the next sleeper cell, and the next riot is only one speech, one WhatsApp group, one video away.
Tonight we take you to a place that was rather never supposed to be on the radar of counter-terror agencies, and yet it is now at this moment at the center of one of the most disturbing evidence trails uncovered in recent years. A university campus in Delhi NCR that looks ordinary from the outside. The Red Fort blast investigation has entered a phase that leaves no room for ambiguity. Because every new frame of CCTV footage, every recovery, every interrogation points to one institution, and that is the Al-Falah University. A suicide bomber, a terrorist, was a faculty member here. Explosives moved in and out of hostels, we are told. Doctors doubling up as terror recruiters. Cars entering the campus and leaving just before the blast. And a digital trail that matches the footprint of a full-fledged terror module. On the long-form story, the Al-Falah mystery.
A blast in the heart of India's capital, and within seconds, the nation was placed on the highest alert. The Hyundai i20 had no number plate, but investigators traced its chassis number. The car belonged to a man named Amir Rashid Ali, taken on rent through a middleman. The trail led investigators 45 kilometers from Delhi to a quiet campus in Faridabad's Al-Falah University, the same module that they had busted just hours before the Red Fort blast.
मैं बताना चाहूँगा ऑपरेशन अभी भी जारी है जिसके अंतर्गत एक एंटी टेरर मॉड्यूल पे काम करते हुए हमारी दोनों की जॉइंट टीम ने यहाँ पे जो है काम किया जिसके अंदर एक एक्यूज को पहले यहाँ से पकड़ा गया था जिसका नाम है डॉक्टर मुजम्मल और इस पे आगे कार्रवाई करते हुए जो है कल जो है रेड्स की गई और जिसमें रेड्स के दौरान यहाँ पे लगभग 360 kg के आसपास इनफ्लेमेबल मटेरियल है जो कि संभावित अमोनियम नाइट्रेट है.
When the flames died, investigators found what no one expected. The charred remains of a 29-year-old assistant professor. The suicide bomber was Umar un-Nabi, a doctor from Kashmir teaching physiotherapy at Al-Falah University.
Now behind me you can see the visuals of the building. The building in question is the same place where Mitra Shakti, the first arrest that was made by the Jammu and Kashmir police in this Faridabad terror module. Along with him the terror doctor Shahina and the main suspect of the Delhi police Umar Nabi, they all used to stay here. This particular quarter behind me is the same place which is provided for the resident doctors or the assistant professors.
That is Dr. Umar Nabi, the suicide bomber, giving a chilling insight at the radicalized network operating in the university campus. Raids at Al-Falah continued through the day and then across the week, turning classrooms and labs into search zones.
Here we'll show you, see Al-Falah University in this form, a private university established by an act of Haryana, recognized by UGC under section accredited with A grade. Now this is the claim, which is an absolute false claim. NACC has said that this is a false claim. We'll also show you how this university has issued a statement. We are going to show you how they have completely ridden their hands from any kind of association with these doctors. We wish to make it clear that university has no connection with the said persons apart from being working in their official capacities with the university. And here we also want to make it loud and clear that as responsible institution, we stand in solidarity with the nation and reaffirm our unwavering commitment. So this is what the university has issued, and we are right now at the office here in Okla. The Haryana police, Delhi police was here. They've collected certain documents which is connected to the university, to their ownership, related to other important, again, the information is not disclosed at the moment because it is an ongoing investigation, but there has been constant movement of police in this office. We have also spoken, as you saw, we have also spoken to the legal advisor who has said that there was absolutely no association with the terrorist.
First spotted in Faridabad, then withdrawing money at a Firozpur ATM, and later the Turkman Mosque. CCTV footage maps Umar Nabi's journey in the crucial days before the blast. According to sources, Umar is believed to have visited the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque located on the same road. Probe also revealed that Umar-un-Nabi stayed in a rented room in Haryana's Nuh until a day before the blast in Delhi. According to police, Umar left the Al-Falah Medical College after his close associate Muzammil was caught. Muzammil is the Al-Falah doctor who was the custodian of 2,900 kilograms of explosives that were recovered just hours before the Red Fort blast. CCTV footage from days before the incident showed him at a pollution center with the I-20 car. In another major detail, it was disclosed that the white I-20 that exploded was briefly parked at the Al-Falah University in Faridabad last month. The car that was driven by Umar Nabi at the time of the blast was seen entering Al-Falah on 29th of October. And not just that, the CCTV revealed that the car left the campus at 2:41 p.m. on the 30th of October. Talking on further development in the case, Delhi police recovered 3 9mm cartridges from the spot where the car exploded near Red Fort. Police found multiple suspicious vehicles linked to the module, including a Brezza purchased in cash and later seized from inside the university. At the center of the white-collar module were doctors: Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Shaheen Shahid, Dr. Umar, Dr. Adil, all linked to Al-Falah, all under investigation.
देखिए मैं जितना जानता हूँ, देखिए जितना जानता मैं देखिए जितना जानता ना मैंने आपको बता दिया है ना। अब प्लीज
बस एक बात बताइए, बहन से बातचीत में इतने समय से नहीं थी क्यों? बस इतनी सी बात बताइए।
अब हम मैं फोन करता था, वो फोन नहीं उठाती थी। अब भाई आपके परिवार में भी रहा होगा भाई, विवाद हर घर में रहता है।
बहन का, भाई का, आपकी कश्मीर के लोगों से बातचीत थी, कोई जान पहचान? मुजम्मिल के बारे में कोई जानकारी नहीं।
जितनी मीडिया में देखिए बातें दिखाई जा रही हैं वो मुझे आज पहली बार पता चल रही है, पहली बार पता चल रहा है मेरे को। ये बात नहीं, ये बात
तो ये हैरान करने वाली आप लोग के लिए।
हाँ बिल्कुल।
ठीक है, थैंक यू। बहन के बारे में बताइए, पूरा मामला उनकी बहन से जुड़ा हुआ है, आप कैसे जानते हैं, कब से देख रहे थे उनकी?
नहीं तो हम लोग हमसे तो काफ़ी बड़े हैं, वो हम लोग तो बचपन से देख रहे हैं उनको। बस शादी बाद कानपुर से शादी हुई थी, उनका तलाक हो गया था। फिर हमारे ख्याल से वो जहाँ तक कंफर्म नहीं, जहाँ तक वो सऊदी में भी दुबई नौकरी की हैं, उसके बाद हमारे ख्याल से वो बॉम्बे चली गई, उसके बाद पता नहीं, मतलब बहुत कम हमने देखा।
The investigation deepens. Key information being obtained from Shaheen, also known as Madam Surgeon, among her accomplices. During interrogation, Shaheen confirms that Umar was planning to do something spectacular. Shaheen further said that Umar wanted to carry out the attack in September. Watch closely. It is the same Maruti Brezza that investigators were hunting for and was later found at the Al-Falah campus after the attack with a rifle in it. In front of the car are the faces of terror, Shaheen and Muzammil Shakil. The car is reportedly one of the 32 acquired by the Terror Doctor module for their planned serial IED blasts. Faridabad's Al-Falah University saw dramatic scenes today as parents arrived on campus, confronting the management over allegations of fraud, false accreditation and duping students of crores of rupees.
पेरेंट्स को अश्योरेंस दे दिया है, पेरेंट्स को अश्योरेंस दे दिया है, क्या दिया कॉलेज बंद नहीं होगा।
अच्छा डिग्री को लेकर के भी देखिए नैब ने तो बोल दिया कि जो
नहीं, नैब का कोई नैब जरूरी चीज नहीं होती है मेडिकल कॉलेज के लिए,
और यूजीसी रिकॉग्निशन भी नहीं है,
वो भी है, नहीं यूजीसी।
Investigators claim the institution generated over 415 crore rupees in 7 years through forged documents and fraudulent approvals.
Today, Vice Chancellor was not available. She has been called for investigation. But since information college had that parents would be coming, they have deputed some senior faculty members. उन्होंने बोला है कि they are taking steps to protect the future of our children. एंड उन्होंने बताया ये कि एनएमसी के कुछ ऑफिशियल भी रिसेंटली थे, दे आर ऑल्सो टेकिंग स्टेप एंड everything will be done to protect the future of our students. Now the question is, there are few people who were involved for which authorities are doing investigation. They will certainly come out with their steps in accordance with law. We can't comment anything on that and we don't want to comment anything on that. We as a parent were only concerned about the future of our children in view of the derecognition of our university and also because of the accreditation issues. And that's the reason we met and said what step is being taken.
It is all normal, no problem is there.
Like what they actually assured you exactly?
Everything is, yes, and they are saying everything is normal, no need to worry about.
So there is no issues inside?
Yes, no worries there.
आपकी फैमिली आई थी, आपके पेरेंट्स आए थे?
अभी ड्राइवर आए हुए हैं, उनके साथ आया हूँ।
हाँ,
पता नहीं मैम, अभी तो मैं हॉस्टल से सीधा आया हूँ।
तो यूनिवर्सिटी के
आप लोग के ऊपर भी कुछ इम्पैक्ट पड़ा है आप लोग?
नहीं, कुछ नहीं अंदर, नॉर्मल है।
क्या बोला गया आप लोगों को?
कुछ नहीं, अपना पढ़ाई नॉर्मल से करो, क्लासेस लग रही हैं 8 to 4 सारी, अंदर कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
Meanwhile, the money trail shows the module pooled over 26 lakh rupees in cash to buy material for bomb making. With that money, they allegedly purchased 26 quintals of NPK fertilizer from suppliers across Gurugram, Nuh and nearby towns. Investigators say Muzammil purchased an AK-47 rifle for 6.5 lakh rupees, which was later recovered from co-accused Adil's locker. The car emerged from Al-Falah. The bomber worked at Al-Falah. The module lived, hid, bought weapons and planned from Al-Falah. For investigators, the conclusion is unmistakable. There is a ISIS terror den operating from inside Al-Falah.
And that investigation continues, ladies and gentlemen, at the Al-Falah University. And Republic will be right on top of that story. Tonight on the long-form story, a mass movement that's sending shockwaves at the border between Bengal and Bangladesh, between India and Bangladesh. This is the Hakimpur border outpost where families, men, women, children are scrambling to cross over back into Bangladesh now. What's the real reason? It appears like the SIR or the Special Intensive Revision Exercise, which is, by the way, just beginning in Bengal, has sent many people in a state of panic. But the mere prospect of verification perhaps has triggered this panic among those who are not Indians. those who are infiltrators. And as thousands move towards and search towards Bangladesh, questions loom large. How did these illegal Bangladeshi infiltrators enter India undetected and stay on, in some cases, for decades? And how many more will be exposed once this SIR goes into action completely? Republic Media Network is on the ground to show you the unfolding reality at the border with Bangladesh on the long form story.
যেহেতু সরকার এটা বাধ্যতা করেছে আর থাকা যাবে না
সরকার ফ্রি করে দিয়েছে চলে যাওয়ার জন্য চলে যাচ্ছে
ডাক্তার দেখালাম প্রায় 5 বছর মতন 5 বছর 6 বছর লেগে গেল ডাক্তার দেখাতে
The road leading to Bangladesh. Was thronged with people of all kinds, tying them with a single thread. The identity of a Bangladeshi. An illegal Bangladeshi living in India for years, undetected. A steady, urgent stream now moving forward with purpose. Men, women, children, crowding the Hakimpur border outpost, trying to escape the place in broad daylight. They have been dwelling for over a decade. The fear that propelled this move, the SIR. The special intensive revision exercise that is yet to take place in West Bengal.
तस्वीर है हाकिमपुर चेक पोस्ट की। ये रेगुलर की तस्वीर हो गया है। जो लोग घुसपैठिए थे, जो लोग बहुत दिनों से इंडिया में रह रहे थे, बांग्लादेश से आके, वो लोग SIR लागू होते ही, SIR सारा देश में लागू होते ही अब जाने का वारी है उन लोगों का। अब SIR जब लागू हो गया है वेस्ट बंगाल में, तब वो लोग जानते हैं कि फॉर्म में नहीं नाम आएगा, वोटर लिस्ट में नहीं नाम आएगा, इसीलिए जब आइडेंटिफाई होने के डर से अब घुसपैठिए सब जो हकीमपुर चेक पोस्ट है स्वरूप नगर का, नॉर्थ 24 परगना का, वहाँ से अभी भाग रहे हैं। बीएसएफ का ग्रीन सिग्नल के वेट कर रहे हैं। बीएसएफ का ग्रीन सिग्नल के वेट करते हुए आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर बहुत सारे महिलाओं, बहुत सारे पुरुष सब अपनी लगेज, सब अपने सामान समेट के, बहुत सारे चीज़ उसमें समेट के वेट कर रहे हैं इस बॉर्डर को, इस चेक पोस्ट को क्रॉस करने के लिए।
আমরা ছিলাম কলকাতায়
কলকাতায় কোথায় ছিলেন?
কলকাতা বিভিন্ন জায়গা থাকতাম, কাশীপুর।
আমরা কিভাবে এই রাজ্যে এসেছেন?
আমরা তো অ্যাকচুয়ালি পাসপোর্ট করে আসা হয়নি, ঠিক আছে?
হ্যাঁ,
পাসপোর্ট ভিসা করে আসা হয়নি আমাদের।
আপনারা এলেন কিভাবে পেপারে?
আমরা এসেছি একমাত্র দালালের মাধ্যমে।
কলকাতায় এসে এখানে কত বছর ছিলেন?
2 বছর হলো।
এখন চলে যাচ্ছেন কেন?
এখন যেহেতু সরকার এটা বাধ্যতা করেছে আর থাকা যাবে না।
যখন প্রবেশ করেন তখন কত টাকা দিয়েছিলেন?
তখন মোটামুটি 5-7 হাজার
দিয়েছেন। এখন কিভাবে যাবেন?
এখন তো সরকার আমাদের ফ্রি করে দিয়েছে, আমরা ফ্রিতে তার জন্য যেতে পারছি।
কোন পথে দিয়ে আমরা এসেছিলেন?
আমরা এসেছিলাম বনগা দিয়ে।
বনগা দিয়ে এসেছিলেন। এখান থেকে এবার কিভাবে যাবেন? কোনো দালাল কি ধরেছেন?
না এখন তো সরকার আমাদের পার করে দিচ্ছে, আমরা দেশে গেলে আমরা
আপনাদের কাছে তো আপনাদের কাছে তো ভারতীয় টাকা আছে, এগুলোকে নিয়ে কি করবেন?
এখন ভারতীয় টাকা কি করব, যা আছে খেয়ে দিয়ে শেষ করে ফেলবো।
Racks of bags lined. Rustling utensils. Large families. All held at the border. Trying to escape the looming fate of identification. As they wait for green signal by BSF, a more unsettling question lingers. By what means did these Bangladeshis enter into India? And how did they manage to remain unnoticed for decades? If the mere prospect of SIR can trigger such volatile movement, it is only fair to ask, how many illegal Bangladeshi infiltrators will ultimately come to light once they fall under SIR's scrutiny? Yet, in stark contrast, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has launched attack against the CEC over SIR.
आप क्या कहते हैं? आप खाली मिसरूल का बात करते हैं। मिसरूल तो आपका गवर्नमेंट का है। हम इलेक्शन कमीशन को चेयर को रेस्पेक्ट करते हैं, लेकिन जैसे 40 लाखों का ज्यादा आदमी को नाम निकाल दिया और बंगाल में भी करने वाला है, अगर करेगा तो घेराव कर्मसूची करेंगे, पूरा घेराव होगा, पूरा आंदोलन होगा। हम नाम काटने नहीं देंगे, हम नाम डालने नहीं देंगे। डिटेंशन कैंप में जो लोगों ने बाहर में है, हम उसको छुड़ा के ले आया, हम कोर्ट केस करके छुड़ा के ले आया। अरे जो आईन है आपका, जो कानून है, इसको हम बातिल करेगा, हम इसमें हम चेंज करेगा। हमें नहीं मानेंगे, हमें नहीं मानेंगे, हमें नहीं मानेंगे।
ममता बनर्जी ने कहा कि अगर SIR होगा तो बंगाल के अंदर दंगे होंगे, और केवल दंगे ही नहीं, बहुत सारे उसके ऐसे परिणाम होंगे जो भयावह होंगे। ममता जी, बंगाल के अंदर शासन आपका है, सरकार आपकी है, पुलिस आपकी है, सारी व्यवस्थाएं आपकी है, फिर भी जब आप कह रहे हैं कि बंगाल के अंदर दंगे होंगे, तो दंगा तो कोई दूसरा नहीं करवाएगा, दंगे आप कराएंगे, क्योंकि सरकार की बागडोर आपकी है, पुलिस आपकी है। मतलब ममता जी, आप धमकी दे रही हैं कि अगर एक संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया बंगाल के अंदर होगी, जो कि भारत के संविधान की मान्यता के अनुसार होगी, तो बंगाल की मुख्यमंत्री दंगा करवा देंगी।
Weaponizing the plight of BLOs, Mamata Banerjee, in a recent letter to the CEC, has renewed her demand to halt the SIR exercise.
It's a ground reality. Due to non-provided by the adequate land to state government, to central government, the fencing not completed there in 540 kilometer area. The lakhs of infiltrators, they are Bangladeshi Muslims, are entered in Bengal. Now they are going back due to SIR.
आपको बता दूं कि रोज ये जो हकीमपुर चेक पोस्ट है, यहाँ से 200 से 300 लोगों का पुशबैक हो रहा है। फिर फ्लैगशिप मीटिंग हो रहा है BSF के साथ, उसके बाद डॉक्यूमेंट्स देख के यहाँ से उस पार लेके जा रहा है। आपको ये भी बता दूं, कुछ दिन पहले भी ये जो लोग थे, ये लोग बात कर रहे थे, और ऐसा भी डॉक्यूमेंट रिपब्लिक के हाथ में है, जबकि बांग्लादेशी सिटीजन होने के नाते उन लोगों के पास वोटर कार्ड, जो फेक वोटर कार्ड्स है, जो फेक IDs है, फेक आधार कार्ड्स है, वो भी उन लोगों के के पास आ चुका है। अब प्रॉब्लम ये है कि इन लोगों का आइडेंटिफाई करना मुश्किल था, मगर एसआईआर जब हो गया तब आइडेंटिफाई करना बहुत इजी रहता। इसीलिए अभी बहुत सारे लोग आप देख सकते हैं, इस जो चेक पोस्ट में होल्डिंग काउंटर किया गया है बीएसएफ के चेक पोस्ट के एकदम पास ही में यहाँ पर बहुत सारे बांग्लादेशी अपने सामान समेट के वेट कर रहे हैं। उनके साथ बच्चों, उनके साथ महिलाओं हैं, उनके साथ फैमिलीज है।
Masked, lodged with luggage, but no one speaks to Republic.
দিদি কোথায় যাবেন? হ্যাঁ, কতদূর যাবেন? বর্ডার ক্রস করবেন? কবে এসেছিলেন?
A very good sign. Immediately they should go. They should leave Bengal. They are not Indian. West Bengal for Indian and जो हिंदू शरणार्थी के लिए।
कोई लेबर्स के काम कर रहे हैं, कोई मेड का काम कर रहे थे, मगर अब बहुत सारी ऐसा जगह है जहाँ पर ये लोग काम कर रहे थे, ये ऐसे रह रहे थे। कोलकाता एयरपोर्ट, छात्रागाछी ऐसे जगह में, उस जगह दिन हो कि दिन खाली होता जा रहा है। तो क्वेश्चन ये उठता है कि अगर ऐसा इतना सारा सिर्फ हाकिमपुर चेक पोस्ट से बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिया अगर बांग्लादेश लौट जा रहा है, तो आप सोच सकते हैं क्या कि कितना लोग ऐसा होगा जो अभी तक इंडिया में छुप के बैठा हुआ है।
Following the 10/11 blast, this disclosure casts an even wider shadow of concern. And though the TMC appears hell-bent to weaponizing it, at the center of this intensifying political theatre lies national security, an urgency that must not be ignored.
The storm is brewing over one of Kerala's most revered temples. Not just one of Kerala's most revered temples, it is one of India's most revered temples, the Sabarimala temple. The controversy began when the High Court flagged evidence suggesting that gold-plated idols may have been stripped of their coverings. Gold-plated coverings stolen from a temple, and for a shrine visited by millions each year. The allegations and the way it all happened are shocking, raising questions about both security and oversight and the political role in this. Investigators are now looking closely at key temple officials at Sabarimala, including the former president of the Travancore Devaswam Board, a political appointee, and ripples across political circles are spreading, with leaders from multiple parties weighing in, and the mystery is deepening. Arrests have been made. Public in Kerala is demanding answers, especially Hindus who believe in the Sabarimala temple. But the central question is, who stole the temple's gold? Tonight on the long form story, we will take you inside the scandal, the political players, the left government and their appointees, and how they didn't even spare God Almighty.
A storm has been raging over Kerala's famed Sabarimala temple. After the High Court flagged evidence of gold-plated idols stripped bare. For a shrine visited by countless pilgrims each year, the alleged theft is a major scandal. Investigators say key idols may have lost their gold coverings. As temple authorities are scrambling for answers, as court observation hint at systemic pilferage. With arrest of former president of the Travancore Devaswam Board, the body that governs the revered temple, public outrage is growing, as many fear the sanctity of the Sabarimala temple itself is now under scanner.
The crime in the theft of gold in Sabarimala came to light in September as the Special Commissioner of Sabarimala approached the High Court stating that there was a move to take the gold plates to Chennai for some maintenance work that too without his information. It was without it was without him. It was without informing the special commissioner. The decision was taken to take these gold panels to Chennai. Examining the records, the High Court found that there was a mismatch in the weight of the original gold plates at the temple and the existing ones. In 1998, UB Group Chairman Vijay Mallya donated or gifted nearly 30 kilograms of gold to cover the door frames of the main entrance and the Dwarapalaga idols. Using the gold, the surroundings of the temple was also covered. However, when examined the weight of the gold panels at the Dwarapalaga idols, it was found that there was a mismatch of 4 kilograms. The weight of the gold panels in the Dwarapalaga idols was 42 kilograms in 1998 when Vijay Mallya gifted the gold. Now it weighs only 38 kilograms, and the High Court ordered for an inquiry to find out what happened. A special investigation team was also constituted, and the prop team found that the gold panels were taken to Bengaluru and the gold in them were extracted and sold to a businessman in Bellary.
The controversy now centers on two Dwarapalaka idols. The door guards standing just outside the sanctum sanctorum, which are alleged to have lost large portions of the gold cladding. The High Court took up the case in September after the court-appointed Sabarimala Special Commissioner reported that the idols had been stripped of their gold coverings in several areas. Since then, the bench of Justices Raja Vijay Raghavan and K.V. Jayakumar have examined temple records, before and after photographs, and SIT documents in what they call an extraordinary case of suspected pilferage of Lord Ayyappa's sacred valuables. And now the former president of the Sabarimala board is under the scanner. The SIT appointed by the Kerala High Court recorded the arrest of Padma Kumar after questioning him for several hours. The case, now involving former Devaswam board executives and junior priest Unnikrishnan Pote, has triggered significant political repulse. For the CPIM, the developments have become a point of discomfort. Critics allege that the Vijayan-led government has attempted to play down the case, a charge the ruling front has strongly rejected. The arrest of CPM's Padma Kumar is a huge plot on the present Kerala government.
No, look, we have been saying this from day one that this is a scam, this is a crime, and every attempt by the Chief Minister of Kerala, Pinarayi Vijayanji, to try and characterize it as a slip-up to protect his Devaswam board, to protect his Devaswam minister is going to be unsuccessful, because regardless of whether the suo motu case taken up by the High Court goes in a direction or not, we are very clear that there has to be a central investigation of this issue, this crime, and that an audit has to be conducted of the Devaswam board for the last 30 years, because there is serious irregularities. Crores of believers' monies and assets are held in trust by these temples, and the CPM government is running havoc in these temples. So it is very clear that what we are seeing today is the tip of the iceberg, and there has to be a comprehensive investigation, a criminal investigation, and those who have converted and transformed the Devaswam board into a board of brokers and criminals have to be held to account.
The development has only sharpened opposition knives, uniting rivals in a fierce offensive against Vijayan CPM.
Sabarimala, you have been hearing what the opposition is saying for the last so many days. Now, all the allegations we made are underlined by the Honorable High Court. Now the High Court made it very clear that it was a gold pilferage during the time of last government and last Devaswam board. They made it very clear. And the court made it very clear that this Unnikrishnan Potti, the first accused, has access to the invaluable properties of Sabarimala. And he had rights to take measurements, and he made replicas, and he sold it in the international market in astronomical price. Not the opposition is saying, the Honorable High Court is saying that international level it was reported such pilferages. That international standard level theft was happening in Sabarimala during the time of the last Devasam Board and last government. Now they have arrested certain persons. The special investigation team is questioning the former Devasam Board presidents. And now also, the court made it very clear that the members of this board also knew that there was pilferage, huge level pilferage at the last board's time. After knowing everything, they again called this Unnikishan Poti and they have given this Dwarabalaga sculpture and all the doors to him again. By knowing all these things, that itself is a crime. They know that there was a crime at the last time. By knowing that it was a crime, they are again giving this material, invaluable materials.
The contractor Unnikishan Poti was arrested, and it was found that the crime was a well-planned plot, and the officials of the panel and the board were also involved. Soon, the Devasam Board president, the former Devasam Board president, commissioner, and other officials were also arrested. The probe team now says the probe team now is planning to question former Minister Kadakampalli Surendran as well. If he is arrested, it will be a major setback for CPM in the upcoming local body election. The SIT exam, the probe of the SIT is moving in all possible angles, and there could be the arrest of even more prominent CPM members in the coming days.
Sabarimala mystery widens with every passing minute, but the question still remains unanswered. Who stole the temple's gold?
Earlier this month, Japan's new Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi met China's President Xi Jinping in South Korea. At first glance, it seemed like a friendly meeting between the two world leaders, but appearances can be deceiving, especially when there's China involved, isn't it? In the weeks that followed, tensions have flared sharply over Taiwan. A single remark made by the Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi has caused a diplomatic storm. The response from China has been swift. Diplomatic talks have been postponed. Economic measures were hinted at. And officials are publicly criticizing Tokyo's statements as interference in China's internal affairs. Now, what exactly did Japan say? And why has it prompted such a strong response from China? Tonight on the long form story, we take you to the heart of the growing diplomatic storm that's brewing.
Inside a crowded convention center in South Korea last month, Japan's new Prime Minister, Sanai Takaichi, beamed as she met China's leader Xi Jinping for the first time. She smiled back, a rare display of warmth between the rival countries. Only a few weeks later, the relationship came undone. The spark came in Tokyo when Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi warned in Parliament that a Chinese attack or blockade of Taiwan could become a survival-threatening situation for Japan, hinting that Tokyo might intervene militarily, language far more explicit than her predecessors dared use. Beijing reacted swiftly. They called the remarks an act of aggression. Chinese diplomats described them as interference in internal affairs. High-level climate and fisheries talks with Tokyo were suspended. Reports of informal bans on Japanese seafood followed, along with a plunge in tourist arrivals.
日本领导人日前在国会公然发表 涉台错误言论，暗示武力介入台海可能性，粗暴干涉中国内政，严重违背一个中国原则、中日4个政治文件精神和国际关系基本准则，同日本政府迄今所做的政治承诺严重不符，性质和影响极其恶劣，中方对此强烈不满，坚决反对，已向日方提出严正交涉和强烈抗议。
An off-the-cuff comment made during a budget committee session in the House of Representatives has plunged China-Japan relations into their deepest crisis in years, prompting Beijing to escalate the matter to the United Nations and unleash a barrage of diplomatic reprisals.
China and Japan are now facing their worst diplomatic spat in years following remarks by Japanese Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi over Taiwan. Japanese Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi in her remarks this month before lawmakers saying that any attack by China over Taiwan threatening Japan's survival could result into a military response, which has actually triggered the diplomatic spat between the two nations. In fact, the Consul General of China in Osaka has said that Prime Minister of Japan should be beheaded.
Economic and geopolitical expert Einar Tengen said that Takaichi's comments basically suggest that she wants a war with China.
It's a gross violation of the agreements that are in place between Japan and China. 1972, 1978, 1998, and 2008. 4 documents were signed that recognized that China, that was one China, Taiwan is an integral part of that, and that any kind of disagreements between the countries would be handled through diplomacy. This is a gross violation of that. She's, in essence, said that she's willing to go to war with China over something that is an internal matter, and the Chinese are not happy. They've demanded a retraction, and we will see what happens. But there's already been huge economic fallout because of this.
However, to grasp the roused stakes, we need to rewind through centuries of contested sovereignty. Taiwan's story intertwines with China's in fits of integration and rupture. Taiwan, inhabited by Austronesian people, was ruled by the Qing dynasty from 1683 until Japan annexed it. Post the Second World War, the Republic of China relocated there after losing the mainland to Mao Zedong's forces in 1949. Beijing views Taiwan as a renegade province, while Taiwan maintains de facto independence with over 23 million residents. Amidst this, China and Japan's history is anything but simple. Sharing a complex history spanning 2 millennia, civilizational exchange, trade, war, and occupation. Japan's invasions in the 1930s, including the Nanjing Massacre, left enduring scars. Post the Second World War, economic ties boomed, yet disputes over history, textbooks, and the Senkaku Islands continue to strain relations. Polls show mutual distrust remains high, keeping historical grievances alive in modern diplomacy. As a result, China also remains skeptical of Takaichi on her stance regarding the Nanjing Massacre.
That she does not have an economic plan. She is desperate to try to resurrect and rewrite history in terms of Japan's involvement in World War II. She's already made statements that they should not be talking about the Nanjing Massacre or the number of people who died during that period. She is a regular visitor to the Yakashuni Shrine, where the remains of convicted war criminals have been, quote, sanctified and worshipped. So she is somebody who is on the opposite side of China, but she may prove something that seems to be coming true.
Meanwhile, Takaichi has maintained that China and Japan's relations remain unchanged.
その上で、中国につきましては先月末、私と習主席との間で戦略的互恵関係の包括的推進と、建設的かつ安定的な関係の構築という大きな方向性を確認しました。こうした考えに、一切変わりはございません。いかなる事態が、存立危機事態に該当するかということにつきましては、実際に発生した事態の個別具体的な状況に即して、政府がすべての情報を総合的に判断するということになります。で、こうした説明は、平和安全法制成立当時の、安倍総理以来、政府としては繰り返し述べてきた通りでございます。私自身もこの答弁を繰り返して申し上げております。政府の立場は一貫しております。
Her remarks revive these historical memories in Beijing, while Japan's shift reflects modern strategic realities: semiconductors, the Senkaku Islands, and US alliance obligations.
日方如果真心想发展中日战略互惠关系，构建契合新时代要求的建设性、稳定的中日关系，就应该恪守中日4个政治文件精神和所做的政治承诺，立即收回错误言论，切实把对华承诺体现在实际行动上。
Analysts speculate that Beijing's reaction is a message not only to Tokyo but also to Washington.
It is better to be an enemy of the United States than be its friend. Look at Putin. Look at China. You look at the new mayor of New York. These aren't people who came to Donald Trump seeking favor. They came with power, and as a result, they're getting more attention than so-called friends, allies, and neighbors.
The Takaichi-Taiwan row is more than rhetoric. It reflects a region where history, geography, and alliances collide. For the Indo-Pacific, the message is clear. Past grievances are never past, and navigating the straits ahead will demand care, not confrontation.
That's it on this edition of the Long Form Story, ladies and gentlemen. In case you missed any of our 5 big detailed investigative reports, you can catch them once again tomorrow, Sunday, 12 p.m. Thanks for watching.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं.
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly built and expanded a white-collar terror network with the help of Pak-based Jaish handler Umar bin Khattab, alias Harjula.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV and I'm Riyanka Chaudhary. Our focus is going to be the G20 summit, the day 2 of G20 summit and all the meetings that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is holding in terms of the bilaterals. We get you all the updates, but first up the headlines. Jamiat-Ulema-e-Hind President Arshad Madani sparks massive row amid Delhi blast probe, says government ensuring that Muslims never raise their heads. BJP criticizes Madani's remark, alleging discrimination against Muslims in India, terms his statement confusing and misleading. The mortal remains of Wing Commander Syal, who died during the Dubai Air Show, will reach Himachal Pradesh's Kangra today to be cremated with full state honours. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar finds himself in controversy again, threatens to withhold funds if people don't vote in the local body polls. Karnataka Chief Minister Sabarimala meets Mallikarjun Kharge, says there was no discussion about the cabinet reshuffle. And viewers, we get to you all the details coming in from the G20 summit, a major as we see how Prime Minister Narendra Modi is holding talks. Prime Minister Narendra Modi holding talks with Cyril Ramaphosa, and those are the latest updates. The South African President and Prime Minister Narendra Modi are meeting on the sidelines of the G20 summit. And this is taking place in Johannesburg. This is the second day of the G20 summit, and Prime Minister Modi had also met several other tall leaders who had come together and are participating in the G20 summit. Those are the pictures of Prime Minister Modi there. and India's diplomacy at the G20 summit. These key meetings come in on the sidelines of the G20 summit. Sessions, of course, being addressed by the tall leaders, but those visuals coming in where Prime Minister Modi shares a brief conversation with Cyril Ramaphosa, and then the bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Modi and South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. These are live visuals coming in of the bilateral between Prime Minister Modi, between India and South Africa. We are getting you the live updates from Johannesburg at the summit event venue, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is meeting several other leaders together. Many leaders coming together at the G20 summit. Very, very crucial summit this time, with the absence of Donald Trump, but India there putting forward its 6-point agenda: climate, US boycott, also on the talk of the cards. And Ramaphosa has sought to preserve the integrity and stature of group of 20 top economies. He in fact said the country would ensure that the development priorities of the global south and African continent would find expression in the summit's agenda. And India there leading the diplomacy, the 3-day summit that started on 21st of November, with Prime Minister Modi arriving in Johannesburg and also now holding key discussions with the global leaders upon his arrival, including a bilateral meeting with most of his counterparts of several nations. And of course that bilateral that he had with President Cyril Ramaphosa. And India's pitch and vision for the 6 new G20-led initiatives becoming very clear, with Prime Minister's first proposal calling for urgent and coordinated action to overcome the challenge of drug trafficking. And India also proposed a G20 initiative on countering the drug terror nexus. My colleague Chandrakala joins me on the phone line for more on this. Chandrakala, Prime Minister Modi is leading the G20 summit, and we are getting in these live visuals also from the second day of the summit, where he is holding bilateral meetings with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa and many of his counterparts. How important is this, and what is India's role this time, as Prime Minister has put forward India's vision?
As we know that, I think the point that when South Africa, of course, the African Union has been inducted to be the permanent member of G20, India has a great role to play. And now that Prime Minister's visit to South Africa for the G20 summit is very significant as far as Africa push is concerned. Of course, we have seen that Prime Minister Narendra Modi met the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. Both the leaders have actually, urged to address debt burdens, inequality, and the green transition. Security in the city was tightened with thousands of additional police and deployed designated protest zones created as activist groups prepared demonstrations. Now, the fact that we have also seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi's, post on X, where he said that how important this visit is. We have also seen his departure statement right before leaving for Johannesburg. The leaders during this summit has reaffirmed their shared commitment to global progress and prosperity. Now, his message came as a summit hosted by South Africa unfolded with a series of high-level diplomatic interactions. We have also seen the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal posting every update of this particular visit. So it's a very important visit as far as India's push to Africa is concerned, and how important South Africa is for India as far as various global issues are concerned. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit for the G20 summit, as we know that South Africa is the chair for the G20 presidency, and India has a great role to play as far as African Union's induction as a permanent member of G20 is concerned. So yes, a very important visit at a time when the entire world is staring at a changed geopolitical scenario. Over to you.
Chandrakala, also as we continue to give in these visuals and show the visuals from live from Johannesburg, we also talk about how Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced partnership with Canada, Australia for innovation technology. And what are the other details we have on this particular partnership, which is called as the New Australia-Canada-India Technology and Innovation Partnership?
Well, the fact that, as we know, that this is a very important partnership that has been announced by Prime Minister as far as its partnership with Canada and Australia is concerned. It also comes at a time when all the world leaders, G20 leaders, have gathered in Johannesburg to discuss various issues. So it's a very, very important announcement. We have also seen the joint declaration by, as far as the G20 declaration is concerned, after the meeting. So he also, the point that here, he also further pointed out India's appreciation of South African Presidency's efforts in skills migration, tourism, food security, AI, digital economy, innovation, and women empowerment. He also held, Prime Minister Modi also held several bilateral engagements. The fact that China is not present in the G20 presidency, but yes, he also met UK Prime Minister and appreciated the meeting between with the Prime Minister Keir Starmer in Johannesburg. So this year, as I have already mentioned, this year has brought new energy to the India-UK partnership, and it will. He promised to keep driving it forward across many domains. He also interacted with the Malaysian Prime Minister, for that matter, and stated that, of course, two sides would continue working to diversify bilateral cooperation. But as I've also already mentioned, that he has, he held several bilateral meetings, including French President Emmanuel Macron, where he said that it was indeed he's indeed delighted to meet him, and he had an engaging exchange on different issues. India-French ties remain a force for global good. This is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi's statement has been. His discussion with South Korean President Lee Jae-myung were termed as wonderful, noting that their second meeting this year reflected growing momentum in the special strategic partnership, particularly in economic and investment collaboration. So yes, G20 is one such platforms where all leaders converge, and of course they get an opportunity to hold bilateral meetings and talk on the various global issues. So yes, India's partnership with UK, or for that matter Australia or Canada, is very important right at this moment where we can see significant geopolitical changes.
Okay, Chandrakala, thank you for giving us the details. Viewers, we will be covering all the updates coming in from Johannesburg and India's diplomacy, but with that we shift our focus now. Amid the power tussle in Karnataka, Chief Minister Siddharamaiah met Congress President Kharge at his Bengaluru residence yesterday, and the two leaders held discussions on key political developments and ongoing administrative matters.
I mean that I have discussed with Kargeji for more than an hour. It doesn't mean that I should discuss only this aspect. Whenever they called me, I will go. See, my clarity is whatever decision taken by the High Command, I will follow it. ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು, ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ತಾಲೂಕು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ, ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಗರ ಪಾಲಿಕೆ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಗರ ಪಾಲಿಕೆ ಚುನಾವಣೆ, ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕರ್ಟಸಿ ಕಾಲ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕರ್ಟಸಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ. ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಏನು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ. ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವರು ಏನು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಲೀಡರ್ಗಳು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತು ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, DK ಶಿವಕುಮಾರು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ಲಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಏನು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ. ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವರು ಏನು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಲೀಡರ್ಗಳು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತು ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, DK ಶಿವಕುಮಾರು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು.
Meanwhile, the Congress leaders returning to Bengaluru from Delhi openly backed DK Shivkumar for the top post. They said, and I quote, DK Shivkumar has worked for the party for 40 years. What's wrong if he becomes the chief minister? The High Command will decide. In fact, the camp is signalling unity is what they have reaffirmed. Let's listen in.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋರು ಯಾರು? ಹೌದು, ಆಗಬೇಕು. CM ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ದುಡಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿಷ್ಠಾವಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತನಾಗಿ ಸುಮಾರು 40-50 ವರ್ಷ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಗೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ತಪ್ಪೇನಿದೆ? ಅದೇನೇ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಇವಾಗ ನಾನು ಪವರ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಎಲ್ಲ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
DK ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ CM ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಯಾವ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅದನ್ನ? ಯಾವಾಗ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಈಗ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಯಾವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪವರ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ನಾಯಕರ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದೆಯೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರ ಪಕ್ಷದ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಲೀಡರ್ ಗೊತ್ತವ್ರೆ. ನಾವಿನ್ನೂ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಬಾರಿ ಶಾಸಕರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದನ್ನ. DK ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ CM ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಯಾವ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅದನ್ನ? ಯಾವಾಗ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಈಗ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಯಾವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪವರ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ನಾಯಕರ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದೆಯೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರ ಪಕ್ಷದ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಲೀಡರ್ ಗೊತ್ತವ್ರೆ. ನಾವಿನ್ನೂ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಬಾರಿ ಶಾಸಕರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದನ್ನ.
My colleague Abhishek is joining us to give us more details on this story in terms of what exactly is happening in terms of the leadership change in Karnataka, if at all. Abhishek, take us through the developments.
Riyanka, as soon as the November month started, it was very clearly mentioned by K.N. Rajana, the former minister of Karnataka, who had mentioned that there will be a revolutionary change in the political political aspect in the month of November, because as per his terms and various other sources from the Congress party within the state of Karnataka, it had been mentioned that there will be a power change in the month of November, meaning to say the chief minister chair will be taken over by DK Shivkumar, who is the present DCM of the state. We shouldn't forget the fact, when questioned about this, DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah have very clearly mentioned that they would go and abide by the rules and the conditions laid down by the Congress High Command. However, DCM DK Shivkumar's very closest aides, who also belong to the Vokaliga community, who are also the MLAs and ministers, directly flied into Delhi. They had a conversation with AICC Chief Mallikarjuna Kharge, and they also reiterated on a statement and the importance of escalating DK Shivkumar as the Chief Minister, so that the 2028 election in the state of Karnataka will be favorable to the Congress party. On the other hand, as soon as these MLAs fly down to Delhi, the closest aides and the ministers who are in the cabinet of CM Siddaramaiah, Satish Jarkioli, Dr. G. Parmeshwara, K.N. Rajana and various other leaders had a dinner meeting in Satish Jarkioli's house to make sure that their plan continues in the next couple of days as well. And CM Siddaramaiah has very clearly mentioned that he will be announcing the next budget, which is the 17th budget, and also he says that he will continue the entire term as the chief minister. Amidst this, Mallikarjuna Kharge has flied down to Bengaluru to his private residence, and various other MLAs from both the groups, be it Siddaramaiah's camp or be it DK Shivkumar's camp, are moving to Mallikarjuna Kharge's home to make sure that they want their demands to be met by the AICC High Command. On the other hand, we've also seen various other leaders or MLAs commenting directly that DCM DK Shivkumar be elevated to the position of chief minister because he has worked hard for the party for the last 4 decades, and it is not wrong to make him the chief minister. On the other hand, we have also seen CM Siddaramaiah and closest aides of CM Siddaramaiah mentioning, when the government is giving all the opportunities and all the guarantees which had been claimed, why change a CM in between the government? So we will have to see how Randeep Singh Surjewala, KC Venugopal, Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjuna Kharge come into an agreement and probably solve this issue in the next couple of days.
Right. Abhishek, also for the fact that there is a back and forth and there is no clarity yet in terms of what exactly and how exactly things are headed, given there are supporters of DK Shivkumar who continue to say that what is wrong if he becomes the chief minister. In that term, what is, as per your sources, is going to be the take of the camp of Siddaramaiah?
Well, at this point of time, AICC Supreme Mallikarjuna Kharge have had a conversation with Randeep Singh Surjewala, KC Venugopal and Rahul Gandhi as well, and there will be a temporary pause to the power sharing fight in the next 2 to 3 days. A clear message to the DK Shivkumar's team and CM Siddaramaia's team will be sent out by the High Command, which also indicates that there might be a cabinet reshuffle or cabinet expansion or the change of CM in the month of March or April in the 2026. So this is the inside information from the Congress sources as of now. But for the next 3 to 4 days, it is sure that DCM DK Shivkumar's battalion or supportive MLAs might come back to Delhi to have a conversation once again with KC Venugopal and Randeep Singh Surjewala to once again demand and request to elevate DCM DK Shivkumar. However, CM Siddaramaia's statement has very clearly in various other stages has mentioned that he will continue as the entire term as the Chief Minister. However, he also makes sure to mention that he will abide by the conditions laid down by the AICC and he is bound to listen to the AICC, which clearly mentions that CM Siddaramaiah for a fact knows that he will have to follow the orders of AICC, but he is also sure that he will continue as the Chief Minister, meaning to say that DCM DK Shivkumar might not be elevated as the Chief Minister, and various other MLAs who are in support of DK Shivkumar knows this, and this is why they are coming back and forth to Delhi every now and then. However, this this will continue just for 2 to 3 days because Mallikarjuna Kharge has very clearly mentioned that there will be a pause to this entire activity once a clear message is sent out to the politicians of Karnataka. Also, BJP Karnataka is seeing this as a situation where they aren't ready to topple up the government. They are very clearly stating that they will sit in the opposition party and make sure the government falls on its own because the government is losing its mandate in the state of Karnataka. The MLAs are fighting within the party, the ministers fighting within the party, and people have already felt the disturbance within the Congress government, and no, they will make sure.
All right. These are the live visuals coming in. These are the family members of Wing Commander Syal, and his mortal remains are going to be cremated with the full state honors. We have these visuals on your screen. We are seeing those visuals coming in, and the family members of Wing Commander Syal and his wife and child and mother as well. They are on their way at this point in time. We will be giving you all the details because it is going to be the time in a short while from now when his mortal remains will be cremated with full state honors. He soared from the hills of Himachal and did it to the blue above the clouds and gave up his life in the line of duty when his Tejas aircraft crashed at the Dubai Air Show on Friday. He is a native of the Patialkot village in Kangra district in Madhya Pradesh, and he was posted at the Sulur Air Force Station. Gursimran is joining me to give us more details. Gursimran, we are getting these live visuals from Kangra, and we have just seen Wing Commander Shal's family members right now, and today, a few hours from now, he will be cremated with full state honors. Gursimran, what do we have more on this?
Yes, the mortal remains of Wing Commander Syal has arrived at his native district of Kangra. It is via C-130 of the Indian Air Force that the mortal remains, along with the family members that include his wife, Wing Commander Afsana, his daughter, a 6-year-old daughter, and his parents, father and mother, all have arrived here at the Kangra Airport. From the Kangra Airport, they will be heading towards their native village of Patialkot. That is hardly a distance of some 45 minutes. And here, if you speak of what is happening on the ground, here the people of the village and the nearby villages, they all have gathered with the tricolors on their two-wheelers, on their four-wheelers, to actually pay tribute to this brave heart. There have been, if we speak of, he was into the Indian Air Force for last 16 years. He joined the Indian Air Force in 2009, and since then he has served in various capacities in different of these fighter jets, including first he was in the Sukhoi. It was one of the places where he was deployed in Pathankot. It was Sukhoi, then it was Big, and now it was the Tejas that he was running. We'll try to speak to some of the locals
Tejas
as well.
that he was running. We'll try to speak to some of the locals as well. सर कितनी बड़ी क्षति है आपके गांव के लिए, क्योंकि विंग कमांडर यहाँ से थे और देश के लिए जो है गौरव किया था, कहीं तेजस उड़ा रहे थे, एक बहुत ही कहा जाए तो क्षति है पूरे गांव के लिए।
सबसे पहले सर मैं आपका न्यूज़ चैनल वालों का बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ सर। ये मैं क्या मतलब कहने लिए हमारे कुछ लफ्ज़ नहीं हमारे पास कुछ भी, ये हमारे लिए मतलब समझ लो कि बहुत गर्व की बात है कि नमन श्याल जो है सनब जो जगन्नाथ जो हमारी ग्राम पंचायत पटालकर से वार्ड नंबर 7 से आते हैं, ये मतलब ये समझ लो कि हमारी पंचायत की बड़ी गर्व की बात है कि जो अपने देश के लिए इतना बड़ा बलिदान दिया है। मतलब पूरे देश क्या गांव में नहीं पूरे मतलब वर्ल्ड में जो इतनी मतलब शोक की लहर फैल चुकी है, मतलब पूछो मत। आज उसी के चक्कर में हमने मतलब कम से कम 100 से ऊपर जो समथिंग 150-200 लोगों का जो हमारा जो एक जो त्रिंजो मिल से हम एक रैली निकाल रहे हैं, जिससे मतलब कि मतलब लोगों को ये लगे मतलब एक हमारा जो है एक वीर पुत्र जो है मतलब एक जो देश के लिए जो है उसने अपनी जो कुर्बानी दी है, इससे मतलब ये मतलब जो भी
है सुमन जो है वो अर्पित किए जा रहे हैं। सर आपसे भी जानना चाहूँगा कि कितनी बड़ी क्षति है परिवारजनों के लिए, रिश्तेदारों के लिए, लोगों के लिए।
क्षति तो देखो जी, जब जिसका परिवार का बच्चा जाता है उसको दुख तो होता ही है, लेकिन ये गर्व की बात है कि इतने बड़े उन्होंने जो शहादत दी है, ये देश को गर्व है और हम पूरे गाँव वालों को तो है ही है उसके ऊपर गर्व, लेकिन देश को भी ज़्यादा गर्व है। बाकी माँ बाप का दुख कम तो हो नहीं सकता है।
देश को गर्व है। कुछ और लोगों से बात करते हैं। विल ट्राई टू स्पीक टू सम मोर पीपल व्हाट दे हैव टू से। दे हैव गैदर्ड हियर इन लार्ज नंबर्स। सर क्या कहेंगे, क्षति बहुत बड़ी है लेकिन फ़ख्र भी सबको है देश के इस सपूत पर।
ये देश ने और हमारी कौम ने एक बहुत बहादुर सैनिक जो है कमांड खो दिया मैंने, बहुत ज़्यादा, बहुत बड़ा सैनिक, जिसकी क्षति हम पूरा राष्ट्र भी पूरी नहीं कर पाएगा। जो कि
जब कभी बात होती थी तो कहते हैं बड़े विनम्र स्वभाव के,
बहुत ही विनम्र, सबसे मिलनसार, सब पूरे गांव वालों से सभी बहुत मिलनसार आदमी थे।
So you can understand that whosoever we speak to, they are saying that he was very down to earth, humble, and every time they have spoken to him, they have a different story to tell. आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, आखिरी बार जब आपकी बात हुई थी क्या बताए थे, क्योंकि आप भी भारतीय सेना से आए हैं रिटायर होकर।
हाँ जी, आखिरी बात तो वैसे ऐसे अफसर को हम सलूट करते हैं जो कि एक ट्रुप को लीड कर रहा था और जिसको चुनकर भेजा हुआ था, और ऐसे आदमी को हम नमन क्या झुक के सलाम करते हैं। और
बड़ी क्षति है गांव के लिए, पूरे कांगड़ा के लिए,
पूरे हिमाचल क्या पूरे गांव में भी इस टाइम जो शौक की लहर है, और एक अच्छे आदमी थे और आगे जाकर इससे भी बड़े अवसर बन सकते थे।
So you can understand the emotions of the people of this village of the Kangra. We would have seen that there was a loom of sorrow at his place also, and here all are waiting with the eyes numb for this brave heart to arrive. They have their bikes with the tricolor here, just waiting for the mortal remains to arrive from the Kangra airport to this very area. And from here there is going to be a bike march that will take place right from the Kangra airport to his native place in the Patyalkar village of the Kangra district.
That's right, Gursimran, thank you for now giving us the details. We will be coming back to you through the course of the updates. With that, viewers, it's time we dip into a short commercial break, and more news and updates will continue on the other side as India salutes Wing Commander Syal.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year, H-6K bombers from the People's Liberation Army Air Force conducted flights over the island, while June exercises involved over 70 aircraft.
Jamaat Ulema-e-Hind President Arshad Madani sparks massive row amid Delhi blast probe, says government ensuring that Muslims never raise their heads. BJP criticizes Madani's remark alleging discrimination against Muslims in India, terms the statement confusing and misleading. The mortal remains of Wing Commander Syal, who died during the Dubai Air Show, will reach Himachal Pradesh's Kangra today to be cremated with full state honours. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar finds himself in controversy again, threatens to withhold funds if people don't vote in local body polls. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddharamaiah meets Mallikarjun Kharge, says there was no discussion about the cabinet reshuffle. As the mortal remains of Wing Commander Syal, who lost his life in LCA Tejas crash during the Dubai Air Show, were brought to the Sulur Air Base in Coimbatore, and the mortal remains of the Indian Air Force officer were flown back to India on a special aircraft. And the Defence Forces, the Emirati Defence Forces, accorded him a ceremonial guard of honor in recognition of his bravery and service. And we are, of course, showing you those visuals of the honors and tributes that he had received at the Sulur Air Base this morning, as his mortal remains were brought from Dubai. And in a short while from now, his mortal remains will be cremated with full state honours, and they are being brought to Kangra as well. And we have those live visuals of his family members, his wife and daughter, now moving towards the location of the cremation, as his mortal remains have been brought to Kangra. The mortal remains have arrived to Kangra from Coimbatore, and from there an entire tribute on bike from the forces will also be given. Entire country, the nation, and of course his native village is mourning the loss of the air warrior. Trained in Hunter Squadron of NDA and got his wings at the Air Force Academy. He is survived by a family forged from the same steel. His wife, a retired wing commander, a 7-year-old daughter, his elder sister and mother as well. In fact, he's a native of the Patialkar village in Kangra district, and he was posted at the Sulur Air Force Station in Tamil Nadu. He was the one who soared from the hills to the Himachal to the blue above the clouds. Let's now quickly listen into these reactions coming in from his family members.
हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए उनके ताया जी मौजूद हैं, जोगिंदर नाथ सयाल। ताया जी, मुझे ये बताइएगा, आपकी सबसे आखिरी बार उनसे बात कब हुई, क्या बताया था, खुश थे?
दुबई जाने से पहले उनसे बात हुई थी कि मेरी सिलेक्शन हुई वहाँ एयर शो में जाने के लिए, तो मैंने उनको आशीर्वाद दिया और शाबाशी दी थी कि आपने तो हमारा ख़ानदान का नाम बड़ा रोशन कर दिया इतनी, और बेटा जाओ आप खुशी खुशी से वहाँ पर अपना ये कम्बैटिंग करो।
शुरू से था, क्योंकि आपने तो बचपन से देखा होगा इन्हें।
हाँ जी, बचपन से बड़ा होनहार बच्चा था ये। एक मेरा बेटा, एक इनका बेटा ये नमंस, तो दोनों में मैं भी एजुकेशन में था तो कंट्रास्ट करता था। ये मेरे बेटे से आगे था, शार्प था। फिर ये मेरे ब्रदर जो थे डलहौजी एएमसी में पोस्ट हुए, तो वहाँ पर मैंने इनको इंसिस्ट किया कि बच्चे को आपने डीपीएस जो नॉर्थ इंडिया का सबसे अच्छा स्कूल था वहाँ पर इसको एडमिट करवाओ। तो वहाँ ये इसको प्राइमरी में एडमिट करवाया। उनके वो सरदार प्रिंसिपल ढिल्लों उनका बड़ा नाम था, जिन्होंने वो स्कूल चलाया, जो डायरेक्टर थे। तो उनकी भी ये असेसमेंट थी। उन्होंने बोला कि ये बच्चा कि एक दिन कहीं पहुंचेगा और देश का नाम रोशन करेगा। तो इवन वहाँ जब ये ट्रांसफ़र भी जलंधर हुए तो बच्चा और फैमिली इन्होंने डीपीएस में ही रखी। उसके बाद 9th क्लास में कुछ थोड़ी पोस्टें होती हैं जो बैकेंड चलती हैं सुजानपुर टीरा सैनिक स्कूल में, तो वहाँ इसने कम्पीट किया और उसको एडमिशन मिल गई। वहाँ पर भी टॉपर था।
शुरू से ही जो है होनहार रहे हैं पढ़ाई में।
हाँ जी, होनहार रहे।
भारतीय वायुसेना में कब जो है गए?
2009 में।
2009
में ये एनडीए में गए। उसके बाद 4 साल रहे ये खड़गवासला पूना, उसके बाद पठानकोट हैदराबाद, उसके बाद सेलूर।
तो लगातार आप देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से शुरू से ही चाहे सुखोई हो, मिग हो और अब तेजस जो हैं वो उड़ाते थे। हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं इनके फूफा जी, हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। जी, आपने भी काफ़ी लंबे समय से, क्योंकि छोटे से देखा होगा, तो मतलब किस तरह से थे, क्योंकि आपकी बातचीत भी लगातार होती है, बेहद करीब का रिश्ता था।
बिल्कुल शांत स्वभाव का था, कम बोलता था, सोच बड़ी ऊंची थी और उसमें झील थी और भावना थी उसकी, मैं कुछ बनूंगा। उसके शुरू से पता लग जाता था हमें, वो थे उसके विचार। और ज़्यादा बात नहीं करनी, किससे टू द पॉइंट बात करता था, बस सारे हंसता, अपने अंदर ही हंसता रहता था हर चीज़ में।
फाइटर पायलट्स जिस तरह से आप बता रहे थे, सुखोई उड़ाया, मिग उड़ाया, अब तेजस, तो कहीं ना कहीं वो एक एलीट जो कह सकते हैं एयरफोर्स के पायलट्स में से थे। तो वैसे जब आपकी बात होती थी, चीज़ें क्या डिस्कस भी होती थी कभी कभी?
उसमें पहले इसकी सिलेक्शन इधर NIT हमीरपुर में भी हो गई थी, कंप्यूटर साइंसेज में भी सिलेक्ट हो गया था। पर इसका यही था कि मैं फोर्स में जाना है। वहाँ भी चॉइस रखी इसने कि ब्रिलियंट था, और वहाँ भी चॉइस रखी कि मैं फाइटर में ही जाना है। ये बताता था कि मैंने फाइटर में जाऊँ।
ये जो दुखद घटना हुई, इसकी जानकारी कब मिली?
इसकी मेरे को 4:55 पे, मैं इधर था कहीं रिश्तेदारी में गया हुआ था, वहाँ पे मेरे को 4:55 पे फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली है। उसने इसके फादर के थ्रू, फादर का फ़ोन आया मेरे को कि ऐसा हो गया। देन मैं इधर इमीडिएटली वहाँ से टैक्सी करके इधर आ गया। यहाँ फिर सारा घर में तो वो थे नहीं फादर वगैरह, या तो फिर मैं आता जाता रहता था। मेरा बड़ा लगाव था इनके फादर से भी, मैं शुरू से ही बड़ा लगाव था, मैं यहीं आते थे हम।
भाई भी, मामा जी के बेटे भी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। आपकी भी लगातार बात होती रहती होगी, क्या बताते थे?
बहुत अच्छा था, देश सेवा की ही बातें करता था और गांव में भी बड़ा अच्छा प्यार भाव था, सभी से मेल, कोई अपनी नौकरी की कोई ज़्यादा वो नहीं थी, बहुत अच्छा सभी से बात करनी, उठना बैठना नीचे हर उसमें था, पार्टिसिपेट करता था, तो काफ़ी दुख हुआ।
बुआ जी भी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। बुआ जी, आपसे मतलब शब्द नहीं है, लेकिन आप किस तरह से, क्योंकि बचपन से आपने देखा।
जी, बहुत इंटेलिजेंट था और हमारे तो बहुत रिस्पेक्ट करता था, बात बात में बुआ जी हमें बड़ा तो क्या मिल सकता वो।
आप नमन से बात क्योंकि जब होती थी तो
मुँह से बोलना, मेरे को बेटा सुनाई नहीं देता है, मैं क्या बोलूँ, मेरा घर से उजड़ गया, मेरा बच्चा चला गया क्या बोलूँ, मैं एक बच्चा था, 2 बच्चे थे, मैं ये छोटा भाई था, मेरा बेटा बड़ा था, अब एक रह गया, अब क्या करूँ, मैं ताई हूँ बच्चे की, क्या करूँ मैं।
आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, लगातार आप जानते, आप क्योंकि इस घर में आए थे तब से आप जानते थे, तो क्या स्वभाव कैसा था और ये दुखद समाचार कब मिले?
बहुत पोलाइट थे, बहुत ज़्यादा पोलाइट थे, शरीफ थे, कम बोलते थे, इंटेलिजेंट थे बहुत ज़्यादा।
अब देखिए कि परिजन जो हैं वो इस शोक से बाहर नहीं आ पा रहे हैं।
In connection with the Delhi student suicide case, as per sources, notice have been issued to the accused. More information coming in on the broadcast. All the CCTV footage from the classroom and the entire route taken by Shaurya up to the metro station has been preserved and being reviewed. The statements of the classmates have also been recorded, and his parents are yet to meet the investigation team in person. They're expected to meet in the coming week. That is the latest development and updates coming in. My colleague Prem joins us live on the broadcast to give us more details. Prem, several developments and details coming in, and you've also shared the updates in terms of the entire CCTV footage of the route that Shaurya had taken from the school to the metro station. It has been preserved, and many of the students have now been, their statements have been recorded by the investigation teams. What next is going to happen in this case?
See, notices has been issued to the teachers who are accused in this case, and after that 3 major updates are there. Statements of the classmates are being recorded. Notices has been issued to the teachers. Other than that, CCTV of Shaurya's classroom and the entire route of Shaurya from his school to the metro station has been preserved and is being investigated. Other than that, the parents of Shaurya are yet to meet the investigating team because of the last riots and the rituals they are in back in their hometown. They are yet to meet the investigating team. They will soon meet the investigating team, and progress will be made. We are right now at the Raja Garden police station, and here it is revealed from the sources notices has been issued to the accused teachers.
That's right. Thank you, Prem, for giving us the details on that story. We continue to bring in you the updates in terms of the investigation and probe. With that, some more breaking news coming in on the broadcast viewers. The Union Home Ministry on a Saturday issued a clarification amid the escalating political uproar in Punjab over the reports that the centre was considering bringing the Union Territory of Chandigarh under Article 240 of the Constitution. And in an official post shared by the Home Ministry on X, the government said that the proposal to simplify the process for central legislation of Chandigarh is merely under consideration and that no final decision has been taken. The ministry emphasized that the proposal does not seek to change Chandigarh's existing governance system or alter its traditional relationship with Punjab or Haryana. The proposal is only about simplifying the process of lawmaking for the Union Territory by the central government and is still under consideration by the government. The statement has been given out by the Home Ministry. Lalit is joining me on the phone line. Lalit, an entire uproar we saw from Bhagwant Mann and Arvind Kejriwal also speaking on the same. But already the government has given its clarification that the amendment is merely just under consideration and there has been no final decision taken yet.
If we talk about this whole the notification about the winter session, which is going to start from 1st December onwards, in which the centre has proposed to include Chandigarh under the ambit of Article 240 of the Constitution, in which there would be appointment of LG, that is the Lieutenant Governor, to administer the Union Territory. There is a political uproar all across Punjab as all the political parties have gathered, in which the Aam Aadmi Party and the Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Mann, has even tweeted. The other Congress leaders, which includes Pargat Singh, Raja Amrinder Singh, they all have said that this is a way to weaken the claim, Punjab's claim over these capital cities. So there has been a lot of political uproar when about this bill, which has to be tabled on the start of winter session. But before that only, there was a lot of political uproar all across Punjab. Before that only, now the centre has given a clarification that it is just a way to simplify the process. If you overall talk about this whole process, under Article 240, the way other union territories, whether it's the Pondicherry, the Daman and Diu, and the Nagar and Haveli, all such union territories are being administered under that way only. So now the Punjab claim and the way Punjab Core Committee has also done a meeting in which they have said that they will talk to the Home Minister Amit Shah regarding this. But before that, now a clarification has been given by the Home Minister. Back to the studio.
Right, Lalit, thank you for bringing us the details. We also have a soundbite coming in. Let's listen in.
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो है वो चंडीगढ़ को हथियाना चाहती है, चंडीगढ़ के ऊपर कब्जा करना चाहती है। चंडीगढ़ पंजाब का है, पंजाब का रहेगा। आम आदमी पार्टी, हमारी सरकार और पार्टी, हम डट के लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, किसी को भी हाथ लगाने नहीं देंगे। चंडीगढ़ जब बना था तो पंजाब के गांव को उजाड़ के बना था, पंजाब के लोगों को उजाड़ के बना था, और उस एक्ट में लिखा गया है कि हरियाणा अपनी राजधानी, हरियाणा अपनी कैपिटल डिफरेंट अलग बनाएगा और चंडीगढ़ जो है वो पंजाब का रहेगा। आज पंजाब को देने की बजाय भारतीय जनता पार्टी उसको हथियाना चाहती है, उसके ऊपर कब्जा करना चाहती है, उसका जुटी का जो प्रेजेंट स्टेट्स है इसको भी खत्म करना चाहती है। तो बिल्कुल हम इसकी डट के लड़ाई लड़ेंगे और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मुंह तोड़ जवाब देगी।
भगवंत मान विषय पर बिना पढ़ाई लिखाई किए हुए विरोध कर रहे हैं। इसी प्रकार जो बाकी विरोधी दल है वो भी उस पर बिना पढ़ाई लिखाई के विरोध कर रहे हैं। मेरा निवेदन है, कृपा कर ध्यान से पढ़ें। कहीं भी किसी प्रकार का कोई बदल होने जा रहा नहीं है। और मैं चैलेंज देता हूँ, कहीं पर भी आपको लगे, जहाँ आपको ठीक लगता है वहाँ पर आइए। भगवंत मान जी हो, बादल साहब हो, चाहे कांग्रेस के नेता हो, वह कहीं पर आए, मैं उनके साथ विषय पर डिबेट करने को तैयार हूँ।
Updates also coming in from the side of the BJP's RP Singh, who rightly asked the Punjab government before reacting to first see the consideration and read the consideration made by the centre and the clarification that the centre has issued. With that, viewers, we shift our focus now and get you more news and updates that we are tracking. Moving on, the head of Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind, Arshad Madani, has sparked a political row with remarks about the investigations into Alfala University, which is linked to the Delhi blast probe, and backing his statement was the Congress that said Alfala must not be targeted. A major political row has erupted after Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind President Arshad Madani made remarks during the ongoing Delhi blast probe. Madani said that Muslims in India can never rise and claimed that communal forces want to eradicate the community.
मुसलमान अपाहज हो गया, खत्म हो गया, बांझ हो गया। मैं नहीं समझता हूँ ये बात। क्या बात है कि आज दुनिया का मुसलमान एक आदमी न्यूयॉर्क का मेयर बन सकता है, ममदानी। लंदन के अंदर मेयर बन सकता है एक खान, हिंदुस्तान के अंदर किसी मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी का कोई आदमी वाइस चांसलर नहीं बन सकता, और अगर बनेगा तो आजम खां की तरह जेल के अंदर जाएगा। आज देख लीजिए अल-फलाह का क्या हो रहा है। गवर्नमेंट मुल्क की आजादी के बाद इस पर लगी हुई है कि मुसलमान को सर नहीं उठाने देना है।
Madani went on to express shocking claims, what he described as discrimination against Muslims in India, citing examples such as the imprisonment of leaders like Azam Khan and the government action against Al-Falah University after some of its doctors were linked to the Delhi terror attack. Countering the narrative that Muslims globally have become helpless or finished, he pointed to the election of Muslim mayors in major international cities, in New York and in London. He alleged that no Muslim can become a university vice-chancellor in India, and even if someone does, they will be sent to jail, referring to the scrutiny faced by Alfala University in the wake of the terror case. Madani referred to Al-Falah Group chairman Javed Ahmad Siddiqui, who has been remanded to 13 days of ED custody till December 1 for committing the offence of money laundering linked to large-scale fraud, forged accreditation claims and diversion of funds from the Al-Falah University. Reacting to Madani's remarks, the BJP has also issued sharp responses.
अरशद मदनी साहब के बयान में कन्फ्यूजन था। वो एक तरफ तो कह रहे थे कि मुसलमान पूरे दुनिया में पस्त हो चुका है, दूसरी तरफ वो ज़ोरान ममदानी की बात कर रहे थे कि वो न्यूयॉर्क में मेयर बन गए, और दो लोगों के उन्होंने नाम उसमें लिए हैं। एक नाम लिया आज़म खान का और दूसरा नाम अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी का लिया। अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी का जो ओनर है वो बचपन से अपराधी प्रवृत्ति का रहा है।
जमात के एक और व्यक्ति सामने आए हैं और वो कवर फायर दे रहे हैं और कहते हैं कि कोई यूनिवर्सिटी का वाइस चांसलर भी नहीं बन सकता। यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर का देश में तो राष्ट्रपति भी मुसलमान बने हैं, परंतु आतंक की यूनिवर्सिटी का जस्टिफिकेशन और जायज़ीकरण नहीं किया जा सकता। अगर कोई आतंकवाद करता है तो उसके ऊपर कानूनी कार्रवाई होगी, परंतु जो लोग कहते हैं कि आतंकवाद का कोई मज़हब नहीं होता, वो मज़हब के नाम पर केवल आतंकी और आतंकियों के समर्थक को क्यों पैरवी करते हैं।
मौलाना मदनी जैसे लोग उसको संकीर्ण दृष्टि से देखते हैं और जिस मुद्दे को वो सांप्रदायिक रंग देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
Live visuals coming in from Johannesburg, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is participating in the G20 summit, and there you can see holding conversations with the tall leaders of several nations, and Prime Minister there putting his diplomatic foot forward. We'll get in more details on this, but Prime Minister there also speaking on the vision of India and how India is going to be putting forward its diplomatic foot in front as far as the details are coming in. It is about the global south and the focus shaping India's presidency. Earlier, Prime Minister unveiled 6 India-led global initiatives and also announced a new trilateral tech partnership with Australia and Canada as well. And we bring you these live visuals back to back from Johannesburg in South Africa, where Prime Minister Modi is standing front and centre at the G20 summit opening earlier in Johannesburg as well, with India's voice continuing to shape the global agenda. And earlier as well, he had called the day very, very fruitful and said that India's focus remained on shared commitment to global progress, prosperity and inclusive growth as well. And one by one bilateral are also taking place. That is the tall leader of Spain and President South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa as well. And of course, other leaders also together. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, of course, leading the way. And many themes captioned during India's presidency last year also found continuity this time. This is the G20 summit, a very, very crucial summit with PM Modi announcing 6 new India-led global initiatives. There it is the United Nations President Antonio Guterres, who had also met with Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday, and they had shared brief conversations. and each rooted in India's development and model and global approach has been kept forward by Prime Minister Modi. And also a major India-driven outcome was the launch of Australia-Canada-India Tech and Innovation Partnership earlier yesterday. India's priorities are, of course, taking the centre stage, with Prime Minister Modi proposing 6 global initiatives at the G20 summit. That is the leader of Brazil, who is currently now addressing the G20 summit. That is the president of Brazil addressing the G20 session at this point in time. That is Lula da Silva, who is speaking at this point in time at the Johannesburg, South Africa. Lula da Silva, the Brazilian president there, of course, speaking about Brazil's most important vision for the G20, and also there Lula da Silva holding that brief conversation with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and ahead of the session, that is Prime Minister Modi, Cyril Ramaphosa and Lula da Silva in those visuals. Very, very light-hearted, looks like light-hearted conversation, brief conversations between the tall leaders, Brazil and India there in terms of their diplomacy. We will continue to bring you all the updates from the G20 as all the developments come in. But for now, shifting focus. India's commitment to the maritime security has earned global praise. At the UN Security Council debate, India highlighted the Navy's stellar operations in the Western Arabian Sea. Over 520 lives saved without regard to nationality, and more than 350 merchant vessels safely escorted, carrying nearly 14 million metric tons of cargo worth over $6.3 billion. India reaffirming its stand. Safe seas for all.
India being in the top 3 maritime communities with 12% of the world's seafarers gives immense importance to the safety, well-being and rights of seafarers who form the lifeblood of global trade and maritime stability. Madam Chair, over the last 2 years, in response to shipping attacks and rising incidents of piracy in the Western Arabian Sea, the Indian Navy has deployed over 35 ships in the region, carried out more than 1,000 boarding operations, and has responded to over 35 incidents. The credible and swift actions of the Indian Navy have saved more than 520 lives, irrespective of nationality. Since November 2023, the Indian Navy has safely escorted over 367 merchant vessels carrying over 14.7 million metric tons of cargo valued at over $6.3 billion. Indian seafarers serving on the Marlin Luanda showed exceptional courage in the face of a missile attack in the Gulf of Aden and were recognized with the IMO Bravery Award, while the Indian Navy received an IMO Commendation for this operation. India's Information Fusion Center in the Indian Ocean region, the IFC-IOR, has strengthened real-time information exchange, while the Directorate General of Shipping, through the DG Com Center, has maintained round-the-clock crisis response cells and issued continuous advisories and coordinated with foreign maritime administrations for the safe passage of seafarers. I bring to kind attention of the Chair that IMO has added the IFC-IOR as a key reporting center in the IMO Best Management Practices Maritime Security. The next logical step is to include the IFC-IOR as the IOR's primary reporting center in the IMO Maritime Safety Committee resolution. The support of member states in this noble endeavor would be invaluable to our collective maritime security. All these reflect our commitment to building an inclusive and equitable maritime workforce. Our efforts shall continue to be in consonance with our national vision of Mahasagar, or a mutual and holistic advancement for security and growth across regions.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार, क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
So in the past we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level, but today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार।
Hi, this is Sandeep Sekar, AD and CEO, Nippon India Mutual Fund, and I'm very excited to be part of India Economic Summit hosted by Republic Business, happening on 28th of November 2025 at Public Headquarters in Noida. See you there.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us this Sunday. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Oyana Mitra. Viewers, India has fresh and a strong start at the G20 summit in Johannesburg. The Prime Minister is holding several key meetings with his South African counterpart. We'll get you the details of that and a lot more. But first, the headlines at 2 p.m. Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind President Arshad Madani sparks massive row amid Delhi blast probe, says government ensuring that Muslims never raise their heads. BJP criticizes Madani's remark alleging discrimination against Muslims in India, terms his statement confusing and misleading. Mortal remains of Wing Commander Syal, who died during the Dubai Air Show, reaches Himachal Pradesh's Kangra to be cremated with full state honours. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar finds himself in controversy again, threatens to withhold funds if people don't vote in local body elections. Karnataka Chief Minister Sabarimala meets Mallikarjun Kharge, dismisses speculation regarding leadership change. All right, viewers, we cut across to my colleague Gursimran, who's right now live from Jammu. The mortal remains of Wing Commander Nyoma Syal has just been brought in. In just a short while from now, he will be cremated with full state honors. In fact, as we speak, the visuals on your screen show a bike rally that is being held in Kangra in Himachal Pradesh, where a tribute is underway to Wing Commander Syal. Gursimran joins me live with more details. Gursimran, over to you.
Yes, these visuals are from the Kangra district, where the Braveheart Wing Commander Nyoma Syal made the supreme sacrifice while air show in Dubai when the Tejas aircraft nosedived during a barrel roll that it was performing during the air show. And now a sea of people, hundreds and hundreds of people have gathered here to pay their last tributes, not only those who are on the bikes with the tricolors, but also those on the roadsides. Everyone has gathered with flowers to actually pay their tribute to this Braveheart. There is a sea of people, and in the last you will see an army vehicle in which the mortal remains of Wing Commander Syal are being taken to his native place. He joined the Indian Air Force, the prestigious force, in 2009 and has been serving for last 16 years. He has not only served in the Tejas squadron but also in the MiG squadron as well as in the Sukhoi squadron, starting his career from the elite Sukhoi squadron and then moved to the MiG squadron as per the family members. And now he was in Sulur, where the squadron of Tejas is based. But unfateful incident took place day before yesterday during the Dubai air show, and now the visuals that you see, that the chants of Nyoma Syal Amar Rahe being raised by the locals in the area of the Patyalkar, that is the native village of Wing Commander Syal. His wife also, Afsana, is also with the mortal remains. She is also Wing Commander in Indian Air Force, and she was on her course in Kolkata when this unfateful news came in. The parents are also accompanying along with 6-year-old daughter Arya, who is also with her parents now, coming back on this unfateful day. But what we have seen, that the sea of people, those who have gathered, because it is not what you see, but behind that vehicle, the army vehicle that is carrying the mortal remains of this Braveheart, there are many more such vehicles. Today morning when we spoke to the relatives, especially the uncle and the Bua of Wing Commander Syal, they told that he was very keen to serve the country. Despite his selection in the IIT, he decided not to go there and decided to join Indian Air Force at the age of 21. And since then, he was achieving new heights. What we have seen at his place, there were several of the photographs with the new machines, including the trainee aircraft, including Sukhoi, MiG, and the Tejas prototype that was there, that has brought some tears into the eyes of the relatives that were there. But now what we are witnessing, that people here, they have gathered here in large numbers with the tricolors in their hand, and in a short while from now, what we are witnessing, that in a short while from now the mortal remains will arrive at his native place, from where it will be taken to the cremation ground. But the visuals that we see, the sea of people that have gathered here with the bikes and the tricolor, this also sends a message that they are in grief, but they are also really proud of the supreme sacrifice that Wing Commander Syal has made, because they say that this family has a history of serving to the country, because the father of Wing Commander Syal, he was also a retired Naib Subedar, and now the sea of people that you see, that the hundreds and hundreds of people that have come here, they all have come here to salute this sacrifice, to salute the supreme sacrifice that Wing Commander Syal has made. Important to mention that he has served at his own place as well in Pathankot. It was his first posting, that is very close to Kangra and one of the strategically most important places when it comes to the Indian Air Force fighter fleet deployment. And now also he was part of the Sulur base, that is home to the Tejas squadron of the Indian Air Force. Indian Air Force, which got 38 Tejas. That was part of the first delivery that the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited did to the Indian Air Force. 38 Tejas Mk1, that was the first generation. They were given to the Indian Air Force and they were proudly roaring in the skies, giving adversary a tough time. But an unfaithful incident took place during a barrel roll that was being performed in Dubai Air Show. And now the visuals that you see, that the Indian Army convoys, and one of those is the photograph with the photograph of Wing Commander Syal. Really a tough time for the family members, but what they say, that they are also proud of this sacrifice that has been made by their son, because he was always keen. His family also, his wife is also Wing Commander in the Indian Air Force. So they have a family that has legacy of serving the country, serving the country in the field of education, serving the country in the defense forces, and this is what the family has been. Here on the roadside you will see that the people with their hand folded, women praying for the departed soul. So these are the visuals that are coming from the outskirts of the Kangra district, the Himachal Pradesh. What it seems that the entire country stands united, because wherever you will see, it will only be the people with the folded hands praying for the departed soul, or those with the tricolor. This sends a message that this patriotism is in the nerves of these people, because this area has seen many of those officers who are serving, who have served, and who are willing to join the Indian Armed Forces in days to come. And these visuals from the last journey of Wing Commander Syal, that speaks volumes about the patriotism that these people carry in their nerves, because these are the people who have given the supreme sacrifice for the country. They have not only fought being in the armed forces, but they have also fought being part of the civil defense that has been there. They have given the adversary a tough time whenever they got a chance. And now when the supreme sacrifice has been made by Wing Commander Syal, these visuals that you see from this very area, that is it is the Patyalkar village, the native village of Wing Commander Syal. Here the people are coming from different parts of the district. Also what we have seen, that all the political leaders, including those in the ruling dispensation, they have also arrived, and the chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and the chants of Wing Commander Namash Dayal Amar Rahe, these are some of the chants that are unending. This line may go long, but these chants don't stop. One after one, these chants continue to roar in the roads of the Kangra district. Early this morning when we reached at their place, since then we have seen that the people, they are in grief. They are really sad, and they feel that they have lost a portion of themselves. But the proud of being Indian, that goes nowhere, and that can be seen with this bike rally that is being taken. Because as long as I can see, till the last I can see the tricolors unfurling with the proud, and that is for what Wing Commander Syal has lived all through his life. And now as he is no more between us, he has departed this world, the people, these people, they are chanting his slogans, and the family members, though in grief, but they are also proud of this departed soul. When we spoke to his aunt, who barely can hear, she said that she had two sons, one her own and one was Wing Commander Syal. She said that she has lost half of her part. So that is the sentiment that has, we spoke to the distant cousins also, they said that he was humble all the time whenever they met her. So this is what the people feel about it. And here you will see that the tricolor, with the tricolor in hand, the people, they all are welcoming. Here you will see some of the students also, the nursing students, they have gathered here with the flowers in their hand to pay the tribute. So these are the visuals, these are heart-touching visuals that are coming from this remote village of Patyalkar in the Kangra district of Himachal Pradesh, where the people have left everything at their places and they have come out to pay last respect, because they know that this supreme sacrifice is for them. They know that all through his 16 years career of Indian Air Force, the flight from starting from the very beginning to the Wing Commander rank, he has lived only for the countrymen, and whatever he has done, it is the salute that they are now paying to this brave heart of the Indian Air Force. And here what we see, the Himachal Pradesh Police District Administration, the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army all have gathered here, and these visuals, the visual speaks of themselves. No matter what someone says that they are from this district or the other, they have come out with the folded hands or with them having flowers in their hands so that they can pay tribute to this brave heart. And this entire stretch of somewhere 9 kilometers, starting from half the way from the airport, the Kangra airport, to his place, this entire place is decked up like they are welcoming the national hero, because they know the supreme sacrifice this brave heart has made. This is for the generations to come to learn from him, because this area where we have seen that how the supreme sacrifice happened and what stands now, all the locals, they have gathered with the chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Wing Commander Syal Amar Rahe. Yes, back to you.
Gursimran, I request you to stay on with me. In fact, you mentioned the family members earlier today. You were in conversation with them. I'd like to play out those statements that came in from the family as they grieve and remember Wing Commander Syal.
साथ बात करने के लिए उनके ताया जी मौजूद हैं, जोगिंदर नाथ सयाल। ताया जी, मुझे ये बताइएगा, आपकी सबसे आखिरी बार उनसे बात कब हुई, क्या बताया था, खुश थे?
दुबई जाने से पहले उनसे बात हुई थी कि मेरी सिलेक्शन हुई वहाँ एयर शो में जाने के लिए, तो मैंने उनको आशीर्वाद दिया और शाबाशी दी थी कि आपने तो हमारा खानदान का नाम बड़ा रोशन कर दिया इतनी, और बेटा जाओ आप खुशी खुशी से वहाँ पर अपना ये कम्बैटिंग करो।
शुरू से था, क्योंकि आपने तो बचपन से देखा होगा इन्हें।
हाँ जी, बचपन से बड़ा होनहार बच्चा था ये। एक मेरा बेटा, एक इनका बेटा ये नमंस, तो दोनों में मैं भी एजुकेशन में था तो कंट्रास्ट करता था, ये मेरे बेटे से आगे था, शार्प था। फिर ये मेरे ब्रदर जो थे डलहौजी में एएमसी में पोस्ट हुए, तो वहाँ पर मैंने इनको इंसिस्ट किया कि बच्चे को आपने डीपीएस जो नॉर्थ इंडिया का सबसे अच्छा स्कूल था वहाँ पर इसको एडमिट करवाओ। तो वहाँ ये इसको प्राइमरी में एडमिट करवाया। उनके वो सरदार प्रिंसिपल ढिल्लों, उनका बड़ा नाम था, जिन्होंने वो स्कूल चलाया, जो डायरेक्टर थे। तो उनकी भी ये असेसमेंट थी। उन्होंने बोला कि ये बच्चा एक दिन कहीं पहुंचेगा और देश का नाम रोशन करेगा। तो इवन वहाँ जब ये ट्रांसफ़र भी जलंधर हुए तो बच्चा और फैमिली इन्होंने डीपीएस में ही रखी। उसके बाद 9th क्लास में कुछ थोड़ी पोस्टें होती हैं जो बैकेंड चलती हैं सुजानपुर टीरा सैनिक स्कूल में, तो वहाँ इसने कम्पीट किया और उसको एडमिशन मिल गई। वहाँ पर भी टॉपर था।
शुरू से ही जो है होनहार रहे हैं पढ़ाई में।
हाँ जी, होनहार रहे।
भारतीय वायुसेना में कब जो है गए?
2009 में ये एनडीए में गए। उसके बाद 4 साल रहे ये खड़गवासला पूना, उसके बाद पठानकोट हैदराबाद, उसके बाद सेलूर।
तो लगातार आप देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से शुरू से ही, चाहे सुखोई हो, मिग हो और अब तेजस जो हैं वो उड़ाते थे। हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं इनके फूफा जी, हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। जी, आपने भी काफ़ी लंबे समय से, क्योंकि छोटे से देखा होगा, तो मतलब किस तरह से थे, क्योंकि आपकी बातचीत भी लगातार होती है, बेहद करीब का रिश्ता था?
बिल्कुल शांत स्वभाव का था, कम बोलता था, सोच बड़ी ऊंची थी और उसमें झील थी और भावना थी उसकी, मैं कुछ बनूंगा। उसके शुरू से पता लग जाता था हमें, वो थे उसके विचार। और ज़्यादा बात नहीं करनी, किसी टू द पॉइंट बात करता था, बस सारे हंसता, अपने अंदर ही हंसता रहता था हर चीज़ में।
फाइटर पायलट्स, जिस तरह से आप बता रहे थे, सुखोई उड़ाया, मिग उड़ाया, अब तेजस, तो कहीं ना कहीं वो एक एलीट जो कह सकते हैं एयरफोर्स के पायलट्स में से थे। तो वैसे जब आपकी बात होती थी, चीज़ें क्या डिस्कस भी होती थी कभी कभी?
उसमें पहले इसकी सिलेक्शन इधर एनआईटी हमीरपुर में भी हो गई थी, कंप्यूटर साइंसेज में भी सिलेक्ट हो गया था। पर इसका यही था कि मैं फोर्स में जाना है। वहाँ भी चॉइस रखी इसने कि ब्रिलियंट था, और वहाँ भी चॉइस रखी कि मैं फाइटर में ही जाना है, ये बताता था कि मैंने फाइटर में जाऊँ।
ये जो दुखद घटना हुई इसकी जानकारी कब मिली?
इसकी मेरे को 4:55 पे, मैं इधर था कहीं रिश्तेदारी में गया था, वहाँ पे मेरे को 4:55 पे फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली है। उसने इसके फादर के थ्रू, फादर का फ़ोन आया मेरे को कि ऐसा ऐसा हो गया है। देन मैं इधर इमीडिएटली वहाँ से टैक्सी करके इधर आ गया। यहाँ फिर सारा घर में तो वो थे नहीं फादर वगैरह, या तो फिर मैं आता जाता रहता था। मेरा बड़ा लगाव था इनके फादर से भी, मैं शुरू से ही बड़ा लगाव था, मैं यहीं आते थे हम।
And we go across to more breaking news coming in. The Indian naval warship, that is INS Sahyadri, an indigenously built stealth ship of the Indian Navy, as part of its ongoing operational deployment, participated in bilateral exercise Malabar. The warships and aircraft of the two navies, that is the India and Australian navies, conducted intense joint naval drills and operations in the Northern Pacific. The exercise is aimed to significantly boost interoperability and deepening strategic partnership between the two maritime nations. Let's go across to my colleague Ishan, who joins me on the phone line with more details. Ishan, tell us a little bit about what exercise Malabar is, and what is the significance of the participation of this indigenously built Indian warship?
The INS Sahyadri is an indigenous warship that is taking part in Malabar 2025. Malabar is a quadrilateral exercise between India, Japan, Australia and the United States. This year is the 29th iteration of the exercise, which began in 1992. After it ran from November 10th to November 18th in Guam 2025. This is a US territory and is the epitome of the Pacific fleet of the United States. Now, Guam is the base which caters to the entire Pacific region of the United States Navy and is geared towards the curtailment of the Chinese expansionism in the region. Now, Guam also provides security guarantees to South Korea, Japan and Taiwan, of course, and is the primary base of the United States Marine Corps and base of the United States Navy in this region. The significance of India participating in this exercise is the strengthening of the Quad partnership that began a few years ago, and this is possible. Australia has provided HMAS Ballarat. Now, this is a 2,800-ton warship, with Australia also providing its P-8A Poseidon aircraft. And the United States aircraft carrier USS Fitzgerald is also participating in these exercises, along with the US Submarine Task Force. So this is a very large exercise that India is also participating and will strengthen India's naval relationships along with its positioning in the Pacific Ocean. Back to you.
Right. All right, Ishan, thank you for giving us those details. Viewers, let's quickly take you through more news that Republic Defence is tracking for you. India's commitment to maritime security has earned global praise. At the United Nations Security Council debate, India highlighted the Navy's stellar operations in the Western Arabian Sea, where over 520 lives were saved without regard to nationality, and more than 350 merchant vessels safely escorted, carrying nearly 14 million metric tons of cargo worth over $6.3 billion. India has reaffirmed its stand: safe seas for all.
India being in the top 3 maritime communities with 12% of the world's seafarers gives immense importance to the safety, well-being and rights of seafarers who form the lifeblood of global trade and maritime stability. Madam Chair, over the last 2 years, in response to shipping attacks and rising incidents of piracy in the Western Arabian Sea, the Indian Navy has deployed over 35 ships in the region, carried out more than 1,000 boarding operations, and has responded to over 35 incidents. The credible and swift actions of the Indian Navy have saved more than 520 lives, irrespective of nationality. Since November 2023, the Indian Navy has safely escorted over 367 merchant vessels carrying over 14.7 million metric tons of cargo valued at over $6.3 billion. Indian seafarers serving on the Marlin Luanda showed exceptional courage in the face of a missile attack in the Gulf of Aden and were recognized with the IMO Bravery Award, while the Indian Navy received an IMO Commendation for this operation. India's Information Fusion Center in the Indian Ocean region, the IFC-IOR, has strengthened real-time information exchange, while the Directorate General of Shipping, through the DG Com Center, has maintained round-the-clock crisis response cells and issued continuous advisories and coordinated with foreign maritime administrations for the safe passage of seafarers. I bring to kind attention of the Chair that IMO has added the IFC-IOR as a key reporting center in the IMO Best Management Practices Maritime Security. The next logical step is to include the IFC-IOR as the IOR's primary reporting center in the IMO Maritime Safety Committee resolution. The support of member states in this noble endeavor would be invaluable to our collective maritime security. All these reflect our commitment to building an inclusive and equitable maritime workforce. Our efforts shall continue to be in consonance with our national vision of Mahasagar, or a mutual and holistic advancement for security and growth across regions.
Okay, viewers, we slip into a very short break, but do stay on with us because we are tracking the power tussle that is currently underway within the Karnataka government very, very closely. Chief Minister Sabarimala has now, in fact, met Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and dismissed all rumors of a change in CM face. We'll get you those details and a lot more.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
So in the past we would see most of the
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
And here's a quick check of everything else that's making news. Visuals from near the Delhi-Noida flyway and surrounding areas show a layer of toxic smog blanketing the city. The AQI in the area is 340, categorized as very poor as claimed by the Pollution Control Board. Delhi's high pollution levels prompted management to implement GRAP Stage 4 curbs due to severe air quality in the national capital at several other areas. A woman has filed a sexual harassment complaint against the Villupuram district Vanur DMK Union Secretary. She alleges that the man, a former Panchayat president, and the Villupuram Central District DMK Union Secretary from the same village threatened and sexually assaulted her for the past 6 months and also blackmailed her with videos. Rain lashed out several parts of the city due to the low-pressure areas formed in the Bay of Bengal. Further rainfall is expected, with authorities issuing warnings and advising fishermen to avoid the seas. All right, viewers, visuals that are coming in from Kangra in Himachal Pradesh, where Wing Commander Syal, who lost his life in the Tejas air crash during the Dubai Air Show, said to be cremated with full state honors. On your screens now are the visuals of the preparations that are currently underway. He is survived by his wife, who's also an Indian Air Force pilot, and his 6-year-old daughter. We have our colleague Gursimran, who's joining us live. He's tracking the developments closely. Gursimran, heartbreaking visuals currently that is being shown.
Yes, I request Jivan to be with the visuals. These are the family members, the mother and the father of Wing Commander Syal, who have arrived from Coimbatore. They were there with the family. They were looking after his 6-year-old daughter as his wife, Wing Commander Afsana Akhtar. She was also on a training in Kolkata. Now the father, and here you will see the wife of Wing Commander Syal. She is also Wing Commander. Presently, she is also donning her uniform, Wing Commander Afsana Akhtar. She was also with him, but she has gone to another course in Kolkata when this unfaithful news came in. And now the sister of Wing Commander Syal with her sister-in-law. These are really heartbreaking visuals that we see. An unfaithful incident that was reported day before yesterday during the Dubai Air Force show, and now you will see the officers of the Indian Air Force along with Wing Commander Afsana Akhtar, wife of Wing Commander Syal. And now this is totally, if we see of the entire atmosphere, it is grief, and the people from different districts of Himachal Pradesh, they all have arrived here to pay their last tribute, because this is something they have never imagined. This was really heartbreaking for them a day before yesterday evening. It was around 4:30 when the parents and the family members and relatives got to know of this unfaithful incident, and since then there is a sea of gloom that looms all over the Kangra district and the nearby districts, because a young 21-year-old student, he joined the Indian Air Force, then rose to the ranks of Wing Commander, that too in the prestigious, first he was in the squadron of the, first it was Sukhoi squadron, then what we have seen, he was in the MiG squadron, and now he was in the Tejas squadron that was stationed in Sulur in Coimbatore. And when he was performing a barrel roll, then all of a sudden nosedive crash of Tejas took place in this unfaithful incident. We lost this brave heart Wing Commander Namash Syal of the Kangra district's Patyalkar village. The visuals, they are heartbreaking, because everyone that you see here, those who have gathered not only at their place but on the way, they all were in tears. They knew nothing that what has fallen on them. The family members, they spoke to Namanj a day before this unfaithful incident, and he was all happy because he was among those prestigious fighter pilots who were selected for this Dubai Air Show, and it was a dream come true for him, because he braved all the difficulties, all the challenges that were there, and then he was selected for this. But now you will see the family members, they are in grief. They do not know what lies next for them. An unfortunate incident has taken place, and now the family members, they are consoling, the relatives are consoling the mother and the father, the sister of Wing Commander Syal. It is beyond words to explain what the situation is, because everyone is here. They have lost a piece of their heart. They do not know that what to speak, how to express it. But one thing that they have got to know day before yesterday, it is like hell fallen on them, and since then they are unable to cope up to the situation. Every family member that you see, be it the close relatives or the distant relative or those who knew them barely, they know that this is a major loss to the country. This is not the loss of a Syal family or of this village or Kangra district. This is the loss of the entire Indian Air Force, the Indian security forces, and the entire country. And now the family members, they are here. Some final rituals will be performed, and then the mortal remains will be taken to the cremation ground, whereafter the salute the guard of honor that will be given to the final tribute that will be given to this brave heart of the Kangra district, Himachal Pradesh. He will be led to the final rest. But here what we see, that the sea of people, they have gathered here at his residence to pay him last salute. Earlier also we have seen that the people were coming from different parts of Himachal Pradesh, the nearby districts of the Kangra, to pay their salute. But what we have seen, that throughout roughly a 21-kilometer long journey from the airport in Kangra, we have seen people with folded hands just praying for this departed soul. People, students holding the flowers for this brave heart who made the supreme sacrifice. And now the visuals from his residence in the Syal, from where he rose to the ranks of wing commander. He was 21 when he joined the prestigious Indian Air Force, and since then he has been on the rise. He gave his supreme sacrifice while performing one of the toughest. It was a barrel roll that he was performing on Tejas when the Tejas nosedived down, and then we saw the blast that took place, and unfaithful news that flowed in via Indian Air Force that there has been a fatal casualty. The name, when it came to the family members, when the NOKs were informed, then we saw the sea of sorrow that has actually taken over this entire area. And now the visuals from his residence in the Patyalkar village, that is in the Kangra district, where everyone has come from different places, from different walks of the society, and now what they are saying, they are paying tribute to this brave heart, because his supreme sacrifice, he has been an inspiration for the entire Kangra district earlier also, but now after his supreme लगातार जो है तस्वीरें सरजीवन आपको दिखा रहे हैं कांगड़ा ज़िले से, जहां पर इस वक्त जो है विंग कमांडर नमांश स्याल के परिवारजन जो हैं वो एकत्र हुए हैं। उनका पार्थिव शरीर जो है इस वक्त उनके गृह निवास पर लाया गया है। सरजीवन से कहूँगा आपको तस्वीरें जो हैं वो दिखाते रहें। भारतीय वायुसेना के अफसर, उसके साथ साथ भारतीय सेना के अधिकारी, तमाम जो राजनेता हैं, जिसमें कि यहाँ के जो टूरिज्म मंत्री हैं, वो और तमाम लोग जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं, क्योंकि देश के इस शूरवीर को हर एक व्यक्ति जो है वो आखिरी नमन, आखिरी श्रद्धांजलि जो है वो यहाँ पर देना चाहता है, जिसकी तस्वीरें जो हैं वो अब आप यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं। सरजीवन आपको लगातार विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं। पार्थिव शरीर जो है वो इस वक्त घर के प्रांगण में पहुँचा है। यहाँ पर उनके साथ उनकी माता, उनके पिता, 6 साल की उनकी बेटी और उनकी पत्नी, जो कि खुद एक भारतीय वायुसेना में विंग कमांडर हैं, विंग कमांडर अफसाना अख्तर, वो खुद यहाँ पर मौजूद, वो कोयम्बतूर से जो हैं आज ही भारतीय वायुसेना के जो स्पेशल एयरक्राफ्ट है उसके ज़रिए यहाँ चंद मिनट पहले पार्थिव शरीर परिवार में पहुंचा, और परिवारजन जो हैं अब कुछ आखिरी जो धार्मिक रीति रिवाज हैं, जो पूजा प्रतिष्ठान है, उसके बाद इनके पार्थिव शरीर को यहाँ से ले जाया जाएगा। यहाँ से जो है जो इनका पैतृक गांव है, पैतृक गांव के ही शमशान घाट में इन्हें आखिरी श्रद्धांजलि और आखिरी अलविदा जो है वो कहा जाएगा। उससे पहले भारतीय सेना की तरफ से इन्हें आखिरी श्रद्धांजलि, सलामी जो है वो दी जाएगी, गन सल्यूट, और उसके बाद इन्हें जो है ये पंचतत्व में विलीन हो जाएंगे। लेकिन पूरे अगर बात करें देश के लिए दुख का पल ज़रूर, लेकिन उसके साथ ही गर्व भी, गर्व देश को अपने उस बेटे पर जिसने कि अपनी 16 साल में भारतीय वायुसेना को दी सेवाओं में सिर्फ फाइटर जेट्स जो हैं वो उड़ाए, चाहे बात शुरुआती जो है वो सुखोई की जाए, जब वो पठानकोट में तैनात थे, हैदराबाद की जाए जब वो मिग जो है मिग फाइटर जेट चलाया करते थे, और उसके बाद अब कोयम्बतूर के सुलूर में जहां तेजस जो फाइटर जेट है उसके जो स्क्वाड्रन है वहां पर वो कार्यरत थे। और बेहद ही परिवार के लिए एक खुशी का समय था। जैसा उनके ताया जी ने भी बताया कि जब उनका दुबई एयर शो के लिए चयन हुआ तो उन्होंने जो है कॉल करके परिजनों को बताया कि मेरा जो है दुबई में जो एयर शो है उसके लिए चयन हो गया है। आसपास के घरों की तस्वीरें सरजीवन जो आपको दिखा रहे हैं, लोग जो हैं इतने ज़्यादा हैं कि उनके जो पैतृक निवास है वहाँ पर जगह नहीं है। यहाँ आप देखेंगे तो यहाँ पर लोग अपने घरों के छतों से, दूसरे घरों से जो है वो एक आखिरी विदाई, एक आखिरी झलक जो है वो इस शूरवीर की पाना चाहते हैं। इसके लिए लोग हज़ारों की तादाद में इस गांव के, इनके घर के प्रांगण और बाहर जो हैं वो एकत्र हुए हैं। अब से कुछ देर बाद अब जो है आप देखेंगे तो पूजा प्रतिष्ठान जो है वो किया जा रहा है, और कुछ देर बाद जो पार्थिव शरीर है वो यहाँ से निकलेगा जो गांव का शमशान घाट है वहाँ के लिए, और वहाँ पर जो है इन्हें आखिरी श्रद्धांजलि दी जाएगी। तस्वीरें जो सरजीवन आपको दिखा रहे हैं वो विंग कमांडर सयाल के पिताजी और उनके ताया जी हैं। उनके साथ अगर आप देखेंगे तो उनकी बहन के ससुर और बाकी जो इनके रिश्तेदार हैं, ताया जी के बेटे, तमाम जो इनके रिश्तेदार हैं वो यहाँ पर मौजूद, और उसके साथ साथ भारतीय सेना, भारतीय वायुसेना, यहाँ की जो प्रशासन है, हर हिमाचल प्रदेश की सरकार में जो टूरिज़्म मंत्री हैं RS बाली, और तमाम जो नेता हैं वो यहाँ पर एकत्र हुए हैं। समुद्र कहा जाए लोगों का तो गलत नहीं होगा कि इतनी तादाद में लोग यहाँ पर एकत्र हुए, और सिर्फ एक झलक और आखिरी जो सलाम है वो देने के लिए इस शूरवीर को, क्योंकि 21 तारीख की शाम तकरीबन 4 बजे परिवार को जो है ये समाचार मिला, बेहद दुखद समाचार। परिवारजनों ने कभी ऐसा सोचा भी नहीं था कि नमांश श्याल जो कि विंग कमांडर भारतीय वायुसेना के हैं, वो जब अब दुबई से वापस लौटेंगे तो वो इस तरह से तिरंगे में लिपटे वापस लौटेंगे, क्योंकि परिवार को ये था कि वो जो है एयर शो के लिए जा रहे हैं और उसके बाद जो है वो वापस आएंगे तो छुट्टी पर भी आएंगे, लेकिन इस तरह से तिरंगे में लिपटे आने से परिवार जो है, परिवारजन, उनके रिश्तेदार, सभी की आंखें नम हैं। दुख पीड़ा जो है वो साफ देखने को मिलती है, लेकिन फ़ख्र जो है वो परिवारजनों को भी स्वाभाविक तौर पर है। फ़ख्र जो है इस बात का कि देश के इस शूरवीर ने जो है सर्वोच्च बलिदान दिया। अब परिवारजन जो हैं आप देखेंगे तो लगातार एक दूसरे का ढांढस बांधते हुए, लेकिन ये तस्वीरें जो हैं ये बताती हैं कि देश के शूरवीरों को देश भूलता नहीं है। हमने तकरीबन 21 किलोमीटर का लंबा सफ़र जो कांगड़ा एयरपोर्ट से लेकर उनके निवास स्थान तक था, वहाँ पे हाथ जोड़ी महिलाएं देखी जो इस दिवंगत आत्मा के लिए प्रार्थना कर रही थी। स्कूली बच्चे देखे जिनके हाथों में जो है फूल थे ताकि इन्हें जो है आखिरी श्रद्धांजलि दी जा सके। बाइक्स पर लोग थे, हाथों में तिरंगा झंडा था, और नमंश श्याल अमर रहे के नारों के साथ जो है उन्होंने लगातार जो है जय घोष के साथ ये तस्वीरें आप उनके पैतृक निवास से देख रहे हैं। जी।
All right, Gursimran, thank you for giving us those details. We track those visuals very, very closely, viewers, as India salutes Indian Air Force. All right, we have more breaking news coming in. The BJP has now called out Pakistan's misinformation campaign on Rafale, citing French Navy. The French Navy has in fact called out Pakistan's Geo TV and its correspondent Hamid Mir for spreading misinformation and disinformation. In his report, Hamid Mir had peddled the same old fabricated claims about Rafales and the so-called May conflict, and has now been publicly exposed. When official institutions start debunking their propaganda, all right, this is the statement by the BJP. The BJP says that one understands how desperate Pakistan's misinformation machinery has become. This is the latest news that is coming in. Pakistan's lies about the Rafale during and its operations during the Operation Sindoor conflict, called out this time on international platforms. On the left of your screens, you can see what Pakistan had claimed. This is the post that was put out by Pak journalist Hamid Mir. On the right of your screens is the post that has been put out online by the French Navy, calling out Pakistan's misinformation campaign. Ishan, my colleague, joins me on the phone line with more details. Ishan, absolute embarrassment for Pakistan yet again.
Absolutely. The French Navy spokesperson has explicitly termed the Rafale-related segment aired by Pakistan's Geo TV and fronted by Hamid Mir as a misinformation and a disinformation campaign. We all have seen the US report that came out recently, which showed that China specifically used Pakistan-based handles and China-based handles to spread this misinformation against the Rafale aircraft after Operation Sindoor. It used its embassies to ensure that any country that was interested in purchasing Rafale was approached by Chinese embassy officials stating that the Rafale had failed against the Chinese military aircraft. But this could not be further from the truth. What is true is the Chinese supplied weapons failed miserably during Operation Sindoor and could not even damage a single Rafale. And this was recently categorically stated by the US Congress report. During Operation Sindoor, multiple Pakistani outlets and handles claimed that Pakistani Air Force has shot down several Indian fighters, including a Rafale, using unrelated crash visuals as proof and using AI-generated images as proof. India's PIB and French officials and the United States Congress report categorically stated all these reports to be false, wherein any report of a fallen Rafale or Indian fighter was seemed to be false. Now, this misinformation campaign was directed at Rafale to ensure the sale of Chinese fighters, that is the J-10s and J-35s. Now, these fighters China has been pitching across the globe, and China thereafter used this opportunity to discredit the Rafale aircraft. But the Rafale is a very robust and very reliable aircraft. It's gaining in sales numbers, and now we can see that this has been completely debunked. Back to you.
Yep. Ishan, I want you to stay on with me. In fact, this also comes just days after, a US report had revealed this entire disinformation campaign that was being peddled by Pakistan and also by China. And like you rightly mentioned, this is not the first time that, these two countries have tried to sort of twist the narrative. In fact, Ishan, before I come back to you, let's go across to BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawala, who joins me on the phone line. Shehzad, as I was just saying, what an absolute embarrassment for Pakistan.
An embarrassment. Why are you so surprised? Pakistan's global base is the only thing that is a constant in the world. And look, these people have been spreading misinformation and disinformation. This time they did it against the French, but also they've been spreading disinformation about downing Indian jets. And because of that disinformation that they spread, you remember Prime Minister went to Ardampur base and he did a life-size fact check. But Pakistanis are shameless, and today they have been called out once again for their fakery and lies. But my real problem is that there are Indians living in India who buy and purchase this crap from Pakistan, their fakery, their fake narrative, and then peddle it in India. Now, for me, what more important is the Indian arm of this Pakistani disinformation wing, which behaves almost like the DG ISPR of Pakistan. And fake news is propelled by people like Rahul Gandhi. So my real worry is that Rahul Gandhi relies on Hamid Ami, not the fact that Hamid Ami is caught down with his pants down spreading fake news.
Yes. Shehzad, and we've seen time and again how this has become a repeated pattern of Pakistan. They use fake social media accounts. They use artificial intelligence to sort of corroborate a narrative that, these are the debris of the planes that Pakistan reportedly shot down during Operation Sindoor. But we've seen these claims repeatedly being debunked, not just by India, by the Ministry of External Affairs, but Pakistan has now been called out repeatedly, even on international platforms. Just a few days ago, Shehzad, it was a US review, it was a US Congress review report where it called out this exact nexus of misinformation that China and Pakistan together peddle, and then which is afterwards, echoed within India as well.
That is exactly the point. The point is that, look, Pakistan has been caught out on so many lies. The biggest lie was that Osama bin Laden was in Pakistan, and he was right there in Abbottabad. Then whether it is their lies on surgical strike, Balakot, Article 370, or whether it's their lies about Operation Sindoor. In fact, even one of their ministers, the defense minister, when he was asked to substantiate that how much Pakistan could do damage, he said social media pe jaakar dekh lo. And then you remember that joke, Aurangzeb, their Air Vice Marshal, he made that PowerPoint presentation saying that they had destroyed some bases in India, and then Prime Minister just happily went there with his big plane and landed it in the Ardampur Air Base, and everybody could see in the world what happened. So, point is, Pakistanis are an embarrassment. But who believes Pakistan? Jairam Ramesh, Rahul Gandhi, the Congress party, Supriya Shrinet, they peddle Pakistan's propaganda into India, and therefore I again reiterate, it is not Pakistan, it is the Indian wing of Pakistan, it is the Congress party that is actually more dangerous with this kind of technique.
Right. All right, Shehzad, thank you for joining us and giving us the party's perspective on this matter. Viewers, let's quickly move on to more breaking news that is now coming in. This one is from Karnataka, where amid power tussle in the state, Chief Minister Sabarimala has now met Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge at his Bengaluru residence. The two leaders held extensive discussions on key political developments and ongoing administrative matters. This is the latest development that is coming in. Meanwhile, several of MLAs who belong to the DK Shivakumar camp have been in Delhi for the past few days. They have been seeking to meet the All India Congress president, that is Mallikarjun Kharge. In fact, yesterday there was a separate meeting that was also held between Kharge and the DKS camp MLAs, after which it was said, reportedly, that Kharge had asked the MLAs to wait till March for any further political developments as far as a leadership change in Karnataka is concerned.
I mean that I have discussed with Kargeji for more than an hour. It doesn't mean that I should discuss only this aspect. Whenever they called me, I will go. See, my clarity is whatever decision taken by the High Command, I will follow it. ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು, ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ತಾಲೂಕು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ, ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಗರ ಪಾಲಿಕೆ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಗರ ಪಾಲಿಕೆ ಚುನಾವಣೆ, ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕರ್ಟಸಿ ಕಾಲ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕರ್ಟಸಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ. ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ಲಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಏನು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ. ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವರು ಏನು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಲೀಡರ್ಗಳು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತು ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು.
And meanwhile, viewers, Congress leaders returning to Bengaluru from the national capital openly backed Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar for the top post. They said, and I quote, that D.K. Shivakumar has worked for the party for over 40 years and there is nothing wrong if he becomes the Chief Minister. This is a decision that will be taken by the party high command.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋರು ಯಾರು? ಹೌದು, ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಸಿ ಎಂ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ದುಡಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿಷ್ಠಾವಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತನಾಗಿ ಸುಮಾರು 40-50 ವರ್ಷ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಗೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ತಪ್ಪೇನಿದೆ? ಅದೇನೇ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಇವಾಗ ನಾನು ಪವರ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಎಲ್ಲ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಸಿಎಂ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಯಾವ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತದನ್ನ? ಯಾವಾಗ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಈಗ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಯಾವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪವರ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ನಾಯಕರ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಆಗಿದೆಯೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರ ಪಕ್ಷದ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಲೀಡರ್ ಗೊತ್ತವ್ರೆ. ನಾವಿನ್ನೂ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಬಾರಿ ಶಾಸಕರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನ.
Okay, Abhishek joins me live from Bengaluru. Abhishek, yesterday 35 to 40 MLAs, as we understand, met Mallikarjun Kharge and pitched for D.K. Shivakumar to be the Chief Minister, to which Kharge reportedly responded that they have to wait till March. My very direct question to you is, what is happening in March? What is this wait till March mystery?
Well, with respect to statement made by AICC to the closest leaders, be it Mallikarjun Kharge, be it Siddaramaiah, be it D.K. Shivakumar, it depends on the statement made by CM Siddaramaiah, because he had very clearly mentioned that he will be mentioning the next budget. He will be announcing the 17th budget of Karnataka, to which the Congress High Command has accepted as of now. And this is why there might be a power tussle in the month of March or April, is what the sources in Congress as of now have claimed. On the other hand, D.K. Shivakumar, who is waiting to get throned as the Chief Minister of Karnataka, is making all his trials to make sure that the AICC accepts the demands of and the requests of the supportive MLAs of D.K. Shivakumar, so that he will be throned as the next Chief Minister of Karnataka. However, Siddaramaiah's team are usually wanting D.K. Shivakumar not to be the Chief Minister. They are demanding one of the SC or SC leaders to be made the chief minister. But we will have to see what happens in March, because CM Siddaramaiah has mentioned very clearly that he is ready to abide by the rules and regulations laid down by the AICC High Command. But after convincing them that he will be mentioning the next budget, he will be announcing the next budget. So there is a window gap of 3 more months until which CM Siddaramaiah continues as the CM of the state. However, the power of DK Shivkumar by showing the count of MLAs, the MLA count also decides. Also, AICC will decide if to continue CM Siddaramaiah as the chief minister or any other leader to the position of chief minister.
All right, Abhishek, thank you for giving us those details. What's brewing in Karnataka, viewers, Republic Kannada, keep a close watch on that. Meanwhile, moving on, Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Piyush Goyal, has wrapped up a key part of his visit to Jerusalem in Israel, highlighting major steps to bolster bilateral trade. In a detailed discussion with Israel, Piyush Goyal said that both sides have expressed great satisfaction over recent high-level business delegations. Take a look.
मंत्री श्री नीर बरकत जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय व्यापार देखते हैं, उनके साथ कल भी मेरी बहुत लंबी बातचीत रही, जिसमें हमने काफ़ी विस्तार से आर्थिक संबंध बढ़ाने के लिए आगे के क्या-क्या कदम उठाए जाएंगे दोनों तरफ से, उसके बारे में चर्चा की। और उन्होंने बड़ी संतुष्टि व्यक्त की कि जब इज़राइल के लोग भारत आए थे बड़ी डेलीगेशन, बिजनेस डेलीगेशन लेके, और अब भारत की जो डेलीगेशन मिशन, बिजनेस मिशन अब इज़राइल आया, दोनों के सफलता पर उन्होंने बहुत संतुष्टि व्यक्त की। कल मेरी मीटिंग है उच्च स्तरीय नेताओं के साथ इज़राइल के, जिसकी जानकारी मैं कल आपको दूंगा मीटिंग के बाद। परंतु हर प्रकार से एक बहुत ही सफल विजिट रही। 20 साल बाद कोई वाणिज्य मंत्री यहाँ पे आए हैं, और मुझे उम्मीद है कि इस दौरे के बाद इज़राइल और भारत के बीच में व्यापार, द्विपक्षीय व्यापार बढ़ेगा, इनोवेशन, रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट में हमारा आपसी संबंध में सुधार आएगा, और आगे चल के दोनों देशों के बीच में निवेश में भी एक बड़ा उछाल आएगा।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This much.
Gentlemen, on your screen are the visuals of the final journey of Wing Commander Syal, whose mortal remains have now been brought to his ancestral village in Himachal Pradesh's Kangra district. These are visuals live coming in from Kangra in Himachal Pradesh at the residence of Wing Commander Syal, where his family can be seen. My colleague Gursimran is joining us live on the broadcast, reporting live from Himachal. Gursimran, do tell us about the scenes that we're experiencing at the moment. Deep sorrow on the face of the family members as one last time they salute to their hero and India's hero, Wing Commander Syal.
Yes, Krita, the visuals that you see are from the native place of Wing Commander Syal, whose mortal remains have now been brought to his native place, and there is a sea of sorrow that is here throughout his place and the place.
His place. Now the rituals will be performed, and in a short while from now, expected in next 30 to 45 minutes, the mortal the mortal remains will leave for the cremation ground where the last rite will be performed. What we have seen that the people from all walks of the society, from the different areas of the Himachal Pradesh, they have come here to pay their last salute. What we have seen in to this place, that the people were there, the women with the folded hands praying for this departed soul, the school-going children, the flowers in their hand to pay a salute. So these has been the visuals, and now Sarjeevan is showing you the visuals of the mortal remains of Wing Commander Syal at his place, and also his wife, Wing Commander Afshan Akhtar, who also happens to be the Wing Commander in the Indian Air Force. She was at her course in Kolkata when this unfaithful news came in. Who knew nothing about what has happened to her father.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, these are the live visuals coming in from Himachal Pradesh's Kangra district, from the Pitialakad village in the Nagrota Bagwan Tehsil of Himachal, where the mortal remains of Wing Commander Naman Syal, who was just 34 years old, the Air Force pilot who achieved martyrdom during the IAF Tejas crash, which happened at the Dubai Air Show on Friday. These are live visuals coming in, reporting from live, his family members, his colleagues, and members of the village there, paying him one last final adieu and a tribute to him before his final rites are carried. My colleague Gursimran reporting live from us from Ground Zero. Gursimran, do tell us about what's happening at the moment. It's a very somber occasion. The entire nation today stands in solidarity with not just the Indian Air Force and the entire family of Wing Commander Naman Syal, but it's a very somber occasion, and today the nation pays a humble tribute to his services and to all our air warriors and fighters who are standing guard day and night.
Yes, Kritarth, the visuals that you are seeing are of Wing Commander Afshan Akhtar, who is wife of Wing Commander Syal, who lost his life in an unfaithful incident that has taken place. And now you will see family members, the sister of Wing Commander Syal, paying her last tribute to her brother. It was a tragic news that came to them day before yesterday. It was evening at around 4 when the family members, the next of kins, were informed of this unfaithful incident. And since then, they are yet to cope up to the situation. They are yet to accept what has happened to them. They do not know that how this transpired, because it was a couple of weeks earlier that it was Wing Commander Syal himself who called up all the family members, including his uncle, his aunt, that he has been selected for the Dubai Air Show, and he was very enthusiastic and he was very overjoyed with this achievement, because it takes a lot of tests to clear to get into this Dubai Air Show, and he was the one who was selected for the Indian Air Force. He was among those few who have been selected, and now no one even had an iota of idea that when he will return back from Dubai Air Show, he will be in the tricolor. This is an unfortunate incident that has unfolded when the Tejas, he was flying and was carrying out a barrel roll. It went nosedived into the crashed onto the ground, and now you will see Sarjeevan is showing you his cap and the honors that he has. These are different medals that he has got over time in the 16 years of his service, starting from 2009 when he got into Indian Air Force. And these were actually his achievements, not only the medals, but also Sarjeevan is showing you the visuals of the family members, his mother,
his father and his uncle, all in tears because the family members, they are totally taken aback by this incident that has unfolded. Earlier also, they said that they have been speaking to him almost on the regular basis. The immediate family members were speaking multiple times a day, and there was nothing that they were actually got a hint of, because it was all going normal, but it was only a friction of seconds that have made the actual difference. Here you will see that the people from different walks of the society, they have come in. Here you will see one of the badges of the light combat aircraft Tejas that I could see. I'm hopeful that the Sarjivan will be in a position to show you the visuals that of the LCA Tejas badge that is there. This was of the Tejas squadron that was based in Sulur, the prestigious Tejas squadron. So this was actually his proud. Earlier he has already flown Sukhoi as well as the MiG, but now he was moved to the Sulur for the Tejas squadron of the Indian Air Force, and he was one of the ace pilots when it comes to this machine of Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, the 38 machines that the Indian Air Force has got. Now you will see that the officials from the Indian Air Force, officials from the civil administration, officials from the army, they all are paying their final tribute to this brave heart before the mortal remains leave for the cremation ground. This time, this moment is really heartening for them, because they know that Wing Commander Syal will not be back, and now the political leaders, the elected representatives, all are meeting the family members. They all are extending their griefs, they are extending their sympathy to the family members. But this loss is tragic, and this loss is something that will never be fulfilled by anyone. This is not a loss to the family of Wing Commander Syal, but to entire country. The entire country has lost one of their brave hearts, one of those who have given their lives 16 years, 1.5 decades to the Indian Air Force, and has achieved tremendous heights when it comes to this fighter plane. Not only Tejas but also Sukhoi and the MiG-21 that the family members were actually telling us. And the messages that we have seen in a large photograph, a banner type photograph, it was completely that have a safe flight to Rancho. It was the messages that have safe landing. So most of the messages, they were only the good wishes messages that have come from his previous colleagues when he moved out of the posting from Hyderabad to Sulur. Now it's the time that everyone is in grief, that you see that the tears are not stopping. Because since morning we are speaking to all the family members, those who were here, though parents and the wife along with the 6-year-old daughter, they have arrived a couple of minutes ago. But those who have been here, they were saying that he was all humble. Despite him rising to the ranks in the Indian Air Force, it was a humble attitude that he always followed. And the officers from the Himachal Pradesh police also with the family members paying the tribute. And while Sir Jivan is showing you the family members, his brother-in-law and the extended family members, they are paying tributes. So this is the time where everyone is consoling the family members, but this incident has left them completely shattered. And the visuals that we are showing you are from his native place in the Patyalkar village of the Kangra district. Since morning, what we have witnessed, that it is not that a hero has passed away. The people see that this is a loss for the generations, because in the remote areas what happens, and like we have seen here also, that the children, the young ones going to the schools, colleges, they were actually drawing inspiration from Wing Commander Syal, that he rose from this very village, he studied in the vicinity, in the schools nearby, and then he rose to the rank of Wing Commander and one of those elite fighter pilots of the Indian Air Force. But an unfaithful incident has taken this Wing Commander, this brave heart of the country, away from his near and dear ones, from all of us, and now this has shattered everyone. Here, the district administration, the extended family members, everyone is here. Everyone is paying their tribute to this hero, because in the last 1.5 decade, what he has done for the Indian Air Force will always be written in the golden words, and he will always be remembered with the due respect. that this brave heart deserves. And now, as we speak, I request Sarjivan to show you a 360-degree view of this entire area, that you will not find even an inch space when it comes to his place and also the nearby areas, even the houses that are close to this area. I request if Sarjivan can zoom into that very area and show you that the people, those who were unable to actually get inside their house, they have gone up to their place and they are now witnessing that this tributes being paid to this brave heart. So this was the aura of this officer of the Indian Air Force, Wing Commander Syal, that he mesmerized everyone. He was the one who has been, now the mortal remains are being taken. Here you will see, I request Sarjivan to move so that we can continue to show the visuals, that with the salutes and the tributes that have been paid, now the mortal remains will be taken to the final destination, that is the cremation ground in his native village of Patyalkar. And Sarjivan continues to show you the visuals from the ground zero as the Air Force officials take his mortal remains for the final rites. I'll request Sarjivan to move out so that we will be in a position to continue showing you the visuals of the mortal remains being taken. This is really a heartening moment for the family members to see Wing Commander Syal go like this, because they have never imagined that there will be some day like this when Wing Commander Syal has to leave his place like this, because it was all going good, but incident that has unfolded, that has left the family members in deep grief and sorrow. Sarjivan, I request Sarjivan to be with the visuals. Now from here, remains will be taken out and the family members, the mortal remains will be taken to the cremation ground that is in the nearby area. But I'll request Sarjivan to show you a 360-degree view of the area, that the people from different parts, from the different villages, all have arrived, including the officials from the Himachal Police, the Indian Air Force. They all have gathered here to pay their last tribute. It was in 2009 when Wing Commander Syal, he got onto the NDA, he joined Indian Air Force, and since he at that very time he got into NIT Hamirpur as well, he decided that like his father, who was in the Indian Army earlier as Naib Subedar and then got into the education department, retired there as the principal, he was the one, what the family members say, that he decided that it will be him who taking the baton from his father to serve the country, and then joined the Indian Air Force. Since then, he has been part of the several of the elite squadrons of the Indian Air Force. First, he was based in Pathankot, where the elite squadron of the Sukhoi was stationed. Then he was moved to Hyderabad with the elite squadron of the MiG, and then to Sulur in Coimbatore, where the elite squadron of the Tejas was stationed. So he has been with these big machines, these advanced machines of the Indian Air Force time and again. And now Sarjivan is showing you the visuals, the continuous visuals that you see from the native place of Wing Commander Syal, that the Air Force officials, they all have arrived here, and now in a short while from now, his mortal remains will be taken from this very place to the cremation ground. I request Sarjivan to be with the visuals as I move out, that the final salute is being paid to this brave heart of the Indian Air Force. It was the day before yesterday when the family members got to know of this. Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, these are the visuals coming in live from the Pityalkar village in the Kangra district of Himachal Pradesh, from the native village and residence of Wing Commander Syal, where his family has paid him last respects, along with all the villagers, all the neighbors there, along with the Himachal Pradesh police. In moments from now, his last journey will begin towards his last rites, and Republic has been tracking his movements since morning. This morning, his body was brought, his mortal remains was brought to the Sulur Air Base in Tamil Nadu's Coimbatore, where his unit was stationed, and there also his entire Air Force station, along with all the officers, paid him a tribute, following which now his mortal remains have landed in Himachal Pradesh's Kangra district, where his body has been brought to his residence. These are the live visuals, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to track the developments coming in of the last strides and final journey of India's air hero. Moving on to more breaking news details that are coming in from across the nation, ladies and gentlemen. Hours after the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar found himself in a controversy that he threatened to withhold funds if people did not vote in local body elections, Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis now has backed Ajit Pawar, saying that when I will go for campaigning, I will also say the same thing. Things get normal later. So a very shocking doubling down and support from Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis to his deputy Ajit Pawar, who continues to remain in controversy after controversy, first over the land deal and now over a very controversial remark where during campaigning for a local body poll, he was heard saying that if you do not vote for us, then your funds will be withheld. Now, this is elected constitutional representative, a deputy chief minister of a state, effectively saying the constituents of a local body election that if they do not vote for them, then their taxpayer-funded funds with the government will not be used for them. And now, shockingly, Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis doubles down. Listen in.
चलते रहता है भाई, चुनाव में ऐसी सब बातें करते रहते हैं, इसका कोई अर्थ नहीं होता है। देखिए, मैं आपको इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ, चुनाव के बाद सभी शहरों का विकास हमको करना है। मैं भी कहीं जाऊंगा तो मैं भी बोलूंगा कि मुझे चुन कर दोगे तो मैं ज्यादा पैसा आपको दूंगा, बोलना ही पड़ता है। अरे चुनाव में चलते रहता है भाई, चुनाव में ऐसी सब बातें करते रहते हैं, इसका कोई अर्थ नहीं होता है। देखिए, मैं आपको इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ, चुनाव के बाद सभी शहरों का विकास हमको करना है। मैं भी कहीं जाऊंगा तो मैं भी बोलूंगा कि मुझे चुन कर दोगे तो मैं ज्यादा पैसा आपको दूंगा, बोलना ही पड़ता है।
That is Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis there, making light of the comment of what Ajit Pawar said while campaigning for local body elections. Ladies and gentlemen, for you to recap, basically Ajit Pawar was campaigning for a local body election there, where he was heard and got on camera there saying that if you reject us, then I will also reject you. If you do not vote for us, then we will also not give you any funds for development. Now, this remark has created a lot of sensational controversy in the state of Maharashtra, as Ajit Pawar, who serves as the Deputy Chief Minister in the Mahayuti NDA-led government in the state of Maharashtra, was caught on camera saying these remarks to the constituents of a local body poll. Which is shocking is that the money of the taxpayers being withheld by constitutional bodies in exchange for votes, that has now created a controversy. And my colleague Satya Prakash joins me live on the broadcast. But Satya Prakash, now Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis also backing his deputy by almost defending and making light of the remarks, saying that these things are usually said during a campaign. What's the controversy and what's the latest now coming in?
देखिए, जिस तरह से अजीत पवार कहीं उसको लेकर बीजेपी भले कुछ नहीं बोले, कहीं कहीं ये कह रही है कि जिस तरह से लगातार अजीत पवार बयान दे रहे, कहीं कहीं ये नुकसानदायक है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से उन्होंने कहा कि अगर वोट दोगे तभी नहीं दूंगा, मतलब पैसा दूंगा, तो साफ तौर से जिस तरह से जो वोटर है उनको धमकाते हुए नजर आए हैं। और एक बार ही नहीं, पहले कई बार देखा गया है कि जिस तरह से अजीत पवार लगातार किसानों को धमकाते हुए नजर आए हैं, आईपीएस को धमकाते नजर आए हैं, और जिस तरह से पानी को लेकर विवाद हुआ था तो उन्होंने कहा था कि नहीं है, तो उन्होंने अपशब्द बोला था। तो कहीं कहीं अजीत पवार लगातार कंट्रोवर्सी में इस तरह से विवाद देते नजर आ रहे हैं, और कहीं कहीं बीजेपी लगातार उनके बचाव उतर रही। चाहे अजीत पवार के बेटे पार्थ पवार से देखा गया कि पार्थ पवार पे इतना बड़ा आरोप लगा, लेकिन कहीं के बीजेपी उनको बचाव करते नजर आई। तो किस सरकार में है, महायुति की सरकार है, तीनों के गठबंधन में सरकार है, कहीं कहीं बीजेपी कहीं कहीं बैकफुट, लेकिन कहीं अजीत पवार को लगातार बचा रही है। और अब जिस तरह से उन्होंने बयान दिया कि अगर वोट दोगे तभी आपको फंड मिलेगा, पैसे मिलेंगे, आपके इलाके में विकास होगा, कहेंगे साफ तौर से अजीत पवार पुराने स्टाइल में ही बात करते नजर आ रहे, लेकिन बीजेपी फंसी नजर आ रही है इस मामले को लेकर। जी।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the latest coming in the Maharashtra saga. Now, the Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar once again caught in a controversy over allegedly threatening voters for not allocating funds to them for development if they do not vote for the NDA and his party in the local body elections. Moving on to more breaking news updates coming in from various parts of the country. In this one, the Indian Army continues its efforts towards nation building as part of its Nation First movement. And as some of the inspiring efforts of the Indian Army are shared with us, from the ground operations to community support, training excellence to unmatched dedication, here's a detailed report on all the great initiatives of the Indian Armed Forces in recent days.
भारतीय सेना जहां राष्ट्र रक्षा के अटूट संकल्प से प्रेरित है, वहीं जन जन की उन्नति और विकास के लिए भी समर्पित है। दुर्गम क्षेत्रों में जहां साधनों की कमी है, सेना की उपस्थिति आशा की किरण बनकर खड़ी है। यह भारतीय सेना का दृढ़ निश्चय है, न केवल सरहद की सुरक्षा बल्कि विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए प्रतिबद्धता। सेना ने परिवर्तन का मार्ग चुनते हुए देश में समृद्धि का पथ नियोजित किया है। अपने व्यावसायिक प्रशिक्षण केंद्रों के माध्यम से वे युवा शक्ति को व्यावसायिक कौशल प्रदान करते हैं, जिनसे भविष्य को नया आयाम मिलता है। उपयोगी तकनीक और आधुनिक कौशलों से सुसज्जित कर इन युवाओं को राष्ट्रीय विकास की मुख्य धारा से सहजता से जोड़ा जाता है। केवल आर्थिक विकास ही नहीं बल्कि चरित्र निर्माण भी सेना का उद्देश्य है। युवा केंद्र आज की युवा पीढ़ी के लिए संपूर्ण व्यक्तित्व के विकास की आधारशिला बन गए हैं। शिक्षा और अनुशासन की इस पाठशाला में नेतृत्व के बीज बोए जाते हैं। ये केंद्र युवा ऊर्जा को सकारात्मक दिशा देने का एक अद्भुत माध्यम है। सेना ने दुर्गम इलाकों में आर्थिक उन्नति और प्रकृति के संरक्षण को एक सूत्र में पिरोने के लिए कई कदम उठाए हैं। सुदूर इलाकों में बनाए गए सेना समर्थित कैफे, स्थानीय उत्पाद केंद्र और पर्यावरण अनुकूल पहलें, ये सुविधाएं केवल नवीनता का प्रतीक नहीं बल्कि आपसी विश्वास की मजबूत नींव है। तू न थकेगा कभी, तू न थमेगा कभी, तू न मुड़ेगा कभी। कर शपथ, कर शपथ, कर शपथ। यही है सेना का संकल्प, राष्ट्र निर्माण को समर्पित।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा मसाला।
Realty has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold...
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous.
Today, no matter which part of the world you live in, India looms large on the global horizon. And that is true whether you are discussing energy or you are in technology. The transformation that is taking place in the world, India is part of that. Today, you're talking about being a $40 trillion economy. Today, no one is questioning that you will be the third largest economy. I've never heard anybody question that.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिरज का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against
India is building faster than ever. From skylines that redefine ambition to cities rising from the ground up. This isn't just construction, it's transformation. Real estate, India's second largest employer, is creating homes, jobs, and hope. By 2030, it could shape nearly 15% of our GDP. As policy reforms, global investors, and technology drive a new era of growth, from the House of Republic Media Network comes Republic Estate, building the nation, where ideas meet action, where voices shape vision, where India's real estate future is built one conversation at a time.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are tremendously excited here at Republic to bring to you R.Estate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the tagline to all of this is that we are trying to build the nation. The infrastructure industry, the real estate industry, and everything associated with it eventually is a huge contribution, not just to the country's GDP, but to our overall potential to be a global player in business and economy terms. And as we launch this, I'm delighted that Ashwinder, who is, I would say, a doyen of the real estate industry, of the infrastructure industry in this country, served on various important corporate roles, runs his own fantastic business, has run some of the biggest businesses in the real estate sector, and is very strongly tied up with the Confederation of Indian Industry, that you're joining us as we bring R.Estate to all our viewers. So Ashwinder, let's have a handshake on that, and thank you so much for joining hands with us on this.
Thank you so much for
and
the
tell me, Ashwinder, what's the big picture? Let's set the context to this. Why are we doing this here at Republic?
Arnab, thank you, and we've been talking about it for the last 6 months.
Yes, we are.
I think you yourself are very excited about the opportunity that this country has.
Yes.
And real estate, as we discussed, is not about buildings, but it is about building nations.
Yeah.
Today, we are at around $400 billion plus of real estate industry, going up to $1 trillion by 2030, Urban.
Yeah.
The most important thing is that real estate today contributes 7% of the GDP, which is going to 13% by 2030.
Yeah.
And it is the second highest employment generation industry in the country.
Yeah.
So, and the beauty is you don't have a credible voice for the industry in Indian television.
Absolutely.
And what Republic is doing with this show is that we are bringing about a very credible voice for the home buyers, for the real estate investors through Republic TV's amazing platform.
Thank you very much. We have a tremendous reach on this platform, over 500 million. But the important thing is that this show matters because this is not a show. It's not just a vertical. This is about taking up every single issue, from government reforms to market trends to empowering the consumer with the reality of this entire sector, isn't it? I mean, there are so many areas to cover. We have an opportunity to really make it a one-of-a-kind, isn't it?
Absolutely, Arnab. And imagine there are so many shows on capital markets, and stock markets, and a middle-class person whose biggest investment is a home, or the government which spends so much time on infrastructure, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, so on and so forth, there was nothing there. So absolutely with this, we touch everybody who matters through the show.
So how do what will the viewer get? From price movements to investment strategies, what's in it for the viewer of R.Estate?
Arnab, there are 250 industries connected with real estate. So it's not just about a home. It is about commercial real estate. It is about logistics. It is about warehousing. It is about hospitality. It is about cement, steel, so on and so forth. So the viewer actually understands, first of all, any decision a viewer is making, whether it is B2C or B2B, we would be trying to touch and add value to the viewer. It is not going to be a very ordinary real estate show. That is why you got me, right? Because you wanted a subject matter interest.
Well, you add tremendous credibility to this. You're a domain expert. We would know about the sector, but you relate to the sector. You would be a one-stop destination for real estate insights for us.
No, thank you. But I think I still remember when you told me why you're bringing me, because you wanted somebody who understands the sector, who's built some credibility. And then when he speaks, there's something which is unique that comes. And I don't think something like this has ever happened. Forget about in India. I don't think in the world.
Well, I like your excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, let's wrap this up by just saying together we can say one thing, that this conversation we'll have on Republic Estate belongs to the viewer.
Absolutely.
It's for them.
Absolutely. It is for them. And, you know, Arnab, I stole a line from you, but it really helps. Real estate is not about buildings. It is about building the nation.
Fantastic. We love that. Nation first always.
Absolutely.
Ashwinder, welcome on board.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Arnab. Thank you for this opportunity.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
They say real estate isn't just about bricks and mortar. It's about dreams, risks, and the pulse of a growing nation. Hello and welcome. I'm Deepthi Singh and this is Our Estate, where India's growth story takes shape brick by brick, deal by deal, idea by idea. Real estate isn't about buildings. It's about ambition, innovation, and opportunity. Because when India builds, it builds confidence. So, what's driving this boom? A young population hungry for homes. Well, global investors are betting big with over 3.8 lakh crore rupees already in play. And a financial environment that's fueling fresh confidence with EMIs lower, demand higher, and optimism back. That's why this show is built across power-packed verticals covering everything that shapes India's property pulse. Residential, commercial, retail, luxury homes, affordable housing, co-living, infrastructure, policy and regulation, green buildings, prop tech, REITs, FDI, smart cities, housing, finance, architecture and design, and emerging investment hubs. With every episode, we'll cut through the noise, bringing real insights, real stories, and real solutions. We'll speak to the people building India's future, from developers and policymakers to change makers, redefining how we live, work, and of course, invest. Know what really drives the market and where the future is being built? And to begin that story, we are joined by a man who's lived and led every phase of this transformation. A professional, an entrepreneur, a policy voice, and one of India's most respected names in real estate. Mr. Ashwinder R. Singh, Chairman, CII, Real Estate Committee.
My first question is, I'm hearing a lot of this buzz about a bubble being created in NCR. And I really want to know it from the horse's mouth, because you're right there operating here. What is your view?
I absolutely do not agree that it is a bubble. Yes, the prices rose very fast, but if you see, it's a cycle. Every 10 years, this honeymoon period of residential real estate, as I say, it comes, where the prices escalate very fast, but they do not decrease after that, they stabilize. So what I see, the price is not coming down, because all the stakeholders that you see in Noida, all the developers that you see in Noida are strong. In fact, across Delhi NCR, with God's grace, they are very, very strong. So they have the holding capacity. No one will be reducing their prices. But yes, what I see in the next decade, prices not going a lot up, they will stabilize to where they are. What developers will do is come out with good schemes, like a 30% now and a 70% on the offer of possession.
Can you help me understand how the pricing has moved in the last couple of decades, and how do you see, how can you validate what you are talking about pricing right now? How the real estate prices, how have you monitored them for people to understand how the prices in residential real estate move? And I would also want to know, why did you say that the honeymoon of residential real estate is kind of over? Because I didn't know that there was a honeymoon going on.
Oh yes, it was every 10 years, as I said, this cycle comes. Last time it came was 2010, and where the prices suddenly almost double in residential real estate. And then they stabilized, they never decreased from there. But for almost a decade, they were stagnant, and suddenly post-COVID, yes, the honeymoon period for the real estate started, and the prices mostly in the residential real estate as an average have tripled, especially in Noida, rest of the parts not so much.
So is it good that the prices have tripled, or is it not good for the industry?
Industry is not very keen on the prices rising very sharply, because what the industry likes is that the prices rise steadily, because then over a decade people can enjoy returns steadily, but that is commercial real estate for you.
But the way I have been able to understand, I think 90% of your development, or if I may say 100% of your development is commercial, because whatever you've done in residential is really super luxury or super elite.
So no matter, and New York, let's talk about more than 100 years ago, Empire State Building, and still after 10 decades, after 100 years, that building stands as an example what made New York, New York. So what I had realized was not major, or not, I couldn't, at that time when we started this, no player was making a landmark building, a statement building that could get people to visit India. I'm a little patriotic, so I want the world to come to India and spend money. I want the world to come and see what India is, who we are, and what we can really do. And that's when I decided I have to create certain landmarks.
Why do cities like Gurgaon, Mumbai, Bangalore are perceived more advanced, or for a lack of a better word, are more developed than Noida real estate?
See, whenever you do something, whenever you're performing, you always save the best for the last, right? So Delhi NCR first experimented with different satellite cities, learnt everything and learned from all the mistakes they had done at various places, and put all the best in Noida. So Noida is relatively a very new satellite city compared to the other places. The way it has been planned, the infrastructure, the kind of people that are now coming in, the kind of beautiful and amazing developers that are now coming in, I see it as a global powerhouse. One day it will outshine anybody and everybody. See, Uttar Pradesh will be $1 trillion economy soon, and Noida, this place, Gautam Budh Nagar, is its financial capital, just like Mumbai is for India.
Because India is about Bharat, India is about the bigger, you know, one of my friends in media says we should do shows in Hindi and not in English, because Hindi has more reach, and Hindi is Bharat and Bharat is affordable. But here I am with one of the most upcoming developers of the country, making landmark buildings in north of India. Who doesn't want to do affordable?
Affordable housing financially makes much more sense than to make landmark buildings, because it's a very common joke that is there in real estate. Burj Khalifa and address are opposite each other, and the price of address is more than Burj Khalifa per square feet, and they say why? Because they say address has a Burj Khalifa view, the Burj Khalifa does not have that kind of a view. So the kind of buildings we make, yes, people around make more money, but yes, we make the country a little more proud every time we deliver a building.
You ever come into integrated townships? What is your view on integrated townships? Because this is something which is a very upcoming trend and consumers prefer it, and I am surprised you did not speak about it. And what data shows is that if you have a residential society in an integrated township, the price of that residential society is higher than the price of a standalone residential building, and the rental yield of that particular society is more than the rental yield of a residential building, which might not be part of an integrated township. And with the prices of land, it gives you an opportunity to buy a larger piece of land and create something which has hospitality, commercial, residential, a school, a hotel, so on and so forth.
100% agree with your point, and to prove it, yes, we are already doing 2 such townships, one in Noida and one the government has been very kind to let us do a film city. It's the Bayview Bhutani International Film City, and it will be one of the most beautiful integrated townships of the North India, where everything from all filming institutes to studio, the largest studio in the world, the first aqua studio in the world, everything comes to life together.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
It was a pleasure
to
talk to you.
From insights to action, it's time to see what's new in the market. The projects, products, and ideas reshaping how India buys, builds, and invests. You're watching Our Estate, where every story builds India's tomorrow.
All the very best, Arnab. I am your big fan. I've seen from day one how Republic has shaped up. I'm one of your loyal, all the very best. Extremely intoxicating experiences real estate. Once you enter, you won't be able to exit it. So be mindful of that.
I think it's a great news. Congratulations to Republic TV and Arnab. Everybody follows Arnab, even we follow his prime time shows. And in real estate now, nations wants to know what's real estate all about. I think Republic will be able to show that, and all the best to you.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance.
Welcome back. You're watching Our Estate, Building the Nation. It's time to dive into what's new in the market. From innovative products to fresh design trends, redefining Indian real estate today, we are looking at a sustainable shift under our feet. Eco-friendly tiles, where style meets sustainability.
Tiles, the unsung heroes of modern architecture. From homes to offices, from luxury malls to metro stations, they are everywhere. But today, this everyday essential is undergoing a silent, stunning transformation. Once dominated by plain whites and glossy finishes, India's style story is now turning green, driven by conscious consumers and innovative design. The market is embracing eco-friendly production, from using recycled materials to cutting energy consumption in manufacturing. Natural materials like marble, slate and terracotta are making a strong comeback, not just for their beauty, but for their sustainability. Large format slabs are minimizing grout lines, expanding spaces visually and redefining luxury. At the same time, technology is adding new dimensions, literally. Digitally printed and 3D tiles are offering textures, depth, and customized designs that let every wall tell its own story. And the business behind it? Booming. India's ceramic tile market is projected to hit $12 billion by 2025, growing at nearly 9% CAGR. And it could reach $15.8 billion by 2030. Per capita consumption stands at just 4.1 square meters, one of the lowest globally, which means massive room for growth. The surge is being powered by urbanization, with 40% of India expected to live in cities by 2030, and rising disposable incomes in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, where design meets aspiration. From sustainable factories to smarter showrooms, India's style makers are laying the foundation for a greener tomorrow, one surface at a time.
Numbers tell one story, but beliefs tell another. It's time to separate facts from fiction and burst the biggest misconceptions people still have about property. Here's our Mythbusters wall. Many still believe property prices only go up. Not true. Real estate moves with market cycles and location trends. Trying to time the bottom or peak rarely works. The best time is when your finances and goals align. For many, renting can actually be smarter. It offers flexibility and protects against uncertain markets. The lowest price doesn't always mean best value. Quality, location, and upkeep count more than cost. Property isn't a set and forget asset. It needs management, maintenance, and responsibility. And as we wrap up today's episode, we couldn't leave without hearing from those who live and breathe this industry every day.
All the very best. Arnab, I am your big fan. I've seen from day one how Republic has shaped up. I'm one of your loyal customers. And I would like to feature also in our estate. All the very best. Extremely intoxicating experiences real estate. Once you enter, you won't be able to exit it. So be mindful of that.
I think it's a great news. Congratulations to Republic TV and Arnab. Everybody follows Arnab, even we follow his prime time shows. And in real estate now, nations wants to know what's real estate all about. I think Republic will be able to show that, and all the best to you.
A big congratulations to Arnab and his team. They are doing fantastic job in terms of more communication techniques and digital technology, or even this your TV technology everywhere. I wish them good success. A separate vertical of real estate. I says in future my real estate segment would be 5 to 6 trillion US dollar times to come in next 20 years. So we need these verticals. Everybody need education, transparency, advices, and different portfolios. So young generation need it. Congratulations once again. Thank you.
Congratulations to Republic TV for starting our estate, and I'm sure that this will bring industry and media together. It is very important for the industry to show to the country and the people that what we are doing, and housing is such an important aspect of the society building. It is a must to have, and so in that context, congratulations for you all to starting this one, and maybe we'll have more conversations with you.
And that's a wrap on this edition of Our Estate, building the nation where every story builds India's tomorrow. In our next episode, we are back with another power-packed lineup, from the top 10 headlines shaping the market to our big story with Ashwinder. We'll take you inside dream homes, explore what's new in the market, and map India's next commercial hubs. Plus, investor insights and a legal guest decoding your biggest real estate questions.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत
भारतीय सेना जहां राष्ट्र रक्षा के अटूट संकल्प से प्रेरित है, वहीं जन जन की उन्नति और विकास के लिए भी समर्पित है। दुर्गम क्षेत्रों में जहां साधनों की कमी है, सेना की उपस्थिति आशा की किरण बनकर खड़ी है। यह भारतीय सेना का दृढ़ निश्चय है, न केवल सरहद की सुरक्षा बल्कि विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए प्रतिबद्धता। सेना ने परिवर्तन का मार्ग चुनते हुए देश में समृद्धि का पथ नियोजित किया है। अपने व्यावसायिक प्रशिक्षण केंद्रों के माध्यम से वे युवा शक्ति को व्यावसायिक कौशल प्रदान करते हैं, जिनसे भविष्य को नया आयाम मिलता है। उपयोगी तकनीक और आधुनिक कौशलों से सुसज्जित कर इन युवाओं को राष्ट्रीय विकास की मुख्य धारा से सहजता से जोड़ा जाता है। केवल आर्थिक विकास ही नहीं, बल्कि चरित्र निर्माण भी सेना का उद्देश्य है। युवा केंद्र आज की युवा पीढ़ी के लिए संपूर्ण व्यक्तित्व के विकास की आधारशिला बन गए। शिक्षा और अनुशासन की इस पाठशाला में नेतृत्व के बीज बोए जाते हैं। ये केंद्र युवा ऊर्जा को सकारात्मक दिशा देने का एक अद्भुत माध्यम है। सेना ने दुर्गम इलाकों में आर्थिक उन्नति और प्रकृति के संरक्षण को एक सूत्र में पिरोने के लिए कई कदम उठाए हैं। सुदूर इलाकों में बनाए गए सेना समर्थित कैफे, स्थानीय उत्पाद केंद्र और पर्यावरण अनुकूल पहलें, ये सुविधाएं केवल नवीनता का प्रतीक नहीं, बल्कि आपसी विश्वास की मजबूत नींव है। तू न थकेगा कभी, तू न थमेगा कभी, तू न मुड़ेगा कभी। कर शपथ, कर शपथ, कर शपथ, यही है सेना का संकल्प, राष्ट्र निर्माण को समर्पित।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, getting pictures coming in from Kangra and Himachal Pradesh. The mortal remains of the Indian Air Force pilot Wing Commander Syal, who tragically lost his life in the LCA Tejas crash in Dubai, was brought to Himachal Pradesh's Kangra. And now we see that the last rites are happening. Wing Commander Syal's body was flown in to the Sulur Air Force Station near Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu before reaching Himachal, where we see that officials paid tribute by laying a wreath at the base. And IAF personnel and officials honored the fallen pilot for his service and bravery. Syal is in his mid-30s, survived by his father, mother and his wife. And we see that many have gathered to bid him adieu. He's been described as a dedicated officer and an outstanding athlete who exemplified courage even in his final moments. Getting those live pictures that are coming in. Earlier, we saw emotional scenes from Syal's family home in Nagrota, with his family members mourning the loss. Let's go to Gursimran, who's joining us live. Gursimran, the mortal remains, Wing Commander been brought to his native village for his final rites.
The last rites being performed, the tribute has been paid by the civil dignitaries as well as by the authorities and the civil administration. Now it will be a gun salute that will be given to the brave heart who made the supreme sacrifice, post which he will be laid to the final rites. Sarjivan is showing you the visuals from the cremation ground. It was day before yesterday when family was informed of this unfaithful news that took place in Dubai even during the air show. The stages of the Indian Air Force, it nosedived and crashed, in which one fatal casualty was confirmed by the Indian Air Force, and now as we speak, the Commander Syal family and his relatives, they all gathered here. The final salute that is being given to this brave heart before final goodbye. Earlier this morning, the mortal remains arrived at Coimbatore, and from the Coimbatore base after the God of honor and salute that was given, the family along with the mortal remains flew to Kangra, from Kangra to his native place in Patyal village, that is in Kangra district. Now as we speak, the family members are giving the final salute to this brave heart. These are the Jawans of the Indian.
These are the Jawans of the Indian Air Force, the officers of the Indian Air Force, all lined up for the gun salute that will be given to these brave heart who made the supreme sacrifice. Having an illustrious career of over 16 years, he has served as various capacities, but has one thing in common, that was his love and his passion for the fighter aircrafts. The very start was from the Pathankot, that was the base for the Indian Air Force. It was the Sukhoi squadron of the Indian Air Force. Then it was in Hyderabad, the MiG squadron of the Indian Air Force, and latest was the Tejas squadron that was in Sulur, Coimbatore, where he was based. His wife is also in Indian Air Force, Wing Commander Akhtar, who was also from the administrative wing. She was in Kolkata when she got this unfaithful news, and then she flew to Coimbatore. We saw some of the heart-wrenching visual that Wing Commander Akhtar donning her uniform and then paying the last salute to her husband who made the supreme sacrifice. If Sarjivan will show you the entire visuals, you will see that a sea of people has gathered here. It is not only from the Kangra but also from the nearby district. His batchmates here, course mates, the civil dignitaries, the politicians. It's people from all walks of the life that have gathered here. And the message that they've conveyed is only one, that is the salute being given. Now moving to the salutes that being given.
Mat bitalat salabat shast Mat bitalat shok shast. Please produce.
These are the visuals that you see of the mortal remains being taken to the cremation ground after the tributes that have been paid by the civil dignitaries as well as by the forces, that includes Chief of Air Staffs, on behalf of whom the tributes have been paid, and the Chief of the Army Staff. It was these senior officers from the 9 Corps of the Indian Army as well as the Western Air Command who have paid the tributes. And after the tributes being paid, these are the course mate and the batchmates of Wing Commander Syal, those who are heading towards the cremation site. Now the final bid adieu to this brave heart of the Indian Air Force, who had an illustrious career of over 1.5 decades, 16 years, starting from 2009 when he got into NDA, and then to Pathankot base, one of the prestigious base when it comes to the Sukhoi squadron of the Indian Air Force. Then he was posted with the MiG squadron, and then it was the Tejas squadron. He was posted in Sulur, and during that unfateful day of 21st of November 2025, when he was performing one of the trickiest drills of barrel roll during the air show in Dubai, the Tejas, that is the indigenously made aircraft of the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, that nosedived and crashed, after which Indian Air Force confirmed that one fatal casualty has been reported, and it was of Wing Commander Syal. Now the visuals that you see, that the people are turning out in large numbers as the salutes being paid, and here the gun salute will also be paid to this brave heart of the Indian Air Force. Before these are the family members, the uncle, the father, all the relatives, they are also heading towards the cremation ground. This is really a challenging time for them, a testing time for them, because all what they have seen in last 1.5 decade, it was only the illustrious achievements of Wing Commander Syal that has taken place, rising from the very start to the ranks of Wing Commander in the Indian Air Force, and that too was part of one of the key assignments, starting from the Sukhoi to MiG to Tejas, and now as we speak the floral tributes being paid before the last rites, some rituals being performed, and after that these rituals, this will be a final goodbye to this son of the soil, of whom the entire country is proud of, because we have seen the people we have spoken to since morning. They are the ones who have actually taken inspiration from Wing Commander Syal, because he was the one who rose from the very basics, from a remote village of the Himachal Pradesh to Indian Air Force, and that too was part of the Tejas squadron. But unfateful incident, now Sir Jeevan showing you the visuals. So he was the one everyone sought inspiration from, but now as he is no more before us, these brave hearts, his legacy is what everyone is proud of. We have spoken to the locals as well, and they say that it was always a kind of a treat for them to interact with Wing Commander Syal, as he was the one humble, down to ground. He has spoken of the welfare. He has always encouraged people to join the armed forces. As his uncle was also mentioning that when he was 21, he also cleared NIT Hamirpur, but he decided that after his father, who served as Naib Subedar in the Indian Army, he will be taking the baton from him. He will be serving in the armed forces, and he was the one who joined Indian Air Force with proud, and now as we speak the mortal remains have reached the cremation ground for the last rites. His wife, she's also Wing Commander in Indian Air Force, Wing Commander Afshan Akhtar. She was the one we saw a couple of minutes ago at their native place when she, donning her uniform, paid the last salute. It was really a tough time for the family, especially for the Wing Commander Afshan, who has worked like shoulder to shoulder with her husband, but now it's a tough time for her as well. And the sea of people that you see around here is exactly the same what we have witnessed at their native place as well. There what has happened, that the people from different walks who could not actually reach inside the house, they were sitting on the rooftop of other nearby houses so that they can have a glimpse. And here also you will see that on the other side of this rivulet that flows through, there are people that have come to see. And here the officials of the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force, from the NSG, his batchmates that are presently in the different services on deputation, they all are the ones who have come to pay him salute. And what comes out after speaking to them, be it on camera or off camera, that he was the humble of all. He despite rising to the ranks and folds in the Indian Air Force, he continued with his humble attitude, his humble behavior, and that was what made him liked by all. As we speak, Sir Jeevan continues to show you the visuals. The incident that has taken place on 21st of November in Dubai, that court of inquiry has already been initiated by the Indian force, and here you will see that it is the last salute, some last minute visuals that we are showing you before he will be cremated. The cremation will be done here by the family members. So it is a painful moment for all of them, for all, not from the civil authorities, not from the family members, but also from the forces, because they have lost a bright officer who has an illustrious career of over 16 years, starting in 2009 to 2025. This is not a full stop that his career has come to, but this is in the golden words that his entire career will be written, and that is why we are witnessing the senior most officials of the Indian Armed Forces, starting from the Indian Army, Indian Air Force, the Black Cat Commandos, NSG, the Himachal Pradesh Police, as well as the civil dignitaries, including the ministers from the state government. All have arrived here so that they can pay their last respect to this brave heart, because when we spoke to the family members, they said that he was always a topper. He was always a topper during his middle standards, during his high standard, and during also his higher studies that he held in different locations, starting from the Dalhousie to Sujanpur to the army school to then to the NDA. He has always been a topper, and that's why he was one who always loved to have challenges. He decided that he will be in the one of the elite squadrons of the Indian Air Force. First it was Sukhoi, then it was MiG, and now it was Tejas. But that unfateful incident that unfolded that very day, that has taken everyone by shock, and it is a situation that even it's been 2 days now, it's been more than 48 hours, no one can actually grapple to the situation. They are yet to cope up with the situation, that what has transpired that very evening, that when it was a routine, though it was a tricky sortie, but it was a routine barrel roll that he was performing with Tejas, over to the chants of Jab tak Suraj Chand Rahega.
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय। वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम। जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा, नमन तेरा नाम रहेगा। जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा, नमन तेरा नाम रहेगा।
So these are the visuals. I request Sir Jeevan to move to the gun salute as the final salutes being paid to the brave heart of the Indian Air Force who made the supreme sacrifice. Now the Jawans of the Indian Air Force, they are paying the gun salute, this salute to the brave hearts who made the supreme sacrifice. Here Sir Jeevan is showing you the visuals that these are the gun salutes that are being paid. So this is the final bid adieu, a goodbye to one of their colleagues who gave 16 years to the Indian Air Force, and that to
Anthem Begul Salamat Shast
Final salutes have been paid, and this brave heart of the Indian Air Force Wing Commander Commander Syal has been led to the final rest. It's a final bid adieu by his family, by his friends, by his colleagues, by Indian Air Force, the Indian Army, the NSG, Indian Navy, all officials, his batchmates, course-mates, all came here to give him a final salute to an officer who has a career that has only seen heights and heights. It was the wishes of the safe landings, Rancho, and many more such wishes that we have seen at the poster that was at his place in front of a trainee aircraft, and it was with the good wishes from his colleagues, from his batchmates, but unfaithful. This one landing that was not safe has taken away Wing Commander Syal from all of us, and this is not a loss only to the Indian Air Force, but a loss to the family of the country India, because he was the one who has performed many action. I request Sir Jeevan to be on this side, not to show any visuals of the cremation, and to be with the visuals of the last salute that has been paid to the Indian Air Force warrior, the hero, Wing Commander Commander Syal. These visuals that you see are from the cremation ground where he has been laid to the rest. This unfaithful incident that has been reported, here you will see that many of those who have taken inspiration from him, they have also come here. One child that you see with the tricolor in his hand, this is actually what the message he has been able to give to the people, to the young children of his very area, that this tricolor will fly high no matter what the situation is. And that is what the locals have also spoken of, that they were actually drawing inspiration from Wing Commander Syal. I'll request Sajivan to be on the visuals as the final salute has been given, and this brave heart of Himachal Pradesh Kangra district has been laid to the final rest. He has the career starting from the Sukhoi to MiG to Tejas, which he was flying that very day when this incident was reported during the Dubai Air Show. And as we speak, yes, here the final goodbye has been said by all to this hero of the Indian Armed Forces. Yes, back to you.
As getting us those pictures with the mortal remains of the Indian Air Force pilot, Wing Commander Syal. They're brought to his village in Himachal, and Gursimran was with us as the entire nation is bidding adieu. It's a final journey of Wing Commander Syal. Syal is survived by his father, mother, wife, and their child. And if you have Gursimran, we can go back to Gursimran because he is in Kangra. But let's also tell you, viewers, that the Indian Air Force is mourning the tragic loss of Wing Commander Syal, who lost his life in the unfortunate Tejas aircraft accident at the Dubai Air Show. Indian Air Force paid a touching tribute to the late pilot as they arranged for a send-off attended by UAE officials, colleagues, friends, and officials of the Indian Embassy as a stand in solidarity with the late Wing Commander's family in this hour of grief. US Russian aerobatic team honors Wing Commander Syal with final day tribute at the Dubai Air Show 2025. viewers, taking a short break right now. Much more coming right up as a nation pays their final respect to Wing Commander Syal. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा आरती और मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला, क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference.
Today, for most parts of the developed world, in Europe, in the United States, in the Middle East, Australia, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, they are all finding in India a trusted partner, and this is going to drive huge amounts of investment and technology, which will not only serve the needs of a growing aspirational India, which will also be the sourcing base for the world.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा आरती और मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white-collar suspect.
French Navy slams Pakistan media for misinformation, says Rafale claims are fabricated. After political row, Home Minister issues clarification on Chandigarh bill, says it has no plans to introduce a bill altering Chandigarh's governance. The mortal remains of Wing Commander Syal, who died during the Dubai Air Show, Himachal Pradesh's Kangra, today cremated with full state honors. Jamaat Ulema-e-Hind President Arshad Madani sparks massive row amid Delhi blast probe, says government ensuring that Muslims never raise their heads. BJP criticizes Madani's remark alleging discrimination against Muslims in India, terms his statement confusing and misleading. Karnataka CM Sabarimala dismisses leadership change in discussions in the state after meeting with Congress Chief Kharge. It's getting you back-to-back updates coming in here, Republic TV, and what we are learning right now as a power tussle continues in Karnataka, there are some new developments which are coming in, and we're talking about where CM Sabarimala has met President Kharge at his Bengaluru residence. This happened yesterday. The two leaders held discussions on key political developments and ongoing administrative matters, and we are getting in fresh statements from the AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge. He has repeated that what CM and Deputy CM are saying, whatever has to happen, High Command will decide.
ಮತ್ತು ನನಗೂ ಬೇಜಾರಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಬಿಸಿಲಲ್ಲಿ ಚಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಏನಿರೋದು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ತಾವು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸರಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಹಾಳ ಮತ್ತು ನನಗೂ ಬೇಜಾರಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಬಿಸಿಲಲ್ಲಿ ಚಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಏನಿರೋದು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ತಾವು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸರಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ರೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ ಕಣ್ರಿ, ಅದೇನು ದೊಡ್ಡ ವಿಚಾರ ನೋಡಿ. ಈಗ 2013 ನಾನು ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸಮಿತಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಆಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ವಿ. ನಾನೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ, ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತಂದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಜನ ಓಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಪರಾಭವಗೊಂಡೆ. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ನಾನು ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ದರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವತ್ತು ಹೌದು ರೇಸಲ್ಲಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಾಭಾವಿಕವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸಮಿತಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆ, PCC ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಕೆಲವು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ರೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ ಕಣ್ರಿ, ಅದೇನು ದೊಡ್ಡ ವಿಚಾರ ನೋಡಿ. ಈಗ 2013 ನಾನು ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸಮಿತಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಆಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ವಿ. ನಾನೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ, ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತಂದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಜನ ಓಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಪರಾಭವಗೊಂಡೆ. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ನಾನು ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ದರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವತ್ತು ಹೌದು ರೇಸಲ್ಲಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಾಭಾವಿಕವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸಮಿತಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆ, PCC ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಕೆಲವು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague Abhishek, who's joining us. Abhishek, we're getting some fresh statements on what exactly is happening when we talk about the power tussle. Now, C. Siddaramaiah met the Congress President Kharge at his Bengaluru residence yesterday, and we have seen that there have been multiple meetings which have been taking place between the DK Shivakumar faction as well. Now we see that there's a meeting between Siddaramaiah and Kharge. What exactly is happening? What are they talking about? With a lot of buzz which was doing the round about key changes and a lot of shake-up in the Karnataka political scene.
Shivangi, it was K.N. Rajana, the former Minister of Karnataka, who predicted that there will be a revolutionary change in Karnataka politics in the month of November. And yes, we have started seeing those changes in the cabinet of Karnataka, because DK Shivakumar, who also wanted to be the Chief Minister, who is also the President President of KPCC, is in race to make sure that he gets on the throne of the Chief Minister as soon as possible. However, some of the MLAs who are in support of DK Shivakumar had visited Delhi to reiterate on a statement and the fact that if at all DK Shivakumar is not made the CM in the next couple of days, the 2028 elections might be a much more difficult situation to get Congress into power. And this information has been conveyed and a request has been placed in front of Mallikarjun Kharge, who is the AICC president. CM Siddaramaiah's closest aides, be it Dr. G. Parmeshwara, Satish Jarkiholi, K.N. Rajana, H.C. Mahadevapan, various other met at Satish Jarkiholi's residence over a dinner to discuss on how to continue CM Siddaramaiah in the throne as the Chief Minister for the next 2.5 years as well. On the other hand, we've seen Mallikarjun Kharge openly stating that it makes him sad to see all these leaders visiting Delhi back to back and demanding and requesting for the change of CM in the Karnataka government. He mentions that the AICC's high command, high command means Randeep Singh Surjewala, K.C. Venugopal as per the protocol, but Mallikarjun Kharge is referring Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are the two key persons who will have to decide if CM Siddaramaiah will have to step down to make way to DK Shivakumar. We will also have to see how the High Command sees this, because the MLAs from both the teams, Siddaramaiah's team and DK Shivkumar's team, have already been informed that no such talks are ongoing. CM chair isn't vacant. Siddaramaiah is the existing Chief Minister. DCM DK Shivkumar is the PCC President. And this will be continuing for the next couple of days. And the internal resources or the sources of Congress party have claimed that the cabinet might be reshuffled or expanded in the month of March or April in 2026, and until then, no such talks of this have to be existent is what the sources have claimed. But we will have to see how Rahul Gandhi responds once he is back to India. Shivangi.
Abhishek, thank you very much. Stay with us, because there's another confusion now ongoing amidst this entire debacle. We have seen season after season this happening inside the state of Karnataka, where the two power tussles emerge between the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister. And time and again, they come out and make up sort of by showing strength by saying that the High Command is about to take a decision. This time, however, has been a little bit more different than on previous occasions. No sign of truce incoming. What is this winter between Siddaramaiah and DKS now happening? Or is there anything as such that you are also tracking at the moment?
Well, it was when the Congress government took oath as the government in the last 2.5 years, it was mentioned that there would be a power sharing happening in the T20 format. The first 2.5 years, Chief Minister will be Siddaramaiah, and for the next or the second term, it will be DK Shivakumar. But this wasn't a confidential source, or this was a rumor from day one when Siddaramaiah took over as the Chief Minister. However, it was Rajanna who claimed that there will be a revolutionary change in the month of November. At this point of time, Congress has lost Bihar in an unexpected manner. And at this point of time, the High Command of Congress do not want to find a changeover CM in the state of Karnataka, because they had previously seen a BJP party who had B.S. Yediyurappa as the Chief Minister. They made him get down from the seat, and it was given to Basavaraja Pommai. And BJP had to lose the entire state in the previous elections, and this example has been put in front of the AICC High Command. If at all Siddaramaiah had to step down from the chair of Chief Minister and DK Shivkumar be made the Chief Minister, Congress is bound to lose the power in 2028, and this message has been conveyed to the High Command by the leaders who are in support of CM Siddaramaiah. However, leaders who are in support of DK Shivkumar have claimed that the entire government was possible because of DK Shivkumar's continuous efforts, and he will have to be made the Chief Minister. But Mallikarjun Kharge has had a closed-door meeting personally with DK Shivkumar and CM Siddaramaiah on 2 different dates, and he has confirmed both of them that this will continue for some more days and there should be no one talking about the leadership change in front of the media. And also he has informed and directed them that all the leaders who are in support of these 2 leaders will not have to come back to Delhi, will not mount pressure on the High Command, and the High Command will make sure that if there is a power change going to be happening soon, that will be intimidated to the leaders as well and the party as well. So at this point of time, it is either March or April where the cabinet expansion or reshuffle might happen, and if at all CM Siddaramaiah is going to step down from his throne, it will be another leader who belongs to the SC, ST or minority community who will be getting on the throne of Chief Minister and not DK Shivkumar. So we will have to see if AICC is going to make sure Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar sits in a single place, have a conversation with the High Command and informs the same to the entire people of Karnataka, the voters of Karnataka, stating that the government is stable and no such internal fights or quarrels are happening between them. We are waiting for that day, which the Congress is not wanting to do anytime soon. Kritarth.
Thank you so much, Abhishek, for tracking those developments. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the latest coming in the political theatre of war in the state of Karnataka, which has gone into absolute chaos since that verdict came in Bihar. Meanwhile, moving on to more breaking news updates coming in from the state of Maharashtra, where hours after Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar found himself in a controversy where he was seen threatening to withhold funds to the people if they did not vote for him in local body elections. Now, Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has officially given a reaction. And the reaction, ladies and gentlemen, might I tell you, is a bit shocking because he has backed Ajit Pawar, saying that when I go to campaign, I will also say same things and that these things get normal later. Listen to that shocking remark coming in from Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis backing up his deputy.
तुम्ही मला 18च्या 18 उमेदवार निवडून दिले ना, मी तुम्हाला सांगितलेलं सगळं द्यायला तयार आहे, पण तुम्ही तिथं काट मारली का मी पण काट मारणार. तुमच्या हातात मत द्यायचंय, माझ्या हातात निधी द्यायचंय. मग बघा काय ते. तुम्ही मला 18च्या 18 उमेदवार निवडून दिले ना, मी तुम्हाला सांगितलेलं सगळं द्यायला तयार आहे, पण तुम्ही तिथं काट मारली का मी पण काट मारणार. तुमच्या हातात मत द्यायचंय, माझ्या हातात निधी द्यायचंय. मग बघा काय ते.
अरे चुनाव में चलते रहता है भाई, चुनाव में ऐसी सब बातें करते रहते हैं, इसका कोई अर्थ नहीं होता है. देखिए, मैं आपको इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ, चुनाव के बाद सभी शहरों का विकास हमको करना है. मैं भी कहीं जाऊंगा तो मैं भी बोलूंगा कि मुझे चुन कर दोगे तो मैं ज्यादा पैसा आपको दूंगा, बोलना ही पड़ता है. अरे चुनाव में चलते रहता है भाई, चुनाव में ऐसी सब बातें करते रहते हैं, इसका कोई अर्थ नहीं होता है. देखिए, मैं आपको इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ, चुनाव के बाद सभी शहरों का विकास हमको करना है. मैं भी कहीं जाऊंगा तो मैं भी बोलूंगा कि मुझे चुन कर दोगे तो मैं ज्यादा पैसा आपको दूंगा, बोलना ही पड़ता है. अरे चुनाव में चलते रहता है भाई, चुनाव में ऐसी सब बातें करते रहते हैं, इसका कोई अर्थ नहीं होता है. देखिए, मैं आपको इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ, चुनाव के बाद सभी शहरों का विकास हमको करना है. मैं भी कहीं जाऊंगा तो मैं भी बोलूंगा कि मुझे चुन कर दोगे तो मैं ज्यादा पैसा आपको दूंगा, बोलना ही पड़ता है.
This entire controversy started, my colleague Satya Prakash is joining me live on the broadcast. Satya Prakash, this started at a rally in the Malegaon area in the Baramati Tehsil where local body polls are due. And Ajit Pawar was heard saying that if you do not elect all my 18 candidates, then even I will have to cut off and withhold funds. Now, these are taxpayers' funds that he's talking about while addressing to taxpayers, and the entire controversy is spinning out of control in the state of Maharashtra. Now, Fadnavis is backing him up. What's the latest on ground zero, Satya Prakash? All right, ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, we'll get you more details from ground zero. But just to once again give you a refresher on what happened. Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra from NCP faction and serving under Devendra Fadnavis, was campaigning for local elections in Malegaon in the Baramati Tehsil on Friday. And during his rally, who also happens to be the finance minister of Maharashtra, ladies and gentlemen, he was heard saying that we have done a lot of schemes for this district and these people, and if you do not elect all of my 18 candidates, then I will also be compelled to withhold the funds. Now, this controversial remark of allegedly now targeting and threatening voters over their own funds to taxpayers is now spiraling out of control, with the opposition parties in the state of Maharashtra being on the offensive. But surprisingly, Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is yet again seen giving cover fire to his ally who has landed him up in a tough situation. Making light of the situation, Fadnavis said that these things are usually said in the heat of campaigning, and that even he would be seen or heard sometimes saying things like these, and that they should not be taken seriously because eventually all things turn well. But whether they do or not will be remain to be seen in the local body elections in Malegaon Tehsil of Baramati. Moving on to more breaking news updates coming in on the Delhi blast controversy, ladies and gentlemen. The head of Jamiat-e-Ulema-e-Hind, Arshad Madni, has sparked a political row with his remarks about the investigations in Al-Falah University, the university at the epicenter of the terror doctor nexus of the Jaish module in Faridabad, which is linked to the Delhi blast probe. And now backing his statement, the statement of Madni, is the Congress party, which has said that Al-Falah University must not be targeted. Now, this was a university where all these terror doctors were operating out from. Whether the role of the university and to what extent it is to this entire controversy is something that remains to be seen. But the controversy, ladies and gentlemen, is only increasing. First, the Jamiat-e-Ulema-e-Hind coming in support of Al-Falah University with a targeting angle, and now the Congress, as usual, backing them up.
A major political row has erupted after Jamiat-Ulema-e-Hind President Arshad Madani made remarks during the ongoing Delhi blast probe. Madani said that Muslims in India can never rise and claimed that communal forces want to eradicate the community.
मुसलमान अपाहज हो गया, खत्म हो गया, बांझ हो गया। मैं नहीं समझता हूँ ये बात। क्या बात है कि आज दुनिया का मुसलमान एक आदमी न्यूयॉर्क का मेयर बन सकता है, ममदानी लंदन के अंदर मेयर बन सकता है, एक खान हिंदुस्तान के अंदर किसी मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी का कोई आदमी वाइस चांसलर नहीं बन सकता, और अगर बनेगा तो आजम खां की तरह जेल के अंदर जाएगा। आज देख लीजिए अल-फलाह का क्या हो रहा है। गवर्नमेंट मुल्क की आजादी के बाद इस पर लगी हुई है कि मुसलमान को सर नहीं उठाने देना है।
Madani went on to express shocking claims, what he described as discrimination against Muslims in India, citing examples such as the imprisonment of leaders like Azam Khan and the government action against Al-Falah University after some of its doctors were linked to the Delhi terror attack. Countering the narrative that Muslims globally have become helpless or finished, he pointed to the election of Muslim mayors in major international cities, in New York and in London. He alleged that no Muslim can become a university vice-chancellor in India, and even if someone does, they will be sent to jail, referring to the scrutiny faced by Al-Falah University in the wake of the terror case. Madani referred to Al-Falah Group chairman Javed Ahmad Siddiqui, who has been remanded to 13 days of ED custody till December 1 for committing the offence of money laundering linked to large-scale fraud, forged accreditation claims and diversion of funds from the Al-Falah University. Reacting to Madani's remarks, the BJP has also issued sharp responses.
अरशद मदनी साहब के बयान में कन्फ्यूजन था। वो एक तरफ तो कह रहे थे कि मुसलमान पूरे दुनिया में पस्त हो चुका है, दूसरी तरफ वो ज़ोरान ममदानी की बात कर रहे थे कि वो न्यूयॉर्क में मेयर बन गए, और दो लोगों के उन्होंने नाम उसमें लिए हैं। एक नाम लिया आज़म खान का और दूसरा नाम अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी का लिया। अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी का जो ओनर है वो बचपन से अपराधी प्रवृत्ति का रहा है।
जमात के एक और व्यक्ति सामने आए हैं और वो कवर फायर दे रहे हैं और कहते हैं कि कोई यूनिवर्सिटी का वाइस चांसलर भी नहीं बन सकता। यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर का देश में तो राष्ट्रपति भी मुसलमान बने हैं, परंतु आतंक की यूनिवर्सिटी का जस्टिफिकेशन और जायज़ीकरण नहीं किया जा सकता। अगर कोई आतंकवाद करता है तो उसके ऊपर कानूनी कार्रवाई होगी, परंतु जो लोग कहते हैं कि आतंकवाद का कोई मज़हब नहीं होता, वो मज़हब के नाम पर केवल आतंकी और आतंकियों के समर्थक को क्यों पैरवी करते हैं।
मौलाना मदनी जैसे लोग उसको संकीर्ण दृष्टि से देखते हैं, और जिस मुद्दे को वो सांप्रदायिक रंग देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं उसमें सफल नहीं होंगे। ऐसे बहुत सारे हमारे सामने एग्जाम्पल मौजूद हैं जहाँ पर हमारे मुस्लिम बिरादरी के लोग उच्च पदों पर सुशोभित है और देशभक्ति का काम कर रहे हैं। तो लिहाजा मौलाना मदनी का बयान किसी भी हालत में स्वीकार नहीं किया जा सकता।
On the other hand, Congress leader Udit Raj has voiced his support for Mamdani, warning that the institution should not become a target despite alleged terrorist links.
हाँ, मैं सपोर्ट करता हूँ। मैं मानता हूँ कि कोई गया गुप्त रूप से टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटीज किया है, उसको क्षमा नहीं करना चाहिए, टेररिज्म को क्षमा नहीं करना चाहिए। लेकिन पूरी यूनिवर्सिटी को टारगेट नहीं कर सकते ना, बंद कर दे यूनिवर्सिटी, ये नहीं कर सकते।
Meanwhile, authorities continue their investigation into the university's alleged ties to the Delhi blast. The probe has sparked a heated political debate, with BJP criticizing Madani's earlier remarks and now Udit Raj's comments adding fuel to the fire. Remember, the primary four accused involved in the car blast near the Red Fort metro station, in which 15 people were killed, were the doctors of the Alfala University, including terror doctor Umar Nabi, who committed the attack.
All right, those are the latest updates coming in on that Al-Falah University story, ladies and gentlemen, but a lot more is making news across Bharat. Let me take you through all those updates in the next 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Visuals from near the Delhi-Noida-Delhi flyway and surrounding area show a toxic layer of toxic smoke blanketing the city. The AQI in the area is about 340, categorized as very poor as claimed by the CPCB. Delhi's high pollution levels prompted the CAQM to implement GRAP Stage 4 curbs due to severe air quality in the national capital and in several other areas. A woman has filed a sexual harassment complaint against Vilupuram District Vanur DMK Union Secretary. She alleges that the Tiruvakkarai Bhaskaran, a former Panchayat President and the Vilupuram Central District DMK Union Secretary from the same village, had threatened and sexually assaulted her for the past 6 months and also blackmailed her with videos. Rain lashes parts of the city of Puducherry due to low pressure area forming in the Bay of Bengal. Further rainfall is expected, with authorities issuing warning and advising fishermen to avoid the sea. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Union Minister of Commerce and Industry Piyush Goyal has wrapped up a key part of his visit to Jerusalem, highlighting major steps to bolster the bilateral trade with Israel. In a detailed discussion with Israeli delegations, Piyush Goyal said that both sides have expressed great satisfaction over the recent high-level business delegations. Listen in.
मंत्री श्री नीर बरकत जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय व्यापार देखते हैं, उनके साथ कल भी मेरी बहुत लंबी बातचीत रही, जिसमें हमने काफ़ी विस्तार से आर्थिक संबंध बढ़ाने के लिए आगे के क्या-क्या कदम उठाए जाएंगे दोनों तरफ से, उसके बारे में चर्चा की। और उन्होंने बड़ी संतुष्टि व्यक्त की कि जब इजराइल के लोग भारत आए थे, बड़ी डेलीगेशन, बिजनेस डेलीगेशन लेके, और अब भारत की जो डेलीगेशन मिशन, बिजनेस मिशन अब इजराइल आया, दोनों के सफलता पर उन्होंने बहुत संतुष्टि व्यक्त की। कल मेरी मीटिंग है उच्च स्तरीय नेताओं के साथ इजराइल के, जिसकी जानकारी मैं कल आपको दूंगा मीटिंग के बाद। परंतु हर प्रकार से एक बहुत ही सफल विजिट रही। 20 साल बाद कोई वाणिज्य मंत्री यहाँ पे आए हैं और मुझे उम्मीद है कि इस दौरे के बाद इजराइल और भारत के बीच में व्यापार, द्विपक्षीय व्यापार बढ़ेगा, इनोवेशन, रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट में हमारा आपसी संबंध में सुधार आएगा और आगे चल के दोनों देशों के बीच में निवेश में भी एक बड़ा उछाल आएगा.
Well, those are the latest details coming in from Piyush Goyal's visit to Israel. But do not go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for a very short break. But we'll be right back with more breaking news details with my colleague Ayana Mitra, who joins you on the other side with latest updates on the political row, where the Home Ministry has issued a clarification on the Chandigarh bill by saying that they have no plans to alter Chandigarh's governance. Stay tuned to Republic. We are live and breaking.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a...
Hi, this is Rajan Navani, Chairman and MD of the Jetline Group. Excited to be a part of the India Economic Summit being hosted by Republic Business, happening on 28th November at the Republic headquarters in Noida. See you at the summit.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
French Navy slams Pakistan media for misinformation, says Rafale claims fabricated. After political row, Home Ministry issues clarification on Chandigarh bill, says it has no plans to introduce a bill altering Chandigarh's governance. Mortal remains of Wing Commander Syal, who died during the Dubai air show, cremated with full state honours at Himachal Pradesh's Kangra. Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind President Arshad Madani sparks massive row amid Delhi blast probe, says government ensuring that Muslims never raise their heads. BJP criticizes Madani's remark, alleging discrimination against Muslims in India, terms his statement confusing and misleading. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddharamaiah dismisses leadership change discussion in the state after meeting with Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge. Viewers, thank you for staying with us. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Oyana Mitra. The French Navy has called out Pakistan's Geo TV and its correspondent Hamid Mir for spreading misinformation and disinformation on Rafales and its operations during Operation Sindoor. In his report, Hamid Mir had peddled the same old fabricated claims about Rafales and the so-called conflict and has now been publicly exposed. So it's major embarrassment for Pakistan yet again. French Navy has firmly denied Pakistani media reports that had claimed that French commander had confirmed Pakistan's air superiority over India during Operation Sindoor. The military has described the claims as extensive misinformation, dismissing them as entirely inaccurate. Meanwhile, the BJP here in India has called out Pakistan over its misinformation campaign and how it tried to peddle a fake narrative. Let's go across to my colleague Ishan, who joins me on the phone line with more details. Ishan, we've seen how this has been a pattern of Pakistan to use social media, to use artificial intelligence to fabricate a narrative which is, quite opposite the truth. And this time, it is not India, but France that has openly called out their misdeeds.
Absolutely. Hamid Mir, a Pakistani correspondent and television journalist for Geo TV, began making claims about Indian aircraft shootdowns immediately after Operation Sindoor. Among the various aircraft allegedly shot down, Mir claimed that Pakistani outlets specifically claimed that Rafale jets were destroyed. This became central to the disinformation push because Rafale represents India's most advanced fighter platform and its first genuine attempt to move away from Russian weapon dependency. The Defense Minister of Pakistan, Khwaja Asif, amplified these claims during a CNN interview where debris falling in Kashmir from anti-drones and old MiG-21 crash videos and Pakistani training aircraft that had crashed were circulated as Indian losses. And thereafter, the disinformation campaign was amplified by China as well, wherein China started using its embassies to purportedly showcase that Indian jets were downed using Chinese PL-15 and PL-35 missiles. However, this could not be further from the fact, and many fact checkers from across the globe have now recognized that this disinformation campaign was targeted both at India and to target Rafale jets in particular, because this is the most advanced jet in the Indian arsenal today. As part of the broader international campaign, fabricated visuals went beyond recycled footage and included video game simulations and AI-generated debris of Rafale aircraft on fake social media accounts to create the visual impression that Rafale jets have been destroyed. Now, this fake account ecosystem had the connivance of both Pakistan and China together to ensure the defaming of the Rafale jets much after Sindoor as well. And this came out recently in the U.S. Congress report, which showcased that, which acknowledged and showed that this disinformation campaign was being directed and run from China. And after this disinformation campaign set forth, now France has now officially come forth. The French Navy has stated that this fake imagery and fake accounts of Pakistan and China had shown the downing of affairs. This has been a major blow to Pakistan's credibility and image, which was already in tatters, and now we can clearly see that this has been revealed to the world how Pakistan used fake Twitter handles to promote this idea that it had downed an advanced jet.
Right. All right, Ishan, thank you for joining us and giving us those details as Pakistan's disinformation campaign becomes fully exposed. All right, viewers, we should focus to more breaking news coming in. This is from Karnataka, where amid the power tussle, Social Welfare Minister H.C. Mahadevappa has said that the government might collapse soon. That is the latest statement that is coming in from a Karnataka minister, and this comes as two camps within the government, one being the chief ministerial camp, that is MLAs who back Chief Minister Siddharamaiah, and the other MLAs who back Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar, are essentially engaged in what seems like a face-off, viewers. The DKS camp has essentially backed the Deputy Chief Minister to become CM. As we speak, at least 35 to 40 MLAs are currently camping in the national capital. They are meeting with the All India Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and have pitched for D.K. Shivakumar to become the Deputy Chief Minister, the Chief Minister, I beg your pardon. All of this while essentially D.K. Shivakumar and Siddharamaiah themselves have said that the final decision of a change in leadership in Karnataka will be coming in from the party high command. And while they maintain this, here is a minister from Siddharamaiah's government who has now said that the government might collapse soon. So you have multiple leaders, multiple statements coming in. Let's go across to Abhishek, who joins me live from Bengaluru with more details. Abhishek, how do you read this statement by the minister saying that the government might collapse soon?
Yeah, well, H.C. Mahadevappa has very clearly clarified that CM Siddharamaiah will continue the entire term as the Chief Minister, and there is no power tussle that is going to happen anytime soon. And he also mentioned that Congress will come into power once again in 2028 elections and they will form a government then as well. So this very clearly indicates that the High Command might have had a word with CM Siddharamaiah, and CM Siddharamaiah has conveyed the same to his closest ministers. And that is why H.C. Mahadevappa, who's on the Siddharamaiah side in the power tussle issue, has clarified once again, stating that there is no power tussle that is going to happen. There might be chances of cabinet expansion or reshuffling. However, Siddharamaiah will continue as the Chief Minister, directly mentioning that D.K. Shivakumar might not be the Chief Minister in this government. And also, at this point of time, D.K. Shivakumar's supporters and followers who are in the cabinet, who are the elected MLAs might have to come back to Delhi to reiterate on the statement and the importance of making D.K. Shivakumar the Chief Minister, so that 2028 elections will be easy, keeping the Vokkaliga community in their mind. So we will have to see how Mallikarjun Kharge responds today or tomorrow, because Mallikarjun Kharge had very clearly mentioned that none of the ministers will have to talk about power tussle or the change of CM in the state of Karnataka, and after which H.C. Mahadevappa has very clearly mentioned that CM Siddharamaiah will continue based on the directions from the AICC. So this is a very clear mandate from H.C. Mahadevappa, and we will have to see how the AICC looks at the statement of H.C. Mahadevappa, even after telling them not to talk about power tussle in front of the media. Ayona.
Abhishek, one more question before I let you go. What about this, this deadline that has been given by the AICC president, that is Mallikarjun Kharge? Because we understand that yesterday, when the MLAs from the DKS camp went to meet Mallikarjun Kharge, they were told something to the effect of wait till March. Maybe then we can have some more clarity about whether a change in leadership in Karnataka is possible at all.
Well, with respect to the information what we have received from the sources in the Congress party, it is mentioned that Mallikarjun Kharge had very clearly informed DK Shivkumar and CM Siddaramaiah that there might not be any change of power until March or April, because CM Siddaramaiah had in various other stages had mentioned in public gathering that he will be announcing the 17th Karnataka budget. So that was supposed to be happening in the month of March or April. So until then, CM Siddaramaiah will continue as the Chief Minister. After which there might be chances of Siddaramaiah stepping down from the Chief Minister post. However, a leader from SC or the minority community might be the Chief Minister. However, DCM DK Shivkumar, who is always aiming at becoming the Chief Minister, might not step into the chair of Chief Minister because various other leaders from CM Siddaramaiah's camp have mentioned that the next CM will be a leader from the minority community and not DCM DK Shivkumar, because he already holds the position of DCM and Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee's president. One person cannot hold two positions, and DK Shivkumar might have to give up on any of the positions to make sure his dream of becoming the Chief Minister might be a step easier for him if he steps down. So we will have to see until April if this power tussle is going to end. However, in the next 2 to 3 days, there will be a clear-cut pause to this hangama which is happening in the Congress party. A message will be conveyed through the Karnataka state leaders to the entire voters of Karnataka if there is going to be a cabinet reshuffle happening soon. Ayona.
Right, Abhishek, thank you very much for joining us and giving us those details. We'll keep a close watch on that for you viewers. For the moment, let's quickly move on. The head of the Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind, Arshad Madani, has sparked massive controversy with remarks about the investigation into Al-Falah University, which is at the center of the Delhi 10/11 conspiracy probe. And backing his statement was the Congress that said that Alfala University must not be targeted. Not surprising over there. Take a look at what's been happening.
A major political row has erupted after Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind President Arshad Madani made remarks during the ongoing Delhi blast probe. Madani said that Muslims in India can never rise and claimed that communal forces want to eradicate the community.
मुसलमान अपाहज हो गया, खत्म हो गया, बांझ हो गया। मैं नहीं समझता हूँ ये बात। क्या बात है कि आज दुनिया का मुसलमान एक आदमी न्यूयॉर्क का मेयर बन सकता है, ममदानी लंदन के अंदर मेयर बन सकता है, एक खान हिंदुस्तान के अंदर किसी मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी का कोई आदमी वाइस चांसलर नहीं बन सकता, और अगर बनेगा तो आजम खान की तरह जेल के अंदर जाएगा। आज देख लीजिए अल-फलाह का क्या हो रहा है। गवर्नमेंट मुल्क की आजादी के बाद इस पर लगी हुई है कि मुसलमान को सर नहीं उठाने देना है।
Madani went on to express shocking claims, what he described as discrimination against Muslims in India, citing examples such as the imprisonment of leaders like Azam Khan and the government action against Al-Falah University after some of its doctors were linked to the Delhi terror attack. Countering the narrative that Muslims globally have become helpless or finished, he pointed to the election of Muslim mayors in major international cities, in New York and in London. He alleged that no Muslim can become a university vice-chancellor in India, and even if someone does, they will be sent to jail, referring to the scrutiny faced by Alfala University in the wake of the terror case. Madani referred to Al-Falah Group chairman Javed Ahmad Siddiqui, who has been remanded to 13 days of ED custody till December 1 for committing the offence of money laundering linked to large-scale fraud, forged accreditation claims and diversion of funds from the Al-Falah University. Reacting to Madani's remarks, the BJP has also issued sharp responses.
अरशद मदनी साहब के बयान में कन्फ्यूजन था। वो एक तरफ तो कह रहे थे कि मुसलमान पूरे दुनिया में पस्त हो चुका है, दूसरी तरफ वो ज़ोरान ममदानी की बात कर रहे थे कि वो न्यूयॉर्क में मेयर बन गए, और दो लोगों के उन्होंने नाम उसमें लिए हैं। एक नाम लिया आज़म खान का और दूसरा नाम अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी का लिया। अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी का जो ओनर है वो बचपन से अपराधी प्रवृत्ति का रहा है।
जमात के एक और व्यक्ति सामने आए हैं और वो कवर फायर दे रहे हैं और कहते हैं कि कोई यूनिवर्सिटी का वाइस चांसलर भी नहीं बन सकता। यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर का देश में तो राष्ट्रपति भी मुसलमान बने हैं, परंतु आतंकी यूनिवर्सिटी का जस्टिफिकेशन और जायज़ीकरण नहीं किया जा सकता। अगर कोई आतंकवाद करता है तो उसके ऊपर कानूनी कार्रवाई होगी, परंतु जो लोग कहते हैं कि आतंकवाद का कोई मज़हब नहीं होता, वो मज़हब के नाम पर केवल आतंकी और आतंकियों के समर्थक को क्यों पैरवी करते हैं?
मौलाना मदनी जैसे लोग उसको संकीर्ण दृष्टि से देखते हैं और जिस मुद्दे को वो सांप्रदायिक रंग देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं उसमें सफल नहीं होंगे। ऐसे बहुत सारे हमारे सामने एग्जाम्पल मौजूद हैं जहाँ पर हमारे मुस्लिम बिरादरी के लोग उच्च पदों पर सुशोभित है और देशभक्ति का काम कर रहे हैं। तो लिहाजा मौलाना मदनी का बयान किसी भी हालत में स्वीकार नहीं किया जा सकता।
On the other hand, Congress leader Udit Raj has voiced his support for Mamdani, warning that the institution should not become a target despite alleged terrorist links.
हाँ, मैं सपोर्ट करता हूँ। मैं मानता हूँ कि कोई गया गुप्त रूप से टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटीज किया है, उसको क्षमा नहीं करना चाहिए, टेररिज्म को क्षमा नहीं करना चाहिए, लेकिन पूरी यूनिवर्सिटी को टारगेट नहीं कर सकते ना, बंद कर दे यूनिवर्सिटी, ये नहीं कर सकते।
Meanwhile, authorities continue their investigation into the university's alleged ties to the Delhi blast. The probe has sparked a heated political debate, with BJP criticizing Madani's earlier remarks and now Udit Raj's comments adding fuel to the fire. Remember, the primary four accused involved in the car blast near the Red Fort metro station, in which 15 people were killed, were the doctors of the Alfala University, including terror doctor Umar Nabi, who committed the attack.
Viewers, the Union Home Ministry has issued a clarification amid escalating political uproar in Punjab over reports that the centre was considering bringing the Union Territory of Chandigarh under Article 240 of the Constitution. In an official post shared by the Home Ministry, the government has said that the proposal to simplify the process for central legislation for Chandigarh is merely under consideration and that no final decision has been taken. The Ministry emphasised that the proposal does not seek to change Chandigarh's existing governance system or alter its traditional relationship with Punjab or Haryana. This proposal is only about simplifying the process of lawmaking for the Union Territory by the central government and is still under consideration. It's the statement that has now been released by the Ministry of Home Affairs. So, viewers, this is an uproar over the 130th Amendment Bill, which reports suggest that the centre will introduce in Parliament in the upcoming winter session. And these reports have now drawn flack from the ruling Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab and from the opposition.
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो है वो चंडीगढ़ को हथियाना चाहती है, चंडीगढ़ के ऊपर कब्जा करना चाहती है। चंडीगढ़ पंजाब का है, पंजाब का रहेगा। आम आदमी पार्टी, हमारी सरकार और पार्टी, हम डट के लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, किसी को भी हाथ लगाने नहीं देंगे। चंडीगढ़ जब बना था तो पंजाब के गाँव को उजाड़ के बना था, पंजाब के लोगों को उजाड़ के बना था और उस एक्ट में लिखा गया है कि हरियाणा अपनी राजधानी, हरियाणा अपनी कैपिटल डिफरेंट अलग बनाएगा और चंडीगढ़ जो है वो पंजाब का रहेगा। आज पंजाब को देने की बजाय भारतीय जनता पार्टी उसको हथियाना चाहती है, उसके ऊपर कब्जा करना चाहती है, उसका जुटी का जो प्रेजेंट स्टेट्स है इसको भी ख़त्म करना चाहती है। तो बिल्कुल हम इसकी डट के लड़ाई लड़ेंगे और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे।
भगवंत मान विषय पर बिना पढ़ाई लिखाई किए हुए विरोध कर रहे हैं। इसी प्रकार जो बाकी विरोधी दल है वो भी उस पर बिना पढ़ाई लिखाई के विरोध कर रहे हैं। मेरा निवेदन है, कृपा कर ध्यान से पढ़ें। कहीं भी किसी प्रकार का कोई बदल होने जा रहा नहीं है और मैं चैलेंज देता हूँ, कहीं पर भी आपको लगे, जहाँ आपको ठीक लगता है वहाँ पर आइए। भगवंत मान जी हो, बादल साहब हो, चाहे कांग्रेस के नेता हो, वह कहीं पर आए, मैं उनके साथ विषय पर डिबेट करने को तैयार हूँ।
Viewers, the Indian Army continues its efforts towards nation building as part of the Nation First movement. As some of the inspiring efforts of the Indian Army are shared, from ground operations to community support, training excellence to unmatched dedication, here's taking a look at the Army's valor and bravery.
भारतीय सेना जहां राष्ट्र रक्षा के अटूट संकल्प से प्रेरित है, वहीं जन जन की उन्नति और विकास के लिए भी समर्पित है। दुर्गम क्षेत्रों में जहां साधनों की कमी है, सेना की उपस्थिति आशा की किरण बनकर खड़ी है। यह भारतीय सेना का दृढ़ निश्चय है, न केवल सरहद की सुरक्षा बल्कि विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए प्रतिबद्धता। सेना ने परिवर्तन का मार्ग चुनते हुए देश में समृद्धि का पथ नियोजित किया है। अपने व्यावसायिक प्रशिक्षण केंद्रों के माध्यम से वे युवा शक्ति को व्यावसायिक कौशल प्रदान करते हैं, जिनसे भविष्य को नया आयाम मिलता है। उपयोगी तकनीक और आधुनिक कौशलों से सुसज्जित कर इन युवाओं को राष्ट्रीय विकास की मुख्य धारा से सहजता से जोड़ा जाता है। केवल आर्थिक विकास ही नहीं, बल्कि चरित्र निर्माण भी सेना का उद्देश्य है। युवा केंद्र आज की युवा पीढ़ी के लिए संपूर्ण व्यक्तित्व के विकास की आधारशिला बन गए हैं। शिक्षा और अनुशासन की इस पाठशाला में नेतृत्व के बीज बोए जाते हैं। ये केंद्र युवा ऊर्जा को सकारात्मक दिशा देने का एक अद्भुत माध्यम है। सेना ने दुर्गम इलाकों में आर्थिक उन्नति और प्रकृति के संरक्षण को एक सूत्र में पिरोने के लिए कई कदम उठाए हैं। सुदूर इलाकों में बनाए गए सेना समर्थित कैफे, स्थानीय उत्पाद केंद्र और पर्यावरण अनुकूल पहलें, ये सुविधाएं केवल नवीनता का प्रतीक नहीं, बल्कि आपसी विश्वास की मजबूत नींव है। तू न थकेगा कभी, तू न थमेगा कभी, तू न मुड़ेगा कभी। कर शपथ, कर शपथ, कर शपथ, यही है सेना का संकल्प, राष्ट्र निर्माण को समर्पित।
Okay, we go across to more breaking news coming in hours after Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar found himself in controversy as he threatened to withhold funds if people don't vote in local body elections. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has now backed Ajit Pawar, saying that if he goes for campaigning, he would also say the same things and that things get normal later. So that is the latest statement that is coming in from the Chief Minister, who has essentially brushed off these statements by Ajit Pawar, calling them a poll gimmick.
तुम्ही मला 18च्या 18 उमेदवार निवडून दिले ना, मी तुम्हाला सांगितलेलं सगळं द्यायला तयार आहे, पण तुम्ही तिथं काट मारली का मी पण काट मारणार. तुमच्या हातात मत द्यायचंय, माझ्या हातात निधी द्यायचंय. मग बघा काय ते.
अरे चुनाव में चलते रहता है भाई, चुनाव में ऐसी सब बातें करते रहते हैं, इसका कोई अर्थ नहीं होता है. देखिए, मैं आपको इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ, चुनाव के बाद सभी शहरों का विकास हमको कर रहा है. मैं भी कहीं जाऊंगा तो मैं भी बोलूंगा कि मुझे चुन कर दोगे तो मैं ज्यादा पैसा आपको दूंगा, बोलना ही पड़ता है. अरे चुनाव में चलते रहता है भाई, चुनाव में ऐसी सब बातें करते रहते हैं, इसका कोई अर्थ नहीं होता है. देखिए, मैं आपको इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ, चुनाव के बाद सभी शहरों का विकास हमको कर रहा है. मैं भी कहीं जाऊंगा तो मैं भी बोलूंगा कि मुझे चुन कर दोगे तो मैं ज्यादा पैसा आपको दूंगा, बोलना ही पड़ता है.
Okay, let's go across to Satyaprakash, who joins us live from Mumbai. Satyaprakash ji, फडणवीस ने बोल दिया है, चीफ मिनिस्टर फडणवीस ने बोल दिया कि अगर कहीं वो भी जाते कैंपेनिंग के लिए, उनके मुंह से भी ऐसे ही शब्द निकलते, इसको सीरियसली लेने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है. लेकिन क्या ऑपोजिशन जो है महाराष्ट्र में, उनसे कोई रिएक्शन आया है कि अजीत पवार के स्टेटमेंट के ऊपर उन्होंने जो ये थ्रेटन किया है वोटर्स को?
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र में जो है महायुति की सरकार, महायुति में है शिवसेना, शिंदे गुट है, अजित पवार है और बीजेपी है. तीनों मिलकर सरकार चला रही है. कहीं कहीं इसी वजह से सीएम देवेंद्र फडणवीस ने कहीं बचाव करते नजर आए अजित पवार का, क्योंकि लगातार जिस तरह से अजित पवार को घेरने में लगी है विपक्ष, और विपक्ष कह रही है साफ तौर से कि अजित पवार माफी मांगे, क्योंकि जिस तरह से वोटरों को धमकी देते हुए नजर आए. साफ तौर से कह रहे हैं कि अगर आपको निधि चाहिए, मतलब पैसा चाहिए, फंड चाहिए, तो आपको एनसीपी को वोट देना पड़ेगा जो लोकल बॉडी के चुनाव में. तो साफ तौर से कहीं जो मतदाता है उनको धमकाते नजर आ रहे हैं. और लगातार महाराष्ट्र चाहे कांग्रेस पार्टी हो, चाहे एनसीपी शरद पवार पार्टी हो या शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे पार्टी हो, तीनों पार्टियां कह रही है कि जिस तरह से अजीत पवार ने बयान दिया है, जिस तरह से मतदाताओं को धमका रहे हैं, उनको माफी मांगना चाहिए। क्योंकि जिस तरह से फंड को लेकर, फंड सरकार सभी को देती है, सभी एक समान होते हैं, लेकिन एक पर्टिकुलर किसी के बारे में बोलना गलत है, उनको माफी मांगना चाहिए, ये विपक्ष का कहना है। लेकिन कहीं न कहीं बीजेपी साथ में है, कहीं कहीं देवेंद्र फडणवीस का बचाव करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि सरकार चलाना है। और कहीं न कहीं लगातार मतलब देवेंद्र फडणवीस लगातार कहीं न कहीं अजित पवार का बचाव कर रहे हैं।
जी सत्यप्रकाश, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। Viewers, that was the latest controversy that is embroiling surrounding Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra Ajit Pawar, who has sparked controversy after he threatened voters with saying that he would not release funds if his candidates were not elected. And that was all that we had in this edition of Live and Breaking. But do stay on with us, because on the other side, my colleague Shravan Sen will get you the details of what's been happening in Karnataka. This fight that has now ensued between the Chief Ministerial camp and the Deputy Chief Ministerial camp. Stay with us.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and
द्विपक्षीय संबंधों और कई अन्य अहम मुद्दों पर बातचीत हुई है दोनों नेताओं के बीच में। ये काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण है। तो हमारे साथ हमारी विशेष मेहमान डॉक्टर अंशु जोशी हमारे साथ जुड़ी हुई हैं। ऐसा ही
How the Prime Minister has made our passports feel much better, where you don't get visas. Well, these are the first images now coming in of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, part of the G20 summit, which is basically underway in Johannesburg in South Africa. What we are given to understand is a bilateral meeting which is basically underway. The Prime Minister's second such bilateral meeting that is going on right now as we speak. The focus essentially also being a part of the G20 this time is on Global South itself, and more importantly the positioning that they've essentially done in terms of the requirements of Global South. Now that is at a time when you've seen President Trump, who has given G20 a miss. Having said that, remember the focus has largely been on the requirements of the Global South and the positioning that the countries have done. These are the latest images coming in. We'll go back to these live shots in a while from now, as we're given to understand that there is likely an interaction that is going to take place. These are the first images now coming in. Well, in fact, we'll just go across to some more breaking news now coming in with regards to the statement that is now coming in from Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. Now, this is what Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh had to say with regards to our neighbors and particularly as far as land borders are concerned, where he says that as far as land is concerned, borders can change. Who knows, tomorrow Sindh may return to India again. Our people of Sindh who hold the Indus River sacred will always be our own. No matter where they are, they will always be ours. Now, that was what Raksha Mantri had to say earlier today. This comes at a time when Raksha Mantri time and again has reiterated the fact that government's position on Pakistan-occupied Kashmir still remains the same, that Pakistan-occupied Kashmir is very much ours and will return soon. Now, as far as Sindh is concerned, this is for the first time you've had Raksha Mantri and someone from the government of India making this position very clear with regards to the Sindh. Sindh will always be a part of India is what Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh had to say. Listen in to what Defence Minister Rajnath Singh had to say earlier today.
आज सिंध की भूमि, मेरे बहनों भाइयों, यह भारत का हिस्सा भले ही न हो, लेकिन सभ्यतागत रूप से सिंध हमेशा भारत का हिस्सा रहेगा। और जहां तक जमीन की बात है, तो बॉर्डर्स तो बदल सकते हैं, क्या पता कल को सिंध भारत में फिर से वापस आ जाए। आज सिंध की भूमि, मेरे बहनों भाइयों, यह भारत का हिस्सा भले ही न हो, लेकिन सभ्यतागत रूप से सिंध हमेशा भारत का हिस्सा रहेगा। और जहां तक जमीन की बात है, तो बॉर्डर्स तो बदल सकते हैं, क्या पता कल को सिंध भारत में फिर से वापस आ जाए।
Well, a big statement now coming in from Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh as far as land borders are concerned. This comes at a time of where we have seen the kind of provocation that has come in from our neighbours. Now, this is for the first time when Raksha Mantri makes a statement with regards to Sindh. We'll play out that response coming in once again, because this is a strong positioning that the government of India has taken with regards to land borders and, more importantly, how it is essentially viewed. Now, from a public platform, this is for the first time you're looking at Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh making a statement with regards to how exactly land borders are essentially viewed and how it has been tinkered with in the past by Pakistan itself. And the fact of the matter is that these are a series of statements that have been made by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, starting from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir to what's really actually brewing right now in Sindh, given the fact that Prime Minister too earlier has spoken about Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. But never before have we really seen the government of India taking a strong position with regards to Sindh, where a passing statement has now been made by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh with regards to what the government basically views the position on Sindh itself. We'll try and play that out once again, just to reiterate that this comes across as a big statement that has been made by the Defence Minister. Let's just play this out till the time we also go across to our defence experts who are joining us. Let's play out Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh's response coming in. Well, in fact, let's just first play this out.
आज सिंध की भूमि, मेरे बहनों भाइयों, यह भारत का हिस्सा भले ही न हो, लेकिन सभ्यतागत रूप से सिंध हमेशा भारत का हिस्सा रहेगा। और जहां तक जमीन की बात है, तो बॉर्डर्स तो बदल सकते हैं, क्या पता कल को सिंध भारत में फिर से वापस आ जाए। आज सिंध की भूमि, मेरे बहनों भाइयों, यह भारत का हिस्सा भले ही न हो, लेकिन सभ्यतागत रूप से सिंध हमेशा भारत का हिस्सा रहेगा। और जहां तक जमीन की बात है, तो बॉर्डर्स तो बदल सकते हैं, क्या पता कल को सिंध भारत में फिर से वापस आ जाए।
Major Samarpal, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. This perhaps has been the first time when someone from the government of India has made its position very clear with regards to Sindh. As far as I recall, never before have we seen anyone from the government of India making our position on Sindh so very clear.
You see, Shravan, these statements come only after you have enough assurity and clarity regarding your plans and intentions. So I think I have given a very big statement, and it is better for the enemy across to read between the lines that, you know, there will be a time when we have to get back the actual map of India into its proper place. Because despite UN's involvement, despite our constant appeals, there has been nothing beyond LOC. It has been a status quo for so many years. So you see, things will not be left incomplete like this. There will be proactive measures taken. We need to have the map alignment proper as it was as per 1947, and it will be done at all costs, no matter what it takes. The preparations are done, and that is one of the major reasons why this statement has come. Secondly, looking at the internal divide of Pakistan, especially concerning Balochistan, then Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Gilgit-Baltistan. So there are already 3 provinces which are under extreme dispute, and 4th will be Sindh. So, and this is why, and the reason why we claim it is that the people of Sindh and the ancestral connection of the people of Sindh have always been more towards Rajasthan, Punjab, have been connected. There are a lot of our relatives and family and friends there. So there is no question about it that we would de-link Sindh when it comes to India and our culture and our past, and our good relations. So I think what the Defense Minister has said needs to be given extreme importance, and the message should be read clearly by the Pakistan military establishment which is running the country, and they should take a very conscious call whether to do away with terrorism and behave like a good neighbor and a progressive neighbor.
We seem to be having some trouble with the line of Major Samarpal Toor, as Major Samarpal Toor was essentially pointing out the fact that this is part of what India's plan has always been. Just to recall what Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister had to say just about a few years ago when he was essentially addressing the Sindhi community, where he once again reminded the people, the Sindhi community, that it is very much an integral part of the Sanatan Dharma of India, and the fact that the Sindhi community has faced a massive tragedy in the form of the partition that has essentially taken place. Major General A.K. Sewach is also joining us on this broadcast. General Sewach, for the first time you have someone from the government of India making its position very clear as far as Sindh is concerned. Earlier you've had the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister speaking about the fact that if Ram Janmabhoomi can be taken back after 500 years, why not Sindhu? That can also be taken away from Pakistan. It was very much part of India. Having said that, in terms of the international understanding of Sindh itself, never before have we seen this kind of a statement being made by the Raksha Mantri, or for that matter someone within the government. How do you really look at the sudden positioning that India is making on various contentious issues?
As far as India is concerned, Sindh has been always a part of India before independence. No doubt about it. Sindh is more inclined toward Gujarat rather than it becoming a part of Pakistan. And you find it even during the partition, there was a lot of discussion whether Sindh and Karachi should be become a part of India. It only went toward Pakistan side because they thought that two financial capitals, that are Mumbai and Karachi, and that's how it went toward Pakistan side. But certainly it is more inclined toward India, and as it is, there is a lot of clarity in thought process as far as today's government is concerned. They feel it that Sindh has been a part of India, Gilgit Pakistan and POK being part of India, they must come back. Now the point is that as far as Pakistan is concerned, there is a political instability, there is an economic crisis, the terrorism is increasing manifold. There is a chance of Pakistan having a civil war. And in case if there is a civil war, Pakistan will break into four. That is your Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Balochistan, Sindh and Punjab. POJ and Gilgit Baltistan as it will join. So the question is, once the Sindh is separated from Pakistan, the chances of Sindh joining with India is very, very high. You find people-to-people connect between Gujarat and Rajasthan and Sindh are very high. And you find in Sindh, there are a number of princely states, princely kings, which are there, which have got a lot of connection with Gujarat and Rajasthan. And there are a number of Hindu families also. Maximum Hindus, if they are there in Pakistan, it is in Sindh. I suppose the government is very clear. The Sindh has been always inclined toward India. It has been more connected with Gujarat. Considering the situation today in Pakistan, the Sindh must come back to us. That's a very bold statement, but that's a very, very correct statement.
Thank you very much, General A.K. Siwaj, for joining us on this broadcast. A massive statement being made by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh as far as Sindh is concerned. Shifting back to some of the other big stories that we are tracking through the day. Now, there's been a massive power tussle in Karnataka, which has been going on for several months put together. It has only now intensified with Chief Minister Siddharamaiah, who met Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge at his Bengaluru residence. Now, the two leaders held discussions on key political developments and ongoing administrative matters. And we're also getting in more detailed statements coming in from the AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge, where he has once again repeated that what Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister are saying, whatever has to happen, the High Command will essentially decide. So once again, the speculation on whether at all there is going to be a change as far as the Chief Minister's position is concerned, whether at all this is going to go to the Deputy Chief Minister, who's been eyeing the position for quite some time. Listen to what Mallikarjun Kharge had to say.
ಮತ್ತು ನನಗೂ ಬೇಜಾರಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಬಿಸಿಲಲ್ಲಿ ಚಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಏನಿರೋದು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ತಾವು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು
ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ರೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ ಕಣ್ರಿ ಅದೇನೋ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವಿಚಾರ ನೋಡಿ. ಈಗ 2013ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಪ್ರದೇಶ್ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸಮಿತಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಆಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ವಿ. ನಾನೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ, ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತಂದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಜನ ಓಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಪರಾಭವಗೊಂಡೆ. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ನಾನು ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ದರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವತ್ತು ಹೌದು ರೇಸಲ್ಲಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಾಭಾವಿಕವಾಗಿಯೂ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸಮಿತಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆ, PCC ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಕೆಲವು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು
Joining me on this broadcast is my colleague Abhishek from the National Capital. Abhishek, you've been camping here in the National Capital. This was after reports that essentially came in that DK Shivkumar's loyalists had landed in the National Capital and they were hoping to meet the High Command. But it seems that some of them have already returned. There is also speculation still doing the rounds that some did actually try to meet AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge. What more are you picking up?
Shravan, in fact, the supporters of DK Shivkumar visited Delhi a couple of days ago. They tried to meet AICC Chief or President Mallikarjun Kharge to reiterate on a fact that DK Shivkumar be elevated to the position of Chief Minister, and it will be beneficial to the upcoming election which is supposed to happen in 2028. And also, we shouldn't forget the fact all the MLAs and ministers who visited Delhi were belonging to the Wakaliga community, which is represented by DK Shivkumar. We've also seen the statement Mallikarjun Kharge say that he is saddened by whatever political drama is happening in the state of Karnataka with respect to the power sharing concept. He also mentions that it is the decision of the High Command, but the fact is that AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge is a part of High Command, and it looks like they've already decided that they will use the name of High Command to answer in front of the media whenever the media questions about the power tussle which is ongoing in the state of Karnataka. CM Siddaramaya's loyalists and CM Siddaramaya in various other public gatherings and to the media have already mentioned that CM Siddaramaya will continue this entire term as the Chief Minister, and there is no question of changing the Chief Minister halfway through the government. And we have gotten to know that the loyalists of CM Siddaramaya had mentioned to the High Command that BJP had to lose its power in the state of Karnataka in the last term because they changed Yediyurappa and they dethroned Yediyurappa, and Basavaraja Bommai was made the Chief Minister, after which BJP lost the state in Karnataka, and that is how Congress came into power. This example has been kept in front of the High Command of Congress to mention that if at all CM Siddaramaya steps down from the chair of Chief Minister, obviously 2028 elections will be taken over by BJP, and this is not something that the Congress wants to happen, and this is one of the reasons as to why they are going to continue with Siddaramaya. This is the inside information from the Congress party. On the other hand, CM Siddaramaya had mentioned that he will announce the 17th Karnataka budget, very clearly mentioning that he will be the Chief Minister for at least March to April of 2026, and also the internal sources of Congress once again mentioned that there might be a political shift in the Karnataka cabinet after March or April, where CM Siddaramaya might accept to step down from his position. However, he will demand that a SC or a ST or a minority leader be made the Chief Minister and not DK Shivakumar. So these are the information what we have as of now, but we are still awaiting response from the AICC leaders if there will be a political shift over or a cabinet reshuffle or expansion in the state of Karnataka, for which in the next 2 to 3 days there might be a clear picture from the AICC itself. Shavan.
Thank you very much, Abhishek, for getting us the latest details. We'll be tracking this story very closely because it is far from over now. Sure, to focus now to the other story that we are tracking. It's Union Minister Piyush Goyal meeting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This is with regards to the deal that has essentially been signed between Israel and India. In fact, it is the free trade agreement that has been signed between both the countries earlier today. Both the leaders spoke. We'll try and play out the first response now coming in from Piyush Goyal. Well, in fact, these are the latest images now coming in of Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal meeting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This was after signing the Israel-India trade deal. In fact, the free trade deal that was signed about 48 hours ago, where they have essentially spoken about what is both the countries are essentially going to do with regards to the trade agreement and how exactly some of the trade sectors where they'll essentially be looking at how things develop. Now, as the day of the Grand Dwaj Niyaz, the holy city of Ayodhya is being adorned with flowers and as well as devotion from across the country. The Ram Mandir is now complete and devotees from across the country are ready to witness a momentous occasion in the history of Uttar Pradesh, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be hosting the flag on the grand spire of the Ram Mandir. What are the preparations on ground? Here's a full report.
करो आरती पूजा वंदन स्वागत और सत्कार करो आरती पूजा वंदन स्वागत और सत्कार सत्य सनातन विजयी हो गए हो सत्य सनातन विजयी हो झूमे मनवाना कि बन गए हाँ बन गए कि बन गए राम भवनवाना हाँ बन गए राम भवनवाना कि बन गए राम भवनवाना हाँ बन गए राम भवनवाना.
As the holy city of Ayodhya prepares for an iconic gathering on the 25th of November, the preparations are near complete. Flowers sourced from various parts of India adorn the Adi Shankaracharya gate, while the Grand Spire gets ready for the Grand Dhwajarohan ceremony.
राम मंदिर ध्वजारोहण कार्यक्रम की समारोह की तैयारियां जोरों पर है और हम देख रहे हैं कि मंदिर में सजावट की तैयारियां शुरू हो चुकी है। एक बार आपको तैयारियां किस तरीके की हो रही है वो दिखाते हैं। आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर जय श्री राम की जन्मभूमि लिखा हुआ है और ऊपर आप देखेंगे माँ जानकी और श्री राम जो है उनकी वहां पर तस्वीर जो है वो आपको नजर आएगी। ये तस्वीर जो है वो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं राम मंदिर के जो तैयारियां बाहर आपको बता दें अलग अलग गेट्स पर हो रही है। बता दें कि तैयारियां जो यहाँ पर कर रहे हैं वो भी हमारे साथ मौजूद है, उनके साथ भी जो है बातचीत हम करेंगे। यहाँ पर फूल मैं सुन रही हूँ कि अलग अलग राज्यों से मंगाए गए हैं, तैयारियां किस तरीके की हो रही है?
दिल्ली से भी आ रहा है, MP से भी आ रहा है, कलकत्ता से भी आया है।
और कितने ऐसे गेट सजाने हैं?
4 गेट और हैं।
और अंदर मंदिर में भी आप ही तैयारियां करेंगे?
हाँ जी, मंदिर में भी
शुरू हो
चल रही है तैयारी।
तो कहा जा रहा है पूरा जो मंदिर है उसे ताजे फूलों से सजाया जाएगा। बैंगलोर से भी मैं सुन रही हूँ, कलकत्ता से भी मैं सुन रही हूँ कि फूल जो है वो मंगाए गए। कौन कौन से फूलों से सजाया जा रहा है?
इंग्लिश फूल भी है, देसी भी है।
देखिए यहाँ पर कई सारे आप देख सकते हैं कि तैयारियां करने के लिए ये पूरा आप देखेंगे। ये एंट्री गेट पर ये पूरा भी कुछ ही देर में आपको बता दें कि लगाया जाएगा। ये शिखर ध्वजारोहण समारोह 2025 जो है वो लिखा हुआ देख सकते हैं।
25th of November 2025 marks a defining moment in the history of Uttar Pradesh, when the Prime Minister will hoist the flag on the Grand Spire of the Ram Mandir. Ahead of the auspicious day, the city gets ready for the arrival of dignitaries, with a helipad constructed at Saket College for the Prime Minister and heightened security in view of a large footfall.
हमारा देश संपूर्ण दुनिया का विश्व गुरु था, अनेक राजाओं के राज्यों से मंडित था, कभी चक्रवर्ती सम्राट भी होते थे। दुनिया का एक बहुत बड़ा संबल भारतवर्ष था, तब भी भारतवर्ष था और 1000 साल तक आक्रामकों के पैरों तले रौंदा गया। पारतंत्र में जीना पड़ा, धर्मस्थलों की सब बातों की हानि हुई, जबरदस्ती मतांतरण होने लगा। ये सब था, तब भी भारत था। वो वैभव के दिन नहीं रहे, वो आक्रमण के दिन भी चले गए। अब राम मंदिर पर झंडा फहराने वाले हैं। तब भी भारत था, अब भी भारत है।
RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat is also expected to arrive a day before the ceremony.
100 टन फूल आया गया है, जिसमें अलग अलग रंग के फूल आए गए हैं। गुलाब का भी है, गेंदा का भी फूल है और फूलों को राम मंदिर जो है, राम मंदिर में भी फूलों की सजावट हो रहा है और वहाँ पे वैदिक मंत्र हो रहा है। और जब हमारे PM मोदी राम के सेवक बनकर के 25 नवंबर को आएंगे तो हम लोग केसरिया ध्वज को लेकर के उनके सामने करेंगे। और मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि मंत्रों के द्वारा हम लोग स्वागत करेंगे। सबसे प्रथम गणेश जी के मंत्रों के द्वारा कि हरे हे ओम गणानान्त्वा गणपति गुंहवामहे प्रियाणान्त्वा प्रियपति गुंहवामहे निधीनान्त्वा निधिपति गुंहवामहे वसो ममः अहं जाने कृपधम् त्वमजासि हृदम्। ओम श्री गणेशाय नमः। श्री जानकी वल्लभो विजयते। ये भगवान जैसे त्रेता युग में अयोध्या थी वही अयोध्या दिखाई दे रही है। और राम मंदिर के शिखर पे जो केसरिया का ध्वज होगा, केसरिया एक सूर्य का प्रतीक है, क्योंकि भगवान मेरे राम लला जो थे सूर्य के वंशज थे। तो केसरिया एक बल का प्रतीक है, बलिदान का प्रतीक है और सूर्य का प्रतीक है।
As priests across the city gear up for the momentous occasion for millions of devotees across India, Ayodhya presents a perfect amalgam of age-old traditions embracing modernity and an unprecedented rise in spiritual tourism across the state of Uttar Pradesh.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार, क्या टेस्ट है, सब का राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा।
Hi, this is Sandeep Sekar, AD and CEO, Nippon India Mutual Fund, and I'm very excited to be part of India Economic Summit hosted by Republic Business, happening on 28th of November 2025 at Republic Headquarters in Noida. See you there.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार, क्या टेस्ट है, सब का राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching 6 Stories at 6. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Let's see what are the top headlines we're tracking in this show. Madani's shocking remarks amid blast probe. Jamaat Ulema-e-Hind President sparks massive row amid Delhi blast probe, says government ensuring that Muslims never raise their heads. Chandigarh bill controversy explodes after political row. Home Ministry issues clarification on Chandigarh, says it has no plans to introduce a bill altering Chandigarh's governance. India takes a center stage at G20. The G20 declaration carried a strong imprint of India's priorities, from inclusive development to a clear condemnation of terrorism. Karnataka Congress in turmoil. Karnataka CM Siddharamaiah dismisses leadership change discussion in the state after meeting with Congress Chief Kharge. A final tribute to the brave air warrior. The mortal remains of Wing Commander Ram Syal was cremated with full state honours in Himachal Pradesh. And the Indian Navy praised at the UNSC for tackling piracy. India told the UN that the Indian Navy has become a key stabilizing force in the Western Arabian Sea. All right, viewers, the top story tracking right now. The head of the Jamaat Ulema-e-Hind, Arshad Madani, has sparked a political row about remarks about the investigation into the Al-Falah University, which is linked to the Delhi blast probe. Backing his statement was a Congress that said Al-Falah must not be targeted. BJP criticized Madani's remark alleging discrimination against Muslims in India, terms his statement confusing and misleading. Take a look.
A major political row has erupted after Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind President Arshad Madani made remarks during the ongoing Delhi blast probe. Madani said that Muslims in India can never rise and claimed that communal forces want to eradicate the community.
मुसलमान अपाहज हो गया, खत्म हो गया, बांझ हो गया। मैं नहीं समझता हूँ ये बात। क्या बात है कि आज दुनिया का मुसलमान एक आदमी न्यूयॉर्क का मेयर बन सकता है, ममदानी लंदन के अंदर मेयर बन सकता है, एक खान हिंदुस्तान के अंदर किसी मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी का कोई आदमी वाइस चांसलर नहीं बन सकता, और अगर बनेगा तो आजम खां की तरह जेल के अंदर जाएगा। आज देख लीजिए अल-फलाह का क्या हो रहा है। गवर्नमेंट मुल्क की आजादी के बाद इस पर लगी हुई है कि मुसलमान को सर नहीं उठाने देना है।
Madani went on to express shocking claims, what he described as discrimination against Muslims in India, citing examples such as the imprisonment of leaders like Azam Khan and the government action against Al-Falah University after some of its doctors were linked to the Delhi terror attack. Countering the narrative that Muslims globally have become helpless or finished, he pointed to the election of Muslim mayors in major international cities, in New York and in London. He alleged that no Muslim can become a university vice-chancellor in India, and even if someone does, they will be sent to jail, referring to the scrutiny faced by Alfala University in the wake of the terror case. Madani referred to Al-Falah Group chairman Javed Ahmad Siddiqui, who has been remanded to 13 days of ED custody till December 1 for committing the offence of money laundering linked to large-scale fraud, forged accreditation claims and diversion of funds from the Al-Falah University. Reacting to Madani's remarks, the BJP has also issued sharp responses.
अरशद मदनी साहब के बयान में कन्फ्यूजन था। वो एक तरफ तो कह रहे थे कि मुसलमान पूरे दुनिया में पस्त हो चुका है, दूसरी तरफ वो ज़ोरान ममदानी की बात कर रहे थे कि वो न्यूयॉर्क में मेयर बन गए, और दो लोगों के उन्होंने नाम उसमें लिए हैं। एक नाम लिया आज़म खान का और दूसरा नाम अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी का लिया। अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी का जो ओनर है वो बचपन से अपराधी प्रवृत्ति का रहा है।
जमात के एक और व्यक्ति सामने आए हैं और वो कवर फायर दे रहे हैं और कहते हैं कि कोई यूनिवर्सिटी का वाइस चांसलर भी नहीं बन सकता। यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर का देश में तो राष्ट्रपति भी मुसलमान बने हैं, परंतु आतंक की यूनिवर्सिटी का जस्टिफिकेशन और जायज़ीकरण नहीं किया जा सकता। अगर कोई आतंकवाद करता है तो उसके ऊपर कानूनी कार्रवाई होगी, परंतु जो लोग कहते हैं कि आतंकवाद का कोई मज़हब नहीं होता, वो मज़हब के नाम पर केवल आतंकी और आतंकियों के समर्थक को क्यों पैरवी करते हैं।
मौलाना मदनी जैसे लोग
उसको संकीर्ण दृष्टि से देखते हैं और जिस मुद्दे को वो सांप्रदायिक रंग देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं उसमें सफल नहीं होंगे। ऐसे बहुत सारे हमारे सामने एग्जाम्पल मौजूद हैं जहाँ पर हमारे मुस्लिम बिरादरी के लोग उच्च पदों पर सुशोभित है और देशभक्ति का काम कर रहे हैं। तो लिहाजा मौलाना मदनी का बयान किसी भी हालत में स्वीकार नहीं किया जा सकता।
On the other hand, Congress leader Udit Raj has voiced his support for Mamdani, warning that the institution should not become a target despite alleged terrorist links.
हाँ, मैं सपोर्ट करता हूँ। मैं मानता हूँ कि कोई गया गुप्त रूप से टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटीज किया है, उसको क्षमा नहीं करना चाहिए, टेररिज्म को क्षमा नहीं करना, लेकिन पूरी यूनिवर्सिटी को टारगेट नहीं कर सकते ना, बंद कर दे यूनिवर्सिटी, ये नहीं कर सकते।
Meanwhile, authorities continue their investigation into the university's alleged ties to the Delhi blast. The probe has sparked a heated political debate, with BJP criticizing Madani's earlier remarks and now Udit Raj's comments adding fuel to the fire. Remember, the primary four accused involved in the car blast near the Red Fort metro station, in which 15 people were killed, were the doctors of the Al-Falah University, including terror doctor Umar Nabi, who committed the attack.
And viewers, a political uproar has erupted as the central government plans to bring Chandigarh under Article 240, granting the president regulatory powers over the territory. However, the Ministry of Home Affairs clarified that the central government had no intention to introduce any bill to alter Chandigarh's governance or administrative structure in the upcoming winter session of Parliament. Here's a report. A fresh political row erupted over Centre's proposal to bring Chandigarh under Article 240 of the Constitution. The 131st Amendment Bill proposed by the Centre attempts to bring Chandigarh under the jurisdiction of Article 240, much like other union territories of Andaman and Nicobar and Daman and Diu. However, the proposal has sparked much political debate as Aam Aadmi Party and Akali Dal are calling it a complete takeover of Chandigarh by the union government. Article 240 of the Constitution grants power to the President to directly regulate a union territory and is in force in Andaman and Nicobar and Daman and Diu.
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो है वो चंडीगढ़ को हथियाना चाहती है, चंडीगढ़ के ऊपर कब्जा करना चाहती है। चंडीगढ़ पंजाब का है, पंजाब का रहेगा। आम आदमी पार्टी, हमारी सरकार और पार्टी, हम डट के लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, किसी को भी हाथ लगाने नहीं देंगे।
CM of Punjab, Bhagwant Mann, also took to X, calling the amendment against the interest of the state, reiterating that Chandigarh belongs only to the people of Punjab and that they will not let it slip away. Amid the political outrage, Akali Dal Supremo Sukhbir Singh Badal has called an emergency meeting of the party's core committee on Monday regarding the bill. The Punjab leader also posted on X saying that Punjab's right over Chandigarh was non-negotiable and calling the amendment attack on the federal structure. However, the BJP has denied all allegations, saying that the bill was being opposed without full knowledge of its contents.
भगवंत मान विषय पर बिना पढ़ाई लिखाई किए हुए विरोध कर रहे हैं। इसी प्रकार जो बाकी विरोधी दल है वो भी उस पर बिना पढ़ाई लिखाई के विरोध कर रहे हैं। मेरा निवेदन है, कृपा कर ध्यान से पढ़ें, कहीं भी किसी प्रकार का कोई बदल होने जा रहा नहीं है।
BJP High Command in the state, Sunil Jhakar, has also made his stance clear by saying whatever confusion has arisen will be resolved and that Punjab always comes first. Ahead of the winter session of the Parliament, the Ministry of Home Affairs issued a clarification saying that the bill is just a proposal and no decision will be taken without informing all stakeholders. The ministry also stated that the proposal will not alter the traditional arrangement between Punjab, Haryana or Chandigarh. Although the ministry has clarified that the government does not intend to introduce any such bill in the upcoming winter session, more updates on the issue are expected to come from the all-party meet scheduled on November 30th. And viewers, India shines at the G20. Prime Minister Modi is in South Africa for the G20 summit. And this is where India's priorities once again dominate the agenda. Leaders adopted a declaration condemning terrorism and carrying forward the Global South focus shaped during India's presidency. PM Modi unveiled 6 India-led global initiatives and also announced a new trilateral tech partnership with Australia and Canada. Here's a full report. Take a look.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi stood front and center as the G20 summit opened in Johannesburg, South Africa, with India's voice continuing to shape the global agenda. Calling the day fruitful, Prime Minister Modi said that India's focus remained on shared commitment to global progress, prosperity and inclusive development. The G20 declaration carried a strong imprint of India's priorities, from inclusive development to a clear condemnation of terrorism. Many themes championed during India's presidency in 2023 found continuity. MEA spokesperson Randir Jaiswal informed that Prime Minister Modi in his address pushed for greater collective action on climate and food security, highlighting India's Deccan principles. He welcomed the Disaster Risk Reduction Working Group, an Indian initiative being carried forward this year. PM Modi announced 6 new India-led global initiatives: a global traditional knowledge repository, the Africa Skills Multiplier Program, a global healthcare response team, an initiative to counter the drug terror nexus, an open satellite data partnership, and a critical minerals circulatory initiative, each rooted in India's development model and global approach. A major India-driven outcome was the launch of the Australia-Canada-India Technology and Innovation Partnership, ACITI. The trilateral pact aims at collaboration in emerging technology, AI adoption, clean energy and resilient supply chains, with India positioned as a central driver. On the sidelines, PM Modi met leaders from the United Kingdom, France, South Korea, Brazil, Ethiopia, Vietnam and Malaysia. He also held discussions with WTO Director General and WHO Chief, underlying India's role in shaping global trade, health and development systems.
I think all of you have been following reports coming out in media through various platforms within the framework of the overarching theme of solidarity, equality and sustainability. The G20 this year has delivered a strong message on 4 key priorities that were identified by the South African presidency, which included strengthening disaster resilience and response, taking action to ensure debt sustainability for low-income countries, harnessing critical minerals for sustainable economic growth, and mobilizing finance for just energy transition. There was a focus on the issues and priorities of Africa, which are reflected in the G20 South Africa Summit Leaders Declaration, which was adopted by the members who were gathered at the summit. It's encouraging to see how the initiatives and outcomes that were shaped during our presidency have continued to evolve, gather momentum, and translate into concrete progress across the G20 and taken forward by the South African friends during their presidency.
Finally, at Johannesburg, India's push for sustainability, technology and partnerships and global cooperation once again took center stage, reaffirming New Delhi's position as a decisive voice at the G20 table.
Viewers, in Karnataka, the Congress government continues to battle internal turbulence. Now we see Chief Minister Sabarimala met with party President Mallikarjun Kharge, a meeting that comes amid renewed whispers of a leadership change and pressure from DK Shivakumar faction. Now, while the CM has called it pure speculation, the Congress High Command reviews the situation closely. We bring you the latest from what is happening in the Karnataka political scene.
Political turbulence continues to grip Karnataka. Speculation over a leadership change refuses to die down within the ruling Congress. The latest spark comes after a string of MLAs travelled to Delhi, intensifying talk of a possible push for Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar. Amid the buzz, Chief Minister Siddharamaiah met Congress National President Mallikarjun Kharge in Bengaluru. However, after the meeting, the CM stated that discussions centered around other issues and not on cabinet changes or leadership transition.
ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ತಾಲೂಕು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಗರ ಪಾಲಿಕೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಗರ ಪಾಲಿಕೆ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕರ್ಟಸಿ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಕರ್ಟಸಿ ಕಾಲ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ.
But reports suggest that Congress party is worried that the ongoing stalemate was damaging governance and the party's image. Siddharamaiah says he will go whenever he was called by the High Command.
You have met him now for more than 1 hour. Everybody says High Command should take the decision. When is the High Command taking the decision?
Doesn't mean that I have discussed with Khargeji for more than an hour. It just mean that I should discuss only this aspect.
So everybody says that High Command should take the decision. When is the High Command taking the decision, sir?
Whenever they called me, I will go.
Sir, this confusion continues from the first day itself. Some of your MLAs are making unwanted, unprecedented statements about leadership change, all these things, CM change, other things. What is your clarity on this, sir?
See, my clarity is whatever decision taken by the High Command, I will follow it.
So when is the High Command taking decision, sir? When is the High Command taking decision?
Sources suggest that the High Command wants to settle the growing factional friction quickly, ahead of crucial local body elections. At the heart of the conflict lies murmurs of a 2.5 years rotational CM formula, an arrangement Siddharamaiah has repeatedly denied. He may complete the full term with only a cabinet reshuffle likely after the winter session in December. However, the power tussle has also drawn sharp attacks from the NDA. Union Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy warned of imminent and explosive political developments, accusing the Congress of internal chaos and weak administrative control. Before meeting Kharge, Siddharamaiah held a closed-door huddle with loyal ministers, while D.K. Shivakumar is also scheduled to meet Kharge.
ಏನು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಲೀಡರ್ಗಳು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಡಿ.ಕೆ. ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು.
ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಸರ್, ಅದೇನ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಇವಾಗ ಅಂತ?
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ.
Confusion over the power sharing debate has dragged on for 30 months. But in a rare display of unity, Siddharamaiah and D.K. Shivakumar even shared the stage at a government event recently. But behind the gestures, factional pressure continues to build.
ಹೌದು, ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಸಿ ಎಂ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ದುಡಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿಷ್ಠಾವಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತನಾಗಿ ಸುಮಾರು 40-50 ವರ್ಷ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಗೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ತಪ್ಪೇನಿದೆ? ಅದೇನೇ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಇವಾಗ ನಾನು ಪವರ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಎಲ್ಲ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
For now, Siddharamaiah maintains that he will present the next budget and complete the full term, unless the High Command decides otherwise. Both camps waiting for Delhi's word, Karnataka's political landscape remains on edge.
Views of mortal remains of Wing Commander Syal, who tragically lost his life in a Tejas aircraft crash during the Dubai Air Show, was cremated with full state honours in his native village in Himachal Pradesh. The Indian Air Force paid tribute to Wing Commander Syal and expressed grief over the loss of the air warrior, whose contribution to the force remains unwavering.
The nation bid farewell to one of its brightest pilots, Wing Commander Syal, who died when his Tejas fighter jet crashed during the Dubai Air Show. His mortal remains were cremated with full state honours in his native village in Patialkad in Himachal Pradesh. The mortal remains arrived on an Indian Air Force C-130 aircraft at the Southern Air Command base, where a full military ceremony was conducted. From there, the body was taken to his ancestral home. The cremation was performed with state honours. Relatives, neighbours and villagers gathered to pay their respects. The atmosphere was one of sorrow, with many describing Wing Commander Syal as a local hero who always put his duty first.
दुबई जाने से पहले उनसे बात हुई थी कि मेरी सिलेक्शन हुई वहाँ एयर शो में जाने के लिए, तो मैंने उनको आशीर्वाद दिया और शाबाशी दी थी कि आपने तो हमारा खानदान का नाम बड़ा रोशन कर दिया इतनी, और बेटा जाओ आप खुशी खुशी से वहाँ पर अपना ये कम्बैटिंग करो।
बिल्कुल शांत स्वभाव का था, कम बोलता था, सोच बड़ी ऊंची थी और उसमें झील थी और भावना थी उसकी, मैं कुछ बनूंगा। उसके शुरू से पता लग जाता था हमें, वो थे उसके विचार, और ज़्यादा बात नहीं करनी, किसी टू द पॉइंट बात करता था।
बहुत अच्छा था, देश सेवा की भी बातें करता था और गांव में भी बड़ा अच्छा प्यार भाव था, सभी से मेल, कोई अपनी नौकरी की कोई ज़्यादा वो नहीं थी, बहुत अच्छा सभी से बात करनी, उठना बैठना नीचे हर उसमें था, पार्टिसिपेट करता था, तो काफ़ी दुख हुआ।
Wing Commander Syal, a native of Nagrota Bagwan in Kangra district, was a decorated officer with a distinguished service record. He is survived by his wife, Wing Commander Afsana Syal, also an Indian Air Force officer, and their 6-year-old daughter Arya and his parents.
बहुत इंटेलिजेंट था और हमारी तो बहुत रिस्पेक्ट करता था, बात बात में बुआ जी हमें बड़ा दुख है।
मैं क्या बोलूं, मेरा घर उजड़ गया, मेरा बच्चा चला गया। क्या बोलूं, मैं एक बच्चा था, 2 बच्चे थे, मैं ये छोटा भाई था, मेरा बेटा बड़ा था, अब एक रह गया, अब क्या करूं, मैं ताई हूं बच्चे की, क्या करूं मैं।
बहुत पोलाइट थे, बहुत ज़्यादा पोलाइट थे, शरीफ थे, कम बोलते थे, इंटेलिजेंट थे बहुत ज़्यादा।
The high achiever was an inspiration for hundreds, not only in his hometown but also his alma mater, Sainik School Sujanpur in Hamirpur district. Commissioned as a fighter pilot in 2009, he flew MiG-21 and Su-30 MKI before getting into Tejas in Coimbatore. Before the body was moved, the Indian Air Force rendered a full guard of honor at the Sulur Air Base in Tamil Nadu. The ceremonial parade included a 21-gun salute, the playing of the last post, and a formation flypast of 2 Tejas aircrafts in a missing man formation. The Tejas Mark I, a single-engine light combat aircraft, went down during a low-altitude aerobatic display at the Al Maktoum International Airport. At approximately 2:10 p.m. local time, the aircraft failed to recover from a negative G-turn, plunged to the ground and burst into flames, killing the pilot instantly. The Indian Air Force has launched a court of inquiry to determine the technical cause of the accident, and preliminary data from the flight radar recorder suggests a possible aerodynamic stall, but officials say the investigation is still in its early stages.
And viewers, stirring visuals are emerging from the Vajra Corps and the Indian Army's Western Command. We see showcasing India's growing defense capabilities under the Make in India initiative. Meanwhile, the Indian Navy has earned praise on the global stage, highlighting its swift and credible maritime operations at the UN Security Council. Take a look.
India is battle ready. With looming threats from the enemy, Bharat's forces are sending out a very clear message that for us, it's no more business as usual. but a fight against the terror ecosystem. The Indian Navy released a video highlighting its major rescue efforts in the Western Arabian Sea, saving over 520 lives, regardless of their nationality.
India being in the top 3 maritime communities with 12% of the world's seafarers gives immense importance to the safety, well-being and rights of seafarers who form the lifeblood of global trade and maritime stability. Madam Chair, over the last 2 years in response to shipping attacks and rising incidents of piracy in the Western Arabian Sea, the Indian Navy has deployed over 35 ships in the region, carried out more than 1,000 boarding operations, and has responded to over 35 incidents. The credible and swift actions of the Indian Navy have saved more than 520 lives, irrespective of nationality.
While fresh visuals came in from Vajra Corps, underscoring the Army's push for indigenous capability under the Make in India initiative. The Western Command too released a new video showcasing the validation of the newly raised Ashni platoon during the exercise Ram Prahar. The Ashni platoon acts as a tactical third eye, enabling real-time reconnaissance, surveillance and precision mini UAS strikes for infantry battalions.
सब लोग जानते हैं कि ऑप सिंदूर में हमने दुश्मन को बहुत क्षति पहुंचाई थी, बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया था, पर हम ये भी जानते हैं कि दुश्मन शायद अपनी हरकतों से बाज ना आए और दोबारा कोई ऐसा काम करे कि हमें फिर ऑपरेशन करने की जरूरत पड़े। और जैसा हमारी लीडरशिप ने भी कहा है और मैं उसको दोहराना चाहता हूं कि इस बार अगर दुश्मन कोई गलत काम करता है, कोई दुस्साहस करता है, तो उसका जवाब पहले से बहुत ज्यादा होगा।
From the rugged terrain of the west to the tricky borders of the east, the forces are ready more than ever before.
And viewers, that's all we have on 6 Stories at 6. I'm Shivangi Shukla signing off, but do not go anywhere. Next, we'll go live and breaking with my colleague Kruthat. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 6:30 p.m. this Sunday evening. Our top story remains a very intriguing remark coming in from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, saying that borders change all the times and who may even know Sindh may return to India someday. That's a very big statement coming in from the Defence Minister in the present day context, and we will decode that together in just a moment. But as always, let's start this Live and Breaking bulletin with the headlines. Piyush Goyal meets Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. India and Israel free trade agreement talks gain momentum, innovation, partnership and development on the cards. It is the French Navy that is slamming the Pakistani media for misinformation now, says Rafale claims by Pakistan completely fabricated. Amidst the political row, the Ministry of Home Affairs issues a clarification on the Chandigarh bill, says that it has no plans to introduce a bill or legislation altering the governance status quo of Chandigarh. The mortal remains of Wing Commander Syal, who died during the Dubai Air Show crash of Tejas, was cremated with full honours in Himachal Pradesh today. Jamiyat-e-Ulema-e-Hind President Arshad Madani sparks massive row amid Delhi blast probe, says government ensuring that Muslims never raise their heads. BJP criticizes remarks of Madani alleging discrimination against Muslims in India, terms his statement, quote, confusing and misleading. Karnataka Chief Minister Sabarimala dismisses leadership change and challenge discussions in the state after meeting with Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge. This evening, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a big statement coming in from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. He said, and I quote, "As far as land is concerned, borders can change. Who knows, tomorrow Sindh may return to India again. Our people of Sindh who hold the Indus River sacred will always be our own, no matter where they are, and they will always be us." That's the big statement, direct statement coming in from India's Raksha Mantri amidst rising tensions between India and Pakistan. Listen into that bite.
आज सिंध की भूमि, मेरे बहनों भाइयों, यह भारत का हिस्सा भले ही न हो, लेकिन सभ्यतागत रूप से सिंध हमेशा भारत का हिस्सा रहेगा। और जहां तक जमीन की बात है, तो बॉर्डर्स तो बदल सकते हैं, क्या पता कल को सिंध भारत में फिर से वापस आ जाए। आज सिंध की भूमि, मेरे बहनों भाइयों, यह भारत का हिस्सा भले ही न हो, लेकिन सभ्यतागत रूप से सिंध हमेशा भारत का हिस्सा रहेगा। और जहां तक जमीन की बात है, तो बॉर्डर्स तो बदल सकते हैं, क्या पता कल को सिंध भारत में फिर से वापस आ जाए।
Joining me live on the broadcast this evening is Mr. Anurag Shukla, Colonel Anurag Shukla. Beg your pardon, sir. Good evening to you. And that's a big statement coming in from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh there. How do you read this statement with him saying, just days after exercise Trishul, sir, that borders can change all the time?
It is a very positive statement. It has been, it should have come long back, I must say.
Sindh was always part of the Indian history. If you see from the medieval era, from last 33,000 BC, we have got a civilization coming out from the Indus Valley civilization, and then later on Mohenjo-daro was there. And we have got all the links of our civilization, our culture, our heritage, everything linked to the regional area which is called Sindh. That was the first civilization we witnessed, and thereafter expanding to the mainland of India. And when we talk about the border is nothing but the human line which has been erected by human. You never know, 1947, before 1947, there was no Pakistan. One particular day, suddenly the Pakistan came to the existence. So it is very much with the changing geopolitical scenarios. Every day there has been a lot of economical descendant where Pakistan is going. The people of Pakistan are always looking forward to join the mainland back. There has been a dissident in the all quarters. If you see all the provinces of Pakistan, where Gilgit, you go to Baluch, you go to other areas, everybody is descendant and discontent with the country administration and the military leadership. So they are always looking forward. There has been, if you see the Pakistan occupied Kashmir, a lot of voices has been raised. People are coming out openly and willing to join India back. They are taking out rallies. So definitely there are very much possibility where without any effort, the people of Baluchistan, the people of Pakistan, all of themselves wants to join back to the mainstream. They are fed up with the regional politics. They are fed up with the regional mismanagement of the country by their leaders and by their military leaders. And surely I also feel it is just a matter of time. Our own people, our own land, our culture, everyone will be united, and we will all lead to the very economical prosperity and a very strong Akhand Bharat.
Indeed, Colonel Shukran, I would also like to pick your brains on this because the timing of the statement is very interesting. Now, Raksha Mantri has made this statement just a day after GOC in C, Western Command, Lieutenant General Manoj Kumar Katiyar had made a very interesting comment that also went very viral across the nation when he said that we are practicing and training on how to cross rivers like Chenab, Ravi and Satluj when we capture enemy territory. And that is the kind of the mindset with which our Indian armed forces had been carrying out next level multi-domain warfare training and wargaming in the Western theatre of war. And when the Western Command Chief also says that, and then the Raksha Mantri statement saying that borders can always change, these are not statements made lightly. You come from the forces, sir. Do tell us and explain us the gravitas and the significance of these statements coming one after the other.
Surely, we all understand there's a big exercise going on in the Rajasthan area and the Gujarat area. You know what is happening there. In that area, Pakistan has suddenly increased its military strength, and in the pretext of doing an exercise, they have increased their presence in general area, Gujarat bordering in the southern western area. So we need to give a very strong signal to Pakistan to don't take any adverse action where they might repent at later stage. The main reason of telling this is if they happen to take any adventurism in this area, it might happen that Indian army will retaliate very heavily, and there are chances that we will be moving inside, and the Sindh, as it is, people of Sindh are willing to come back to India. It may be possibilities that all that area may be merged together back to the mainland.
Thank you so much, Colonel Shukla, joining us this evening. Your insights have greatly helped us to decode this statement made by Raksha Mantri. And in the interim, ladies and gentlemen, while talking of the Western Command, I have some stirring visuals for you, which are coming in from the Vajra Corps and the Indian Army's Western Command, showcasing India's growing defense capabilities under the Make in India initiative. Meanwhile, the Indian Navy has also earned a lot of praise on the global stage, highlighting its swift and credible maritime operations at the United Nations Security Council. Take a look at these breathtaking visuals. India is battle ready. With looming threats from the enemy, Bharat's forces are sending out a very clear message that for us, it's no more business as usual, but a fight against the terror ecosystem. The Indian Navy released a video highlighting its major rescue efforts in the Western Arabian Sea, saving over 520 lives, regardless of their nationality.
India being in the top 3 maritime communities with 12% of the world's seafarers gives immense importance to the safety, well-being and rights of seafarers who form the lifeblood of global trade and maritime stability. Madam Chair, over the last 2 years in response to shipping attacks and rising incidents of piracy in the Western Arabian Sea, The Indian Navy has deployed over 35 ships in the region, carried out more than 1,000 boarding operations, and has responded to over 35 incidents. The credible and swift actions of the Indian Navy have saved more than 520 lives, irrespective of nationality.
While fresh visuals came in from Vajra Corps, underscoring the Army's push for indigenous capability under the Make in India initiative. The Western Command too released a new video showcasing the validation of the newly raised Ashni platoon during the exercise Ram Prahar. The Ashni platoon acts as a tactical third eye, enabling real-time reconnaissance, surveillance and precision mini UAS strikes for infantry battalions.
सब लोग जानते हैं कि ऑप सिंदूर में हमने दुश्मन को बहुत क्षति पहुंचाई थी, बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया था, पर हम ये भी जानते हैं कि दुश्मन शायद अपनी हरकतों से बाज ना आए और दोबारा कोई ऐसा काम करे कि हमें फिर ऑपरेशन करने की जरूरत पड़े। पर जैसा हमारी लीडरशिप ने भी कहा है और मैं उसको दोहराना चाहता हूं कि इस बार अगर दुश्मन कोई गलत काम करता है